for UNDSS Suriname, I would like to present you some measures that we took. And for your information, in case it is needed, I want to inform the meeting that UNDSS is here, the security agency for the United Nations. We are supporting this conference and the organization. We are here on the ground to make sure that everything is safe and secure. And we have full support from the host country security agencies. Some measures. The exit, there are enough exit signs that point the way outside of the meeting room. In case of emergency, the exit is from the back, that side, to your left, the right hand side in the back. In case there is an emergency, please stay calm. Don't rush through the door, please. There will be security personnel from Suriname that will support in case needed.
Development Roundtable. I am Elizabeth Bradley, Deputy PS International Cooperation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation, serving as your MC for the opening part of this session. Distinguished delegates, when the Caribbean Development Roundtable was first conceptualized, it was envisioned as a forum to facilitate exchange of ideas in support of the development goals of the Caribbean. As we transition to the post-COVID era faced with much uncertainty across the globe, it is imperative that we carefully reflect on how best to reposition Caribbean economies to promote resilience and sustainable development. This week, we have assembled regional and international experts, high-level policymakers, academics, and development partners to share their reflections on the solutions to the development challenges of our region. To formally open the seventh meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable, I am pleased to invite to the podium the Honorable Krishna Kumari Mathura, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname ad interim, to offer a warm welcome to all on behalf of the government and people of Suriname. Minister Mathura, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Kaisal Melissa Peters, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Director of the ICLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, Mrs. Diana Porles, the Honorable Easton Taylor Farrell, Premier and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Finance, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, and Culture from Montserrat, the Honorable Dr. Alice Webster, Premier of Anguilla, the Honorable Ghislaine Penton, Premier of the Cayman Islands, Mr. Eliezer Benito Wheatley, Special Envoy of the Premier of British Virgin Islands, Honorable Ministers from Aruba, Belize, Jamaica, St. Lucia, attending both virtual and in person, distinguished representatives of government and international organizations attending both virtual and in person, Secretary General of the ASC, Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Armstrong Alexis, Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Wayne McCook, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of regional organizations and the United Nations system, experts, representatives of the media, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you and a warm welcome to the Republic of Suriname. I hope you had good flights and some rest. I seize this opportunity to apologize for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation, His Excellency Mr. Albert Ramdien, for not being able to attend the meeting due to the IMF meeting in Washington, D.C., but he will surely be with us on Friday. I want to congratulate the newly appointed Executive Secretary General of the ICLAC, Mr. Jose Salazar, and I wish him all the best in his tenure. We also want to thank Mrs. Alicia Barcina once more for so ably leading ICLAC for the past 14 years. Allow me also to express a word of thanks to Mr. Mario Kimoli for giving interim leadership to the ICLAC during much of this year. I wish to congratulate the sub-regional community on the convening of this first in-person meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable after the COVID-19 pandemic. The CDR provides an opportune forum to discuss the urgent development issues with which the sub-region is grappling. We are pleased to have many regional leaders and thinkers to enrich our discussions over the next 2 days and to help in the search for solutions that guide us towards building back better. Ladies and gentlemen, the Caribbean faces structural challenges and externalities that continue to undermine the development aspirations of the region. The devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economies has set us back even further, and the need for economic and social recovery is likely to be long-lasting. Therefore, I want to thank the ECLAC for providing the opportunity for our member countries to come together to exchange views, experiences during these CDR sessions, especially in these challenging times. While we are still coping with COVID-19 that is still with us, we must now also deal with soaring prices, a war in Europe, and the ever-present challenges of climate change. We need an effective system of multilateralism, a system that not only provides an opportunity to make statements and address issues, but a system where all countries, large and small, have a level playing field. Suriname currently has the chairmanship of the CARICOM and will now this week assume the chair of the CDCC for the coming 2 years. We are looking forward to the support of all members in considering practical actions for recovery and repositioning our sub-region. I believe we have enough talent, wisdom, and experience to be able to help ourselves in finding collective solutions which will benefit the Caribbean as a whole. The government and people of Suriname are proud to host the CDR and the CDCC. I do expect that, although time is short, you will make the time to go out and admire our inner city Paramaribo, which is also on the World Heritage List. Enjoy our people, our culture, and our food. I wish you all fruitful meetings and a pleasant stay in Suriname. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Matura. Our next speaker hails from the beautiful islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and sits as the current chair of ECLAC's Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, CDCC. She has been a champion for the Sustainable Development Agenda in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and across the Caribbean. Join me in warmly welcoming to the podium the Honorable Keishel Peters, Minister of Foreign Affairs from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to deliver her opening remarks. Minister Peters, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Honorable Krishna Kumari Mathura, Minister of Foreign Affairs ad interim of Suriname, and other distinguished members of the government of the Republic of Suriname, premiers, ministers, and senior representatives of government, Ms. Diane Carlis, Director of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, distinguished representatives of regional organizations and the United Nations system, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I warmly welcome you all to this 7th Caribbean Development Roundtable. It is a pleasure once again to be here, to be able to meet in person after the previous 2 years when COVID-19 prevented us from gathering for engagements such as this. I want to thank the government of Suriname for so warmly welcoming us to this beautiful country and for the hospitality we have enjoyed since arriving here. As outgoing chair of the CDCC, I am happy to lead our discussions over the next 2 days, since Minister Ramdin must be in Washington, D.C. for the meetings happening there. I understand that this roundtable was conceived as a forum to discuss critical issues that pose fundamental challenges to development in the Caribbean, and to explore solutions that will ultimately support inclusive growth and better living standards for our people while protecting our environment. The theme for the roundtable this year, which focuses on recovery and repositioning as we begin to shake off the specter of COVID-19, is therefore both timely and relevant. We in the Caribbean have arrived at a consequential fork in the path towards sustainable development as we come to terms with the impact that the pandemic has had on our economies and the health and welfare of our people. The choices we make will determine whether we achieve goals that we have set for ourselves by 2030. We have to decide whether we will choose the path of business as usual or the road less traveled if we are to transform our economies and societies. The evidence is clear that the pandemic has reversed some of the hard-won gains that we had achieved in growing our economies and in reducing unemployment and inequality. Economic growth contracted by an average of 9.4% in 2020. And even though growth recovered to 6.5% in 2021, we have not yet returned to the GDP level we had achieved in 2019. The real human impact of the pandemic was felt most acutely in the number of deaths and infections and the spike in unemployment, particularly among groups that could least afford it. Were it not for the social welfare relief provided mainly by our governments, often at significant fiscal costs, large numbers of our people would have fallen into dire poverty. However, this effort to safeguard social welfare has worsened the public debt, which rose from 66% of GDP in 2019 to 87.6% in 2020. The pandemic battered our leading sectors, particularly tourism, commerce, and distribution. Stayover visitor arrivals to the region plunged by 70.9% in 2020. Moreover, job losses in tourism severely affected female-headed households. Not surprisingly, most citizens have slipped into the informal sector that is marked by low wages, low productivity, and unstable employment. The spillover effects on commerce, distribution, and small-scale manufacturing led to the closure of many small businesses across the region. Compounding the impacts of the pandemic, the region was buffeted by natural disasters. The impact of the La Soufrière volcano had a devastating impact on my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There were major floods in Guyana and here in Suriname, an earthquake in Haiti, and numerous storms crossing the Caribbean. The threat of climate change has meant that disasters are becoming more frequent and more destructive in our sub-region. We have been pushing to get the international community to adopt a wide-ranging multi-dimensional vulnerability index, the MVI, that acknowledges that in the area of the environmental vulnerability, small island developing states, including those of the Caribbean, need resources for adaptation and mitigation. The claim is that by virtue of our middle income status, we no longer need concessional resources to assist us in recovery and rehabilitation post-disaster. We need to convince the international community why the nature of our vulnerability, much of this due to the actions of industrialized countries, obliges a supportive response from the international community. These are some of the issues that we will address during this forum. At the same time, we must seize every opportunity to do more for ourselves to strengthen the indigenous capacity that promotes more effective resilience building. And so we will look at ways to design and put into practice a bold strategy to restructure and reposition our economies for sustained and inclusive growth. To promote growth, we should be thinking about leveraging our advantage in eco, heritage, and adventure tourism. There are segments of increasing appeal, especially after the pandemic, as visitors seek to social distance and get out in the open. This requires incentives to target tourism operators who will invest in these segments of the industry. Across the region, too, consideration should be given to developing a strategy to inspire the creative energies of our people, especially our youth. There are opportunities in music, fashion, dance, carnivals, festivals, health, and educational services. This is of necessity, and it demands meaningful and practical collaboration between the private sector, government, and academic and skills training institutions. Of course, we cannot escape the need to address the burden of debt servicing that the majority of our countries shoulder. We must find ways to access innovative finance, to fund productive activities, and to improve social support programs. Since the majority of our local businesses are small to medium sized, business leaders will need assistance in developing bankable projects that can attract funding at affordable rates. In addition, the observed decline in credit to the private sector after the global crisis must be reversed. During this meeting, we will also hear more on the progress being made with ECLAC's Caribbean Resilience Fund that seeks to leverage long-term affordable financing for climate resilience activities and for debt restructuring. My own St. Vincent and the Grenadines is one of the pilot countries championing this initiative. I look forward to receiving information on the next steps towards establishing this fund. Finally, colleagues and friends, this forum offers us an opportunity to reach out to our development partners and the international community to work in solidarity with us in shaping the road to recovery. I call on the donor community, including multilateral financial institutions and philanthropic organizations, to tangibly support our efforts at long-term recovery resilience building. Let us use the opportunity over the next 2 days for fruitful exchange and to explore workable solutions to address the key issues that we face. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Peters, for your valuable contribution. Distinguished representatives, at the helm of the ICLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean is Ms. Diane Quallis, who has given the highest priority to the Caribbean's development agenda and has steered the ship in making several Caribbean development roundtables, including this one, a reality to the benefit of the sub-region. Distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to welcome Ms. Diane Quallis, Chief of ICLAC's Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, to offer her opening remarks. Welcome, Ms. Quallis.
Thank you, Deputy Permanent Secretary Bradley. Honorable Ministers Matura and Peters of the head table, premiers, honorable ministers, foreign ministers, and ministers of state, both here and online, distinguished representatives of regional organizations and colleagues of the UN system, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to join in welcoming you to our meeting in this beautiful historic city of Paramaribo. I'm truly grateful to our host government for the wonderful hospitality with which we have been treated since our arrival here. And I must add a special word of thanks to Deputy Permanent Secretary Bradley and her team, as well as the combined task force that has been working alongside my team in preparing for this meeting. It takes a lot of effort to make the management of a meeting appear effortless. I also greet you in the name of the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirnax, who assumed duties in Santiago only last week, and so was called to Buenos Aires this week in preparation for the ECLAC session that is to be held there at the end of this month. He regrets not being able to participate in the roundtable, but he will make his address to the CDCC on Friday. This is the first Caribbean Development Roundtable that we have attempted in hybrid fashion, and we have made special effort to ensure that those of you participating virtually feel as much a part of what is happening here, because we are looking forward to your fullest participation, not just your observation. For as you've heard, from the speakers before me, we are meeting at a time of significant challenge in our subregion. COVID-19 has left in its wake a renewed awareness of the need to strengthen fragile health and social welfare systems. Indeed, the governments of the subregion have made valiant investment in shoring up these systems, notwithstanding the decline in revenue and the increasing public debt in service-based, tourism-dependent economies in particular, bringing financial distress from increasingly limited fiscal space and access to financial resources. The heavy dependence on a few sectors and activities has left the region subject to income volatility from excessive shocks. The pandemic-induced retreat of businesses and schools behind closed doors also brought renewed awareness of the inadequacy and the inequity in access to technology and connectivity among our populations. This impact was most severely felt among the poor and the most vulnerable groups, those in rural areas without the required infrastructure or equipment, children of migrants and refugees, persons with disabilities. While we have not yet fully assessed the long-term impact of the pandemic on education, certainly we can measure the economic fallout through the closure of businesses, rising unemployment, the increasingly precarious circumstances of those working in the informal sector. All of these circumstances more recently exacerbated by rising inflation, of which Suriname in recent years has been particularly vulnerable. This reduces the purchasing power of fixed income earners, throwing more of our people into poverty. It also impacts levels of nutrition, particularly among children in poor households, and will find it increasingly difficult to meet food supplies. Inflation has a particularly insidious impact on the economy as it raises the rate of interest on new borrowing and creates a disincentive for investment, either by domestic investors or through foreign direct investment. This is particularly challenging for a subregion where foreign direct investment is an important source of foreign exchange inflows, a source of employment, and a major channel for technology transfer. You have the picture. What then are some of the key lessons that we have learned from the experience of the past 2 years? First, without question, the world has become more interconnected, more digitized, more interdependent. Technology and innovation have inevitably assumed a central role in driving development. Consider, for example, the key role they played in the speedy development of vaccines and improving capacity in the health sector. This suggests that technological capability aimed at producing capital services, whether for domestic consumption or for global exports in new and emerging activities, will be critical to resilience building. Technology and innovation will also be key to creating decent jobs by moving the bulk of the labor force out of the low wage, low productivity activities. This, of course, would require necessary skills training. Secondly, economic and social inequality are fundamental problems that will need to be addressed if we are to ensure more resilient populations and more dynamic and productive labor force. And thirdly, as has already been mentioned this morning, the systemic social and economic vulnerabilities laid bare by COVID-19 were further aggravated and complicated by a full range of environmental challenges, from volcanic eruptions and earthquakes to hurricanes and floods, circumstances that persuade the urgency for renewed effort to take account of the global space, of the depth and challenge posed by the multi-dimensional vulnerabilities with which we must cope in this subregion. And finally, the need for economic diversification, integral to durable recovery and resilience building, demands urgent attention. Of course, financing new sectors and activities and bringing new players into the business sector, including women and youth, will be key. This, of course, requires investment in production and industry, investment in people. In fact, we at ECLAC have long promoted the idea of long-term planning and development of industrial policies aimed at identifying new sectors and actors and new sources of finance. This implies the need for improvement in the business environment with a more dynamic partnership between the government and the private sector. The fundamental takeaway from this is that business as usual can no longer be entertained if the region is to have robust growth with equity and meet the commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. So the time has come for us to find a way forward. It is the reason that the Roundtable this year will be focused on recovery and repositioning. Over the next 2 days, we hope to engage you, influential leaders, experts, and development thinkers in our region, in intense deliberation on some of the issues that we consider to have an essential role to play in restoring the Caribbean to a path of sustained growth and development. The first area of considerable interest is the creation of innovative financing instruments to access finance and development, especially in the areas of need, such as renewable energy and risk insurance. The Caribbean must continue to argue for financing and the repurposing of the IFIs to address real needs for climate resilience, which is integrally linked to debt sustainability. Much of this morning will be devoted to consideration of the initiative we have been pursuing towards the establishment of a Caribbean Resilience Fund in response to the need for the creation of instruments that provide for long-term low-cost financing, so to ease the debt service burden and the liquidity constraints that have been stifling investment in innovation and in resilience in the heavily indebted middle-income countries of our sub-region. We will also have an opportunity to receive comprehensive briefing on the development of the multidimensional vulnerability index that should, if successful, make the case decisively regarding the need to address the financing gap of vulnerable states. Such an index, with its emphasis on structural vulnerabilities and resilience, reopens the discussion on the difficulty of accessing concessional financing by so-called upper and middle income countries based on the per capita income metric alone. Access to low-cost finance in a timely fashion is absolutely imperative for recovery and resilience building in SIDS. We are also using this opportunity to review the statistical capacity of the region, since if we are to benefit meaningfully from the establishment of this multidimensional vulnerability index intended to calibrate the degree of our multidimensional vulnerability, we will need the data to construct that index. So the success of the MVI for SIDS depends heavily on our ability to deliver robust and relevant data. We will conclude our discussions at this year's Roundtable with reflections on the continued importance of global partnership, since we cannot walk this path alone. We face challenges of limited financial and human resources, limited technological capability, and huge capacity gaps. Recovery and repositioning cannot be achieved without the engaged support of the donor community and the regional and international development institutions. We need to begin to give more than lip service to South-South cooperation, which is why the final panel revisits the prospects for widening and deepening integration in our own region, while not discounting the importance of doing for ourselves through strategies for economic diversification and structural transformation. Let us invest more in development of the institutional infrastructure to facilitate industrial transformation and export promotion that will contribute to re-energizing growth. Let us invest in science and technology, in innovation, in entrepreneurship, all these in partnership and with the support of the international community. These distinguished representatives are the issues that we have put before you for dialogue over the next 2 days. I look forward to rich and robust exchange with you all, and I make a special appeal to participants online to make their voices heard during this debate, for we are all together equally invested in ensuring a vibrant future for our beloved sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Qualls, for your warm words, also towards the organization of this meeting. You know, Ms. Qualls is an influencer. She really talked to us, otherwise this meeting would have been virtual. But we're here today, and that is thanks to her influential skills. Distinguished delegates, this concludes the official opening of the meeting. I now turn the proceedings over to Minister Keishel Peters, who will chair the 7th CDR. Minister Peters, over to you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives, I invite you to consider the first substantive item of our agenda, which is addressing vulnerability, debt, and liquidity in the Caribbean. At the heart of the Caribbean's challenge to address sustainable development are the issues of vulnerability, debt, and liquidity. With these challenges in mind, ECLAC has been working assiduously on the establishment of the Caribbean Resilience Fund, a mechanism intended to create much-needed fiscal space while mobilizing innovative financing for investing in adaptation and mitigation initiatives towards the development of green industries. This initiative is timely as Caribbean economies urgently need long-term, readily accessible and affordable financing solutions for investments in recovery and to promote resilience, structural transformation, and growth. Distinguished delegates, I am pleased to now invite Mr. Sheldon McLean, Coordinator of the Economic Development Unit, ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, to present on addressing vulnerability, debt, and liquidity in the Caribbean.
Blaine, am I controlling the slide? So always did I remove it? But I guess we'll find out in a bit. Thanks very much. I think given this is my first intervention, I would like to thank member states for taking the opportunity to engage in ECLAC at the seventh meeting of the CDR. I would like to acknowledge the presence of my dear friend, Minister Baptiste from St. Lucia, Minister Peters, who so eloquently discussed the broad spectrum of work undertaken by ECLAC. I mean, you did a better job than I could have as the coordinator of economic development. Premier Farrell, Premier Webster, I think, all other ambassadors, heads of organizations, heads of delegations, particularly the ASG and DSG of CARICOM, who we are fully engaged with in our work program and specific issues, particularly those related to resilience building and debt reduction. I felt it necessary to embrace the seventh CDR, to broaden the regional discourse on debt, high levels of debt of the Caribbean member states, the issues of liquidity, which have been exacerbated by the pandemic, and the spillover impacts of the Russia and UK conflict, and also the key idea a notion of access to finance, particularly climate finance, access to concessional resources that Caribbean member states now in need as they seek to recover from the pandemic, regain at least in short order 2019 levels of GDP, and also fund the economic restructuring, the necessary economic restructuring. The broad body of work conducted by ECLAC over the last decade or so under the stewardship of our director, Dan Qualis, and ably assisted by our deputy director, Dylan Ali, has revealed that what the Caribbean is essentially grappling with in this era is a resilience building challenge, reacting to our climate vulnerability and climate resilience building after the adaptation and the mitigation measures, and how do we fund and also economic resilience. How do we build the economic resilience of Caribbean member states so that external shocks, exogenous shocks, like the COVID pandemic, don't necessarily have that decided impact, where economic contraction in the region in 2020 was upward of 7%, 7.6% on average. And if Guyana is removed from that weighted average, it's well over 11%. There's some level of differences between member states, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in St. Lucia will highlight that their economy contracted by 25%. We're talking about quarter of the GDP, and that followed a negative growth in 2019 of just under 1%. And these are the stark figures that we are attempting to address. In order to achieve this ever elusive resilience building, there are three key hurdles which the region must work together to scale. And these are essentially addressing the high levels of debt stress of Caribbean member states, engaging financing, broad-based structural transformation and economic diversification, and improving its access to development finance. Okay, let's try. No. Should go back. I knew this. So let's go to the second slide, which is the outline. So I guess you all can control. I'll be back. Second slide, which would be, the motto behind the drive of the Caribbean's Resilience Building Challenge has four major components: extreme climate vulnerability, unsustainably high debt, inability to finance the necessary economic restructuring, and limited access to finance, climate finance, affordable resources, in order to address 1 to 3. So this has dictated the structure of the presentation, engaging in a discourse of the climate vulnerability, going a bit deeper into the analysis and the data, so we can essentially understand the Herculean task that member states are faced with. I'm looking at the macroeconomic landscape, but essentially more our debt dynamic, and also a bit touching on the issue of the structural change, which will be engaged in a more deeper discussion in panel 5, which engages in regional integration and structural change. And also our progress with the Caribbean Resilience Fund, which seeks to address all of these challenges in parallel, and has been structured in such a way. Next slide. Right. I think between the year 2000 and 2019, the Caribbean has been responsible for between 0.11 and 0.19% of global carbon emissions. Yet they find themselves at the sharp end of the impact of climate change, being the most vulnerable sub-region to hurricanes, sea level rises, floods and droughts. And you need to understand that countries like Antigua and Barbuda, they are challenged by drought and also coral bleaching, to name a few. The chart on the right classifies 6 sub-regions based on the degree of vulnerability to climate change. If you examine in detail a comparison between different sub-regions, that the Caribbean has the most number of economies that are considered highly vulnerable or extremely vulnerable to climate change. And next. In plowing through the semantic labyrinth that has become climate finance, it is important to first examine the notion of that financing gap. And this chart provides an interesting examination. If we were to look at the Caribbean's NDC's financial needs, the NDC's implementation financial needs for between 2015 and 2030, expressed as a percentage of GDP, which provides a useful reference point, we find that the disparity ranges from 10% of GDP to 120% of GDP in the case of Suriname. The dots, the blue dots, examine the financing commitments by the international community, expressed as a percentage of the country needs. So we see no country has commitments beyond 26% of its entire need. The difference provides an idea of the gap. The median gap gives us 800 million US. And this does not include Haiti, which will definitely push us up to $1 billion. So that's the type of climate finance the region requires. We're talking about in the range of billions, and we'll discuss this a bit further. Also, disbursements in the Caribbean with respect to climate finance have been notoriously lagged behind. Next slide. Research conducted by ECLA using data from 1970 to 2017 has found that the climate disasters are more frequent and more costly when compared to other sub-regions. In 2017, the ECLA conducted damage and loss assessment for 4 economies: Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, the Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, due to the hurricanes. And we found that the damage and losses were in the region of 1.7 billion US. 5Cs has estimated that damage and losses due to climate-related disasters can rise to 11 billion annually by 2025. And this rebuilding generally in the region is financed by the acquisition of additional debt. Next slide. Going into COP27, despite that we expect this to be a negotiated outcome, there has been a general coalescing among some key positions that are central to the Caribbean, and by extension the SIDS community in general. And this is a scaling up or developing a new adaptation financing target, improving the disbursement of already promised climate finance, which was committed to in the area of 100 million US for developing countries per year. And that's important. Providing additional financing and also a mechanism to address damage and loss financing. And providing risk financing for the Caribbean region. We'll discuss in the panel later today with the CRIF, and as we go further into unpacking the Caribbean Resilience Fund and itemizing where we are now, the issue of parametric insurance and how key this is for the region moving forward. Next slide. So we're going to go now, let's go to examine the macroeconomic landscape. And this is a very interesting chart. Let me break it up. The size of the bubble examines or depicts the level of growth. So we find Guyana has the largest bubble. The color of orange suggests that's positive growth, white, negative growth in 2021. So we have St. Kitts and Nevis and Suriname having negative growth of 3.9 and 2%. We also have fiscal balances. So below the X, yes, that would be the X-axis. We would see where there are negative balances, fiscal balances generated by member states. And as we go further along the X-axis, we then look at the levels of debt expressed as a percentage of GDP. What we're seeing is that Caribbean member states have consistently generated negative fiscal balances, averaging 6.5% in 2020 and improving to 3.9% of GDP, which is still significant in 2021. We also realize that there are 13 of the 15 Caribbean community member states which have debt to GDP ratios above 60%, which is the accepted sustainability threshold. And more importantly, there are a cluster of economies, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, St. Lucia, which in addition to having high levels of debt, and maybe Trinidad and Tobago can be included in that list, of high levels of debt, all over 80% of GDP, which is worrying, but also have generated negative fiscal balances, which has implications for further borrowing. So we expect the debt of the region to continue to rise. Debt to GDP, or the debt burden of the region, is now on average just over 84% of GDP. And we also expect that if Guyana is excluded, with growth in 2021 be 3%, and we expect maybe slower growth given the global uncertainty or uncertainties in the global environment, the Ukraine-Russia conflict having an impact on inflation, also having an impact on global bottlenecks, which are affecting value chain, transportation costs. We expect that in 2022, the Caribbean member state, if Guyana is excluded, will achieve real GDP that is still 5% lower than 2019. The implications here is not only that Caribbean member states are decidedly negatively impacted by external shocks, but also their time of recovery is usually impacted, which suggests the need for building economic resilience. and engaging in broad-based economic restructuring. The challenges that the region faces is not only its high debt stock, but shrinking fiscal space for engaging in restructuring and financing measures that can diversify its economy and improve its competitiveness, taking advantage of sectors where we have emerging competitiveness, engaging in the financing of an internal financing or domestic financing of our climate adaptation and mitigation initiative. But the high cost of future flows, and we'll discuss this a bit later. And again, the limited access to affordable finance. There are few Caribbean member states that have access to IDA, maybe at best 3, and even in that case, it's blended. Next. We can see here the heterogeneity of the structure of the Caribbean debt, which again makes a one-size-fits-all approach or solution to the debt challenge improbable, and I dare say infeasible. So we understand that any mechanism created by ECLA and advanced for the acceptance of the Caribbean community has to have, by necessity, some built-in variable geometry. You also have to understand, given the structure of the relationship between debt and growth, the structure of our growth, the level of a high debt, that any climate-related natural disaster, like a hurricane, any external shock, like the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the conflict in Europe, brings each Caribbean country that much closer to the fist fight in a phone booth that is insolvency. It's also important to note, looking at the slide, the chart to the left, that the Caribbean's debt profile is increasingly dominated by private debt. When we are talking here, the high interest bond market, again, solution can have engaged in a discussion with the high rollover cost, the issues of trying to sell these bonds to the same pool, the impact it has on its fiscal space. And what is notable here is that declining attention being paid by Caribbean member states to bilateral and multilateral, to the extent that Paris Club debt is only significant for Antigua and Barbuda, and a lesser extent Dominica, in ensuring that ECLA, in its effort to implement its Caribbean Resilience Fund and engage in some debt restructuring, debt profiling, will have by necessity to engage in actively engage with a broad spectrum of debtors, creditors, and also to ensure that the approach does not send a negative message to the market, particularly if you're addressing private debt. Next slide. Another key metric is the high debt servicing cost of the region, which averages just under 24% of government revenue. So every 25 cents of every dollar earned by Caribbean member states is spent on debt servicing requirements. And this can be as high as 77% for Antigua and Barbuda. The pandemic in itself in 2020 increased debt servicing costs across the Caribbean by 4%. increasing the financial vulnerability of Caribbean member states. What is important here is that in searching for that panacea to address the issues of high debt and vulnerability and economic restructuring for Caribbean member states to build their resilience, we have found because this initiative, the CRF, started off broadly as a broad-based debt for climate adaptation swap. What we found is that there's very little appetite from the international community to fund the facility debt for climate adaptation swap. There's very little appetite for deep cuts by creditors in their debt. We have found also that a lot of the Caribbean's debt is trading at par and above par. We have found that the inclination or the appetite again for using SDR, which a rate of 0.05%, redistributing idle SDRs, creating new SDRs in order to assist the member state, that these broadening access to IED, these are not hung that have a hunt here in the Caribbean, forcing ECLAC to adopt more innovative measures, forcing us for our CRF to evolve over time. And I think you can go to the next slide. I resisted, next slide. Yeah, I resisted the temptation to engage in a discussion of regional integration and economic restructuring here, because there'll be a fulsome discussion on this issue in panel 5. But we need to understand key things. There's been a downward structural shift in growth in the Caribbean, where during the period 2009 to 2020, average growth in the region was 0%. For the decade prior to the financial crisis, average growth in the region was just around 4%. Debt, if you look at debt levels across those two periods, and that in intertemporal analysis is crucial, that across those two time periods, the average debt to GDP ratio for Caribbean member states has been over 70%. So we have a nexus of increasing debt and lowering growth. There are also other causal relationships between the climate vulnerability and growth, climate vulnerability and resilience building and growth. These are relationships which ECLAC intend to study in a fulsome manner. The low growth of the Caribbean member state has been pegged back by inadequate investment in upgrading infrastructure and technology to improve competitiveness of key sectors, the tourism sector, and that is the key idea that Professor Vanis James speaks to, that we need to move towards the increasing, optimizing our exports of capital services. Also, the agriculture sector and manufacturing sector. And these are issues we'll engage in a deeper discourse tomorrow. This has resulted in persistent trade deficits, goods and services, which has further increased the debt to GDP ratio, which essentially is growing because of the interest rate average growth gap between in member states. That our debt, the numerator, is growing at a faster rate than the denominator, our GDP. And these are two issues that need to be addressed collectively. Now to the Caribbean Resilience Fund. There's some member states. Next slide. So let's provide an update. There's some member states, and I'm looking at some key partners that have been in the trenches, rolling up their sleeves with ECLAC over the last 6 years. The initiative started as a broad-based debt for climate adaptation swap. Our ambition came from maybe the fact that at the time ECLAC was essentially a think tank. We felt that there may have been some benevolent donors out there that would want to forgive a broad segment, chunk of the Caribbean's debt, which at that stage in 2019 was just about 52 billion, and we felt within the context of global financing that necessarily wasn't a lot. We felt that we could have engaged in discussions with donors who will understand that we are climate vulnerable, small economies that need to restructure, that have unsustainably high debt. And we found that having broad-based discussions with our major creditors, no one was willing to spill any blood to assist the region in this endeavor. The key question became, whose blood will be spilled? We then slowly had to move away from the Caribbean Resilience Fund being a mechanism to challenge these resources for debt reduction, to becoming the major vehicle for this debt reduction. We also had to move away from the idea of debt swap to some level of debt reprofiling, hoping that we can swing back on the back end to address this stock. The COVID pandemic shifted the focus from merely a consideration of the level of debt stock to liquidity issues. And as such, our initiative had to respond and become nimble. So let's discuss some of the major features, bespoke features that we have now built into the CRF, to the extent that we are getting traction from financiers, from the international community, from member states, to the extent that we are actually on the ground, in the game, in debt reprofiling, and on our course with the assistance of key regional institutions, particularly the CARICOM Secretariat and the Caribbean Development Fund, where we believe that we can establish the CRF, launch the CRF next year. A word of caution, we understand now that we are at the deep end, and that's usually where the sharks are swimming. With respect to capitalization, initial capitalization that we believe we are trying to generate, to establish the two windows, which are clearly outlined in the slide, is 10.6 billion. Our work has and will continue to be data heavy, empirical based. We looked at the relationship between debt and growth in the region, and we found there's a negative relation. As you increase your debt, it has a negative depressionary effect on your growth. We calculated the elasticity, and we felt that you needed to reduce regions debt stock by 12.2 percentage points in order to get a 1% positive bump in sustainable growth. Using that figure, the debt restructuring element of the CRF, using 2019 figures, would be 6.9 billion. With respect to the resilience building component, essentially at first we had two windows, one for climate resilience and one for economic resilience. And at our high level meeting in July in Antigua and Barbuda, there was a broad-based discourse where it was believed that if we pack too much into the resilience building window, it would be seen as not necessarily addressing climate vulnerability, but providing a catch-all for all levels of economic financing, which donors may not have an interest in, especially if it has there are some private sector elements, providing concessionary finance. The general feeling that would make window 1 too heavy to fly. So we streamlined window 1. And we felt that the major areas of focus, as outlined there, should be energy security, essentially diversifying the region's energy portfolio mix, transitioning to renewable energy, and the ultimate goal being reduce broad-based reduction in energy costs for the region, which could fuel a new industrialization process. Pulled up and scaled up insurance. The feeling is that hurricane insurance, disaster insurance was bought individually at the household level, which made it extremely expensive. But even in the region, that purchasing insurance, parametric insurance, again, may have been done piecemeal at the country level, and that we need to have a regional approach, which can probably have a depressionary effect on the price. Our colleague from CRIF will have an extensive discourse in panel 1 on parametric insurance. But again, this is one of the bespoke measures that we have enshrined in our CRF: water security and management, food security and agriculture, and also the nexus with tourism. We felt that these 5 areas will allow us to engage in some level of economic restructuring while staying true to the idea of building climate resilience. Let's look at window 2. Before we go there, we should talk about that the CRF, Urban Resilience Fund, will now be housed at the CDF, CARICOM Development Fund. It will be managed by a consortium of agencies, including 5 Cs, ECLA, CARICOM Secretariat, and the CDB, which we see having a key role in providing the loan guarantee. So let's unpack a bit the debt restructure element. Feeling in our efforts, and Belize can talk about their success with respect to debt swap, which probably shaved about 20 percentage points of their debt to GDP ratio. We are now engaging in liability management operations, which is essentially debt reprofiling, swapping out high interest short-term debt, and engaging in member states. We're looking at between 7 and 9%. From member states, between 9 and 12% of other member states that are growing at 2 and 3 and at best 5%. Again, ensuring that their debt becomes unsustainable and that their burden increases over time. We are engaging now. We have developed a strategic relationship with Credit Suisse, which will be underwriting these green bonds, which we use to pay off, buy out these line items, negotiating with each member state, line by line, to determine which forms of which line of debt we're going to buy out with this lower debt. We anticipate for some member states, DLMO can be 200 million, 250 million. Another member state 400 million. Another member state as much as $500 million. We're hoping that in the first tranche, which may cover the initial pilot countries of Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia and St. Grenadines, we've covered in Belize, Jamaica, Suriname, all of which have term sheets. Antigua and Barbuda has pulled the trigger, and we are actually now engaging in the discussions and negotiations of its LMO, which we believe can be done in 6 months, maybe within the first quarter of 2022. 2023. St. Lucia is on board. They have had a bilateral with the major principals for the suite. Such in Washington yesterday. That discussion went well, and again, Alva Batista in that regard. We are also negotiating debt guarantee, which has had a compressionary effect on the interest rate. And the IDB is actively involved, CDB, and some other agencies, which at this stage I would want to divulge. But debt guarantee, which has shaved a few percentage points over the bracket of interest rate, is also a key feature here. Parametric insurance, and we have the insurers on board engaging in that element, that feature being built in. Again, that has an impact on the interest rate as well. And also, we are ensuring that the fiscal space derived from this debt restructuring, which some of the numbers we have run, can reduce the debt servicing cost by 50%. So if you're paying 100 million US OEC on the levels of debt that we are swapping out, addressing, reprofiling, your debt servicing cost can fall by as much as 50%, meaning that you have 50 million in order to play with in fiscal space. The duration of these green bonds, which you're going to use to buy out the debt, would be 20 years with a 5-year moratorium. And 50% or half of the fiscal space derived will then have to be committed to climate change or green investment, all of which will have to be identified beforehand and hopefully will be consistent with the 5 areas outlined in window 1. Window 1 will focus on structural change and energy transition and moving project ideas to project proposal. Member states have been engaging in examining their term sheets, and hopefully the 5 member states beyond Antigua and Barbuda will sign off on them and we can move forward. We are hoping again that the level of debt reprofiling and the first tranche can be as high as 1.5 billion. And this is the level of debt reprofiling and improving solvency, addressing solvency and liquidity issues that may be unparalleled in the region within recent times. So next slide. You can read the slide and see some of the major areas of focus that we're going to look at in window 1. But what's more important is examining interest rate. In our discussions with St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda and St. Vincent, at least 2 months ago, before the normalizing process and shifting in global monetary policy to address inflation kicked in, the 10-year US Treasury rate is now 3.8%. And we all know what has been going on in that regard. If we pack on some basis points for the loan guarantee premium, the parametric insurance premium, the operations of the SPV, which will have to be their fundamental part of implementing, the rating cost, and also the closing cost, the interest rates can go up now to around 6.5%. And it's upward from 5.8% discussion we were having on the margins of heads in July. If all these costs are bundled into the initiative, the interest rate can be 6.5%. If the member states undertake to pay these costs up front, the interest rates can be 6.2%. But you also have to understand that we have built in 30 basis points of water in our analysis. So in the final analysis, the interest rates could be a bit lower. But also if it's pulled up to the level of over $1 billion, that the mere size and economies of scale may allow the interest rates to be lower. So we're still looking at interest rates of around 6%, upward of 6%, where some other SIDS and developing economies are still getting monies available at the SDR rate. And that is something we would need to reconcile. Next slide. This essentially just shows how the debt restructuring is going to work. We're going to establish, through each government, going to establish an SPV. The SPV will acquire the bond, whether it's 200, 250, 500 billion. We would then use that money through the SPV to pay down or buy out the line items of debt we have analyzed, we have itemized in the first instance, possibly over a 2-year period, because we don't want to send any negative signals to the international community, which may affect credit rating. Bearing in mind is that when Belize did it, debt swap, their rating improved, and we expect that this liability management operation to have a similar effect on Caribbean member states, which again will lower their future borrowing costs. Next one. The financing instrument will cover short, medium, and long-term financing, focusing on economic restructuring, building out the future economy, and debt reduction. Blended finance, concessional financing, and infrastructure bonds, very important tool. The debt reprofiling, and subsequently debt climate swaps. We believe we can have some of that on the back end. And consideration from a tax perspective should be given to establishment of a SIDS capital market, which is something we're discussing. But it's important here to understand that the reallocation of idle SDR can provide a key source of funding for debt reduction in the LMO and the CRF. And we would like to solicit the support of the member states when they engage with the multilateral, the IMF, the World Bank, other major development partners, that we signal to them the need for a serious consideration of SDR. And given, and essentially it's the level of interest rate, can definitely have a positive impact in the cost of borrowing for Caribbean member states. Next slide. We're coming to the end here. Our key recommendations, and you can read them. Addressing the Caribbean's debt stock. Essentially, we are stuck addressing liquidity and solvency issues, but not necessarily the stock of debt. In terms of some cuts, haircuts, being enshrined in any discussion moving forward. And also a mechanism for broad-based climate debt adaptation swap. Encouraging the IMF and the World Bank to engage with member states on ECLAC with respect to providing loan guarantees for the LMOs beyond the agencies that we have interested in providing these guarantees, which again will lower the interest rate. I think if there's a broad-based acceptance on the part of the multilaterals, that an intervention in this regard would be key to assisting Caribbean member states. Last slide. Moving forward, we expect to engage our major interlocutors, 5Cs, the CDF, ECLAC, CARICOM Secretariat, the members of the consortium, and also the CARICOM Competition Commission. We'll probably be hosting a meeting of the consortium to trash out some key areas to determine how we move forward. We're going to have to engage, and we have here representatives from the private sector, the head of the TTME from Ramesh, who agreed to engage in a discussion on regional integration and diversification and integration into Latin America and the Caribbean. But again, these are the private sector entities, and maybe the local banks, which have the Caribbean local banks, which have a certain level of liquidity, which could provide an important source of financing. We are currently engaging in development of the articles of agreement for the CRF. That work is in advance, and I think can be finished by the end of the year, and that is key. I guess we can have the co-TED and the co-FAB review. We are hoping that once we have the article of agreement and we have all our analysis and a clear idea how we're moving forward and the support from member states and the term sheets for the geriatric profiling for each of the 5 or 6 member states which have indicated an interest, that we can present that information in a coherent manner to a special meeting of the COFA, which will allow for a broader consideration of the CRF at the next meeting of heads, maybe in January, or intersessional, or in July. And again, we have some ministers, some premiers, ambassadors, senior players, senior ambassador from Suriname here, who we would like to engage in our broader high-level meeting or high-level team to ensure that our messaging is consistent moving forward when having these discussions with the international community and the major creditors. I think we could end there and maybe engage in a discussion or any questions and answers. I hope that the message has been clear, and I'm definitely willing to have a broader discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLean, for your comprehensive update on the CRF. Distinguished delegates, before proceeding to the panel discussion for this session, we will adjourn for a 30-minute break, a coffee break. And at the start of that break, we will ask all delegates to gather for the official family photo. And then the meeting will resume at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly invite you to make your way outside.
Following Mr. McLean's detailed presentation on the status of ECLAC's Caribbean Resilience Fund, we will now proceed to the discussion component of the theme, addressing vulnerability, debt, and liquidity in the Caribbean. Our focus for this panel will be to consider the initiatives under ECLAC's Caribbean Resilience Fund in the context of identifying vulnerability, debt, and liquidity challenges. This panel will be moderated by Professor Vanus James, Professor of Economics of Trinidad and Tobago. I now turn the proceedings over to Professor James to lead this discussion. Professor James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister Peters, and welcome back from the break to the delegates. I have in my hand here an extremely distinguished panel of finance experts, especially. That's what's striking about the panel. So let me put their work in context for you. When we set up the CDB and the CDF in the region, we were not thinking a lot then about the challenges posed by the changing climate. And now we find ourselves with huge financing gaps that Sheldon identified, coming mainly out of this business of climate adaptation. Now, what we want to think about here is that if we put a sound development process in place, from time to time, it would be shaken by random shocks, including climate shocks, environmental shocks, economic and social shocks, and so on. And that leads to a lot of the indebtedness that the Resilience Fund is concerned to address. Now, our ability, and this was pointed out by the high-level expert team handling the multi-dimensional vulnerability index, the ability to withstand those shocks depends on the quality of the development process we put in place. That's the substance of the idea of resilience. And the central part of that is what Sheldon was trying to address with his Resilience Fund. It's tied to the capacity of the economies to raise productivity, grow productivity, and generate savings in the hands of the private sector and in the hands of the government. Central to his concerns is the capacity of the governments to generate surpluses in the economy to fund the challenges raised by climate adaptation. What we have in our hands here now is a panel that has dedicated its time, its career to addressing these financing issues. I have Dr. Angus Friday, who is the Blue Economy Director of the Waite Institute. And Sheldon gave me his bio. And in that bio, he indicates that his primary skill is that of harnessing finance to deal with matters like what we are grappling with in this climate adaptation environment, natural resource, natural capital conservation, and issues like that. Dr. Angus has served the region well over more than a decade or so, and we look forward to his contribution. We also have, as a panelist, the Minister for External Affairs, Mr. Batiste, External Affairs, Internal Trade, and Civil Aviation of St. Lucia. And he lists his capabilities as having to do with civil aviation and transportation expertise. And he holds a bachelor's degree in business administration. So he brings some capabilities to consider this issue of financing in that context as well. And then we have Elizabeth Emmanuel, who also indicates that she has substantial capabilities in financing tied to development planning, environmental management, climate change, adaptation, and so on. And finally, we have Wilburn Prasad, who's also well known across the region for his capacity to address issues of finance tied to sustainable development and so on. So we have put together a distinguished panel of regional experts who will be able to shed some serious light for us on how to tie our vulnerability to shocks, debt, and liquidity issues of surplus capacity in the hands of government to deal with the challenges of climate adaptation and the general effects of these debilitating shocks that we run up against from time to time in the region. Let me begin then by inviting Dr. Friday to enlighten us on the matter of vulnerability, debt, and liquidity in the Caribbean space. Dr. Friday.
Well, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. And let me just take this opportunity to also thank the previous speakers for their interventions. And I think in both by Ms. Wallace and by Mr. McLean, I think they basically covered the key, a number of the key aspects that we're going to be touching upon, and gave very impressive presentations indeed. I wonder whether you can actually see my screen.
Go ahead, Angus, we can.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Angus Friday. I serve as the Blue Economy Director at the Waite Institute, but I'm speaking very much in a personal capacity on this issue. I think we all understand very well, some of the key issues, the causative factors related to economic vulnerability. Things such as small domestic markets, narrow natural resource base, and so on. We also accept that small island developing states in the Caribbean and elsewhere are also highly open economies, and therefore are vulnerable to economic volatility, and that infrastructure costs are not being divisible. If you've got to build and repair an international airport or a port, those costs are pretty standard, whether you're a population of 100,000 people or 10 million people. So they don't scale down with a small scale in population. The environmental vulnerability has also been well discussed already. Fragile natural environments, climate change, of course, an increasing problem, especially in the Caribbean. We're reflecting not just on this hurricane season, but what we saw particularly in 2017 and year after year, the challenges of climate change and this lack of resilience. So these are not my words. These are actually these two slides from the OECD. So when we try to understand vulnerability, high debt, and liquidity, we see that there is an iterative and circular relationship amongst them. Vulnerability together with exogenous shocks leading to certain setbacks. These setbacks basically sending us into higher debt, which then leaves us with liquidity issues. And there is a feedback loop between these, of course. More liquidity issues you have, the more you have to go into debt. And it was said earlier on that increasingly we're seeing that debt being placed with the private sector, which sometimes can be less forgiving as opposed to bilateral debt. And so small size is contributing to vulnerability. Exogenous shocks such as climate impacts, financial shocks, pandemic, as we saw recently, and other shocks are all contributing to these setbacks that we're facing. And this coupled with low levels of resilience, can take these hazards and turn them into the sort of setbacks that we're seeing. The high debt obviously are related to these setbacks, but in addition to that, things like fossil fuel dependence, business as usual fiscal management, lack of concessional funding, and the lack of innovative finance, all contributing to some of these challenges. And not surprisingly, when we look at growth in small developing states, the IMF uses small developing states as opposed to small island developing states, but includes island developing states. We see that small developing states, where the star is, in the last 4 decades, growth has been minimal compared with other emerging markets and other developing countries, and compared with the world average. And you can see it here as well. Small developing states is below the world average. Let's think of a couple of impacts. A lot has been said on climate already. So let's just look at the global financial crisis and COVID. And what you can see in the top left-hand graph, there's that black dotted line is showing the moment of impact, be it the global financial crisis or COVID, and is showing how growth has been impacted. And so the orange line shows the global financial crisis, and then you can look at the blue line for COVID. And the blue line gives you the mean for small developing states. But when you look at that actual interquartile, so the two, statistically, the 25% below and 25% above the median, that 25% below, you're actually seeing that the level of impact for small developing states compared to low-income countries, compared to middle-income countries, and compared to fragile states even. So small developing states, including those of us in the Caribbean, are being adversely impacted by climate, by COVID, by all of these exogenous shocks. In addition to that, recovery times are much longer. So we're seeing that if we were to look at the one for SIDS, for example, particularly as it relates to COVID, we're looking at recovery times of 3 years for many, sometimes as much as 6 years. Now compare that with what we're seeing for lesser, lower income countries, for middle income countries, and for fragile states. So, we're using this data from the IMF, and this is the Independent Evaluation Office of the IMF commenting on how the IMF does its work, and is saying that the impact of these exogenous shocks on small developing states are much greater, and they go on to point out that actually not enough is actually being done. Now let's compare that with some data from the OECD, and it shows that at the time when we're having a lot of these troubles as small developing states, official development assistance is actually falling both in absolute and in relative terms. The increase you see around 2010, that's actually related to specific support for Haiti, but overall, that line is trending downwards. And you can see that as well here, looking at ODA flows to small developing states compared to least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and fragile and conflicted affected. The OECD is saying that SIDS are losing out on ODA. And when we sort of combine this with work from the IMF, they're saying, listen, for small developing states, we need to achieve macroeconomic stability. We need to have diversified and resilient economies if we are to get sustained growth. Growth rates are persistently lagging behind other groups for small developing states and for SIDS. The impacts of global financial crisis and COVID-19 will be much greater. And the IMF needs to be providing much more granular advice and guidance on diversification policies. So what are some of the lessons that we can take away from it? Now, we know that, yes, we're having more climate impacts. We have these other so-called black swan events, global financial crisis and pandemic being one. We don't know what other black swan, totally unimagined events are to come our way. The lessening access and availability of concessional funds. Debt is increasing. There's less fiscal space for resilience, as our chair just pointed out. Less fiscal space for that diversification, which can actually help us to increase growth. So we, of course, need to do a lot more on vulnerability metrics. So we very much welcome this idea of this multidimensional vulnerability index and linking that to concessional finance. As we know, however, efforts have been ongoing, in this regard, not just in the last 5 years, but for decades. But we certainly increased, particularly given the recent impetus from the UN Secretary General that these efforts should continue. In the meantime, we also have that need for greater resilience, greater fiscal responsibility laws that would allow governments to sort of not bend to political pressures, on spending. And we have a need for growth, need therefore for diversification and innovation and innovative finance. So coming back to our model, we see that new finance, and I'll wrap up now. New finances, particularly, things like the Caribbean Resilience Fund, equity financing, having greater integrated markets can really help us with those, dealing with, if we are to get out of this, cycle, this downward spiral. So we very much welcome the idea for the Caribbean Resilience Fund, which can help with some of this. I think a lot of it's already been described, so I won't spend any more time on it. But just to say that the pathway outlined by Sheldon in his presentation seemed very sensible. And so given not just what we are saying, what the IMF and what the OECD is saying, there are lots of arguments as to why we need this, why we need it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angus. You took up my entire 4 minutes of discretionary time, but it was worthwhile. We'll alert the other presenters that your official limit is 7 minutes. Angus took my 4, so I don't have any more to spare for you. So Minister Peters, Minister Batiste,
apology.
I will hold you to the 7 minutes, but we will look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am not sure brevity exists in the DNA of politicians, but I'm going to take a course in compression, so I may navigate it with some lightning rapidity. But before I proceed with this brief intervention, I would like to recognize important personalities in this room. Premiers, I recognize my colleague ministers, Ms. Cortes, the Chief Clerk, Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, the academics in this room, other distinguished personalities of this August Assembly, personalities who have shown distinction in the world of thought and practice. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters in the hope for a better tomorrow for our region. I am mindful of the fact that I address you at a time when we are navigating a very turbulent world, pregnant with the seeds of our region's continued marginalization. And I listened attentively to the presentations before, and I have actually achieved a very important objective, that of finding a ready compass to chart my course. And so I'm happy to share my thoughts on how St. Lucia's vulnerability, debt and liquidity challenges have severely constrained St. Lucia's efforts in doing three things: recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, raising the financing required to strengthen the resilience of the economy, and to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030. As a small island developing state, St. Lucia has been impacted by permanent external shocks, and of course, some on a more temporary basis, in which the sector eventually recovers over time. In the 1980s to the 1990s, the economy of St. Lucia was driven mainly by agriculture, where we exported bananas under some preferential arrangement to the UK market. And bananas in the heyday was the leading economic sector, accounting to about 12.35% of real GDP in 1988, at the time known as green gold. It employed thousands of farmers and contributed to rural stability and to a significant multiplier effect and the impact on the rest of the economy. So if we look at in terms of its impact, we would see in terms of transport, storage, and communication accounting for 15.4% of GDP, reflecting increase in transportation associated with the supply chain of the banana industry. Construction, another very important aspect that contributed or accounted for 8.7% of GDP, related to the construction of houses of farmers. Farmers built the biggest houses in St. Lucia at the time. And the wholesale and retail, which was driven by increased consumption by farmers. Obviously, the end of that preferential arrangement precipitated a very different scenario, contributed to massive permanent decline in banana subsector, which now accounts for 0.5% of GDP. St. Lucia continues to reel from this permanent shock, which has created major structural problems in the economy of St. Lucia and exposed St. Lucia to its overdependence on that single crop called bananas. As the banana sector declined, the tourism sector was embraced as a significant engine of economic growth. Tourism share of GDP has now increased from about 8% in the 1980s to over 20% in 2019. We have, however, witnessed a different pattern of growth since the decline of the banana industry and the growth of tourism. This new pattern of growth is associated with lower multiplier effect, a greater leakages through imports as a result of the demands of the tourism sector. The results, greater income inequality, as wages in hotel sector are far below the income farmers earn from bananas. Similarly, construction growth has been more fueled by the construction of hotels as opposed to the individuals in the country contributing to that particular growth. Hence, the emergence of tourism as a dominant sector in St. Lucia's economy has also created new vulnerabilities to global shocks. And as we saw with COVID, when the world lost its appetite for travel and tourism, the economy of St. Lucia contracted by 24.4%, almost like a product of spontaneous combustion. The food and accommodation sector experienced a decline of 66.9%. COVID starkly exposed structural weaknesses and rigidities in the St. Lucian economy. A major lesson learned is the pressing need to reduce our over-reliance on the tourism sector and to build a more diversified economy to strengthen our economic resilience. COVID-19 also caused a major supply chain bottleneck, globally resulting in an increase in the imports of food, for example. So given our heavy reliance on the importation of food, food prices increased significantly, resulting in increased cost of living for everybody in the country. This underscores the need for St. Lucia to accelerate its food security program to reduce the over-reliance on food imports and improve the balance of payments. The fragility of St. Lucia's economic structure has been further exposed by the increase in oil prices and inflation caused by the ongoing war in Ukraine. As an oil importer, this has resulted in increased trade deficit and balance of payments. This calls for diversification of our energy supply options. Hence, there is a pressing need for St. Lucia to urgently develop a renewable energy sector so that we can build resilience, we can be more competitive as we try to reintegrate our country in a rapidly changing global environment. Only last week, OPEC took a decision to cut oil production by 2 million barrels per day. This will result in oil prices remaining high in the foreseeable future. High level of commodity prices. The Ukraine war has increased inflation globally, resulting in higher food prices, which has exacerbated the impact of the supply chain bottlenecks arising from COVID. Inflation in 2022 is expected to increase from 2.4% in 2021 to 6.4%, impacting both income and domestic demand, as well as increasing poverty and social hardship. While output is projected to return to pre-COVID levels by 2024, and then, of course, that increase will level off as we recover from the global shocks. St. Lucia would have lost 5 years as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. When we approved the Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, we were optimistic as we gave ourselves 15 years to achieve the SDGs. This optimism was also bolstered by the fact that developed countries pledged to give developing countries $100 billion for climate adaptation. Sadly, this has not been realized. And in the case of St. Lucia, we have lost 5 years out of these 15 years to achieve the SDGs. Notwithstanding these challenges and disappointments, I am optimistic that we can continue to make significant progress towards the SDGs if we receive the support of the developed world in providing the required funding. Continue at that level in terms of our foreign policy. We need to build resilience in that line for us to continue to push the developed countries to move in the right direction. We want to promote the understanding that the international financial architecture should promote economic advancement, not impede it. Also, to build a better relationship with other global partners, whether countries or international institutions, within a framework based on constructive cooperation and mutual accountability. However, we do not want to see a colonization of our foreign policy as we seek to do that. So at this juncture, whilst I prepare to close, I must indicate that a net effect of an erosion of trade preferences, declining aid flows, and a high frequency of natural disasters is that economic growth, and of course the ECCU as a whole, which St. Lucia is an integral part of, growth has been volatile and has slowed dramatically over the last decade. And that has created a significant shortfall in government revenues. And of course, if we have to respond to that shortfall, is either you scale back in intended expenditure or you borrow. And so we borrowed because we must deliver social services to the people of the country. And that has resulted in high debt to GDP ratio in our country. So the final aspect that I wish to address myself to is the whole issue of debt and liquidity as I prepare to effect a proper landing. So based on this morbid scenario and to help catch up with matters of development, we will require significant investment from both the public and private sectors. In the case of the public sector, significant investment in climate resilience infrastructure, including roads, water supply, and air and seaports, is required. There is also significant investment required to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And financing of these investments is a critical constraint, as St. Lucia, like many of the Caribbean countries, is not eligible for this concessional funding given its middle income status. St. Lucia does not have the fiscal space to finance these investments from its domestic resources. So if we look at the impact of COVID, we had a fiscal deficit that moved from about 3.7% in 2019-2020 to 11.7% in the period 2020-2021. And more significantly, a major upswing in our public debt to GDP ratio from 60.4% to 92.2% over the same period. In the financial year 2021-2022, the public debt to GDP ratio edged downward to 90.6%. So there are significant challenges associated with high public debt, including increased debt service costs and large refinancing needs associated with the fact that a disproportionate amount of our debt is in treasury bills and bonds, and a short-term debt instruments causing significant rollover risk. In the interest of time, Chair, I will certainly take it to its logical conclusion by indicating that I'm very happy to be an active participant in this very important discourse as we try to navigate the turbulence of the moment. That net effect that I spoke about in terms of decline in official development assistance, erosion of trade preferences, and the climate crisis is that we have been placed in a long-term relationship, an abusive one indeed, with despair. And all efforts to respond to those large macroeconomic challenges, those efforts are dissolved in this large ocean of adversity and despair. But no doubt, I embrace the spirit of the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley, who is determined, in the words of Dr. Miles Monroe, to challenge the tide of convention, to stretch the boundaries of tradition, and to violate the expectations of the norm. It's not going to be easy, but we have to find our way out of it. And there must be a need for engagement with all sectors of the economy, politicians, academics, pastors, priests, counselors, everybody to be on board, to be the soldiers that will fight against the spectrum of problems that threaten to pull us down. Chair, I hope I didn't abuse your patience. Thank you.
Facility. And I'm going to speak a little bit today about the importance of financial protection strategies and disaster risk financing to debt and fiscal sustainability. And first off, I'd just like to throw up this slide. So if you're wrong, look to the left and the right. Just everyone thing, the multi-hazard environment that Caribbean countries exist in. It's not just about the natural hazards, but we have man-made, biological, as we've seen with COVID-19, and several other hazards, technological, even health hazards as it relates to NCD. So when we talk financing, we want to look at the broad spectrum of hazards, which are all interrelated and interconnected. So if we're looking at sustainable development, the interconnection of these disasters become really critical. And just to throw up, and I don't want to repeat what others have said, but natural disasters continue to cause significant impacts on the Caribbean. And specifically, we're seeing higher fiscal deficits, higher trade deficits, negative impacts on industries such as tourism and agriculture. We're pursuing the sustainable development goals, yet in many of our countries, we still have high levels or undesirable levels of poverty, negative impacts on growth prospects. And one of the things following natural disasters is this need for liquidity. We need quick liquidity on one hand, but there are also costs related to building back better and reconstruction and redevelopment costs. And we can look at some of the costs associated with these events. I mean, if we think just back to 2017, where Hurricane Maria, the impact on that country's GDP, for example, was 225%. 2 years before that, we were looking at Erica, where the impact was 96%. So let us look at this notion of sovereign liquidity gaps and the needs, and where an organization like mine, CRIF, fits in. So we're looking at right after disaster, we have those short-term emergency responses where we provide water and the crackers and cheese and the tuna and, just what is there. But then we begin to look at recovery very quickly after. We have vulnerable persons in our population. We have, for example, maybe a water treatment plant that has gone down that is needed for servicing smaller feeder plants. So we need quick liquidity. And then following that, you have financing for reconstruction and redevelopment, building back better, building forward stronger, all of those things. But CRIF, for example, fits into that recovery space. So let me expel this notion that CRIF was designed to cover all losses on the ground. We were not. We were designed to provide an injection of quick liquidity within 14 days of an event. So in terms of disaster risk financing, what we're encouraging countries, and I think the wider region, we're looking at this disaster risk layering approach where, it has to be recognized that there are several instruments available to countries, and those instruments can be based on, you select instruments based on the probability of the event or the severity of the event. So internally, you may have resources such as a dedicated reserve fund, you may have budget lines, etc. Because for those low risk, what we call everyday events, as the Minister of Finance Jamaica said, so rainfall, you're not looking at a CRIF for that. We have contingent lines of credit. And here, my colleague from Therese Turner-Jones, you would have heard the IDB, for example, she led the development and introduction to contingent credit facilities in several of the IDB member countries in the region. Then we have, for example, that high risk layer where we're looking at things like parametric insurance, CAT DDOs, you would have heard of those coming out of the bank. So what we're saying is that countries in financing disaster risk needs to look at this risk layering approach. What are my needs based on my risk profiles? And of course, we could get into ex ante and ex post, but we're also, as countries, we need to be proactive. So we're looking at disasters before they actually happen. So beyond all your adaptation and disaster risk mitigation, do you still have risks that you need to transfer? And this is where organizations like CRIF come in. So simply put, we were prompted by Hurricane Ivan. Several countries were impacted.
And what the CARICOM heads of government did was approach the World Bank for support to provide some mechanism that could provide countries with quick liquidity before trying to get, for example, what may be referred to as debt relief. Is there something that could trigger resources? And this is where CRIF came into being, and parametric insurance was determined as the best vehicle to provide quick liquidity following an event. So CRIF was established in 2007. It initially had 16 member governments. We are the world's first and most successful multi-country, multi-peril risk pool, and several other pools have been formed or fashioned of CRIF in Africa, in the Pacific. We are a development insurance company. So as an insurance company, to be able to make payouts, and you will be hearing about several payouts this week as a result of the last 2 weeks, which are not captured here, we have to make surpluses. Insurance companies make surpluses, so we make profits. But those profits go back into our members through reduced premiums. Many of you would have heard of all the different programs we have for adaptation, resources that we give to students to build that the next cadre of leaders who would be sitting in this room. So we are designed to pre-finance short-term liquidity and really reduce what is known as budget volatility following a natural disaster. Many of you are from governments, and you would have known over the years where you have a natural disaster and you're told in agriculture, stop this project, stop that loan, because we need to clean up. CRIF provides that support to governments. So our products, we have 5 products right now. For earthquakes, tropical cyclone, excess rainfall, we have a fisheries product, which is a sovereign level product. It's a mix of a sovereign level and a microinsurance product, because the benefit goes to the fishing industry. And we have a product for electric utilities, but specifically for transmission and distribution. Effectively, we insure the uninsurable because we're not insuring a specific asset on the ground. As I said before, this is where we're located in that recovery panel. We have made $245 million in payouts to date, 54 payouts. And those payouts have been used, for example, about 63% to address immediate needs, purchase water, food for the most vulnerable, medications, clear roads. For example, in St. Lucia, following Thomas, it was to fix your main sewage treatment plant. Long-term infrastructure work, TCI, Irma, all their schools were damaged. So they built back better using the $21 million for schools. We've had the case to economic sectors. Anguilla used their monies in 2017, their payout, to support their small hotels, because guess what? If they did not do that, they had indemnity insurance to hotels. Guess what? They would have missed the winter tourist season, because nobody speaks about the fact that our winter tourist season in the Caribbean coincides with the end of the hurricane season. So it's a double whammy for us. So that's just a sense of how our resources are used. And then how do these policies actually work? So it's not indemnity insurance, it's parametric insurance. And parametric insurance, the design of these policies is really driven by the fact that parametric insurance is less expensive than the equivalent indemnity insurance product. It does not require a loss assessment procedure after disaster, allowing our claims to be settled quickly within 14 days of an event. And this is an important feature of parametric insurance, given the urgent need for resources post-disaster. So you're not adding to your debt stock post-disaster by trying to get some debt relief, but you have this payout as a result of this disaster. So parametric insurance, this is just a brief summation on parametric insurance. It covers the probability of a predefined event happening, a hurricane, a major hurricane, an earthquake. Remember that risk layering, we're up there. So we're not covering the 3.2 Richter scale earthquake, we're covering the 8.7, right? Instead of indemnifying actual loss incurred. We insure our governments against the occurrence of a specific event by paying a set amount based on the magnitude of that event. So, and we make a payout based on the occurrence of an event triggering based on the policy conditions that a country purchases. So you have rainfall of a certain amount. You know, as a country, before you get that call from our CEO, Isaac, if you have an idea if your policy is triggered because you know what you purchased, you know the risk that you transferred to CRIP, right? You know your risk profile. All right, parametric insurance isn't perfect because it is impacted by what is referred to as basis risk. But the more data we have, is the stronger our models become. And as an organization, we're based on the notion of continuous improvement, and therefore we are always strengthening our models. So this really gives you a sense of the CRIP policy elements and the risk that is transferred from governments to CRIP, and where, you know, how much risk you retain. So you retain the risk for the small amounts of rainfall, the small earthquakes that cause minimum damage. And there is a point at which you also retain risk above what we're able to offer. So for every single peril, we can offer up to $150 million in coverage. Of course, our countries are stifled. They have fiscal space is an issue. They are not able to afford those policies. We, however, work with our donors, and we have been during COVID and so on, we have been actually getting support for premiums, for example. Just before I close off, to give you a sense of where we are. So we have these 5 products, but we're currently developing products for drought, for runoff, flooding. We are working with the IDB to develop a product for the water utility sector. We're working on microinsurance to link that to social protection strategy and policy to bring to market and across the Caribbean microinsurance products for small farmers or fishers or market vendors, food vendors, boat boys, you name them, because they are impacted by climatic events. And if we want to make our social protection policy more shock responsive in the region, we need to consider insurance as part of shock responsive social protection. We're also looking at a product for government buildings, many of which are uninsurable when you think about police stations and health centers and hospitals. And I'd like to close here because I think I have gone above my time, but I'll quickly like to say, but I know Vanessa won't even, yeah. And in closing, what are we about? In a nutshell, we're about providing quick liquidity, allowing governments to really support the most vulnerable in their population following a natural disaster. We're not about increasing the debt stock of countries. Parametric insurance, you're not taking a loan for the parametric insurance, you're purchasing it. And we offer diverse products across sectors and industries. And we offer products, importantly, that are not offered by traditional insurance markets, such as transmission and distribution for your electric utilities companies. Yes, one can argue there is self-insurance, but it gets depleted. And guess what? It passes on to you, the consumer, when we have a natural disaster. So thank you.
This is one of those occasions in life when you enjoy the benefits of being a teacher. Because you feel best as a teacher when you can be proud of your student. And this is my experience here today. And I'm also proud of Caribbean governments for devising this creature. Yeah. Amazing. Let's enjoy what Wilburn has to say. I'm sure he will bring almost as much spice as Liz has brought to us here this morning. Wilburn, you're around? Wilburn is a former senior lecturer and head of the Department of Economics. And he's well known across the Caribbean as a thoughtful analyst. We've listened to him for decades. We're going to listen to him now. Wilburn?
Okay, I'm attempting to start my video. I Am I on now?
You're on.
Okay. I'm very happy to have been asked to make some comments here. I wasn't sure that I'd be able to make it, so I have not prepared something in writing. I'm going to respond to what I thought was the complete presentation that we had on the issues to do with the vulnerability, the trade, the CRF, and so on. But I'd like to say one thing in what we have considered, and it is this notion of the multidimensional vulnerability index and the need for the Caribbean SIDS and the Caribbean countries in general to be moved from that space created by the international financial institutions, which disallows them from access to the kinds of financing which are, I think, necessary. I don't want to spend too much time on the financial intricacies, but there are some things which, once that hurdle has been crossed and the CRF could be made viable and workable, there are procedures which have to be dealt with for several aspects of development in the Caribbean countries. Now, there's something we need to bear in mind, and it is this. If you consider the words, the ordinary English words that we are hearing relative to the conditions of the economies, you're hearing things like the crippling debt and distress and vulnerability. All of this is very, very, very real. The issue is, we economists, for a very long time, certainly as we move beyond Smith and Malthus, and we had this view that product and productivity arises with little or no cost, because we take the resources from the environment, we use them, and we never make an accounting of what we have consumed in the producing of output. And we have the feeling that growth is a continuous process without the physical blockages that exist. The next thing is that we think of technology, and we have so defined it and have so made it in the grasp of ordinary human beings that the true nature of technology is missed. Therefore, when we speak of digitization, we aren't necessarily clear on what it means. So technology is not merely computers and the internet and the Zoom that we're on. It is mechanisms which human beings have devised that actually use our resources and generate much more output for the same input of capital that we use to purchase those elements of nature's bounty that we then turn into technology when we apply our human mind and brain to it. So for me, it seems as if once we are able to achieve buy-in for the, and I have to find some notes I made now. Oh dear. Bear with me a moment. Yes. Yes, so when we get to speak of the public-private partnerships as an endorsement to attract long-term financing, supporting green energy blue industry projects, and disaster risk reduction. All of these are critically important because what we find is that when we look at the elements of the SDGs, when we look at youth unemployment, the lack of robust participation in the labor force of women, and several of these other factors, we shall find that the understanding of how the human resource is going to be factored into the technologies, into the digitization processes, are going to make the fundamental difference. The other issue, finally, just as a comment here, is the need for collaboration and the need to defeat the view that we are involved in a zero-sum game. The objectives of the CARICOM single market and economy, and several of the other beautiful things which Arthur Lewis thought about, Eric Williams hoped would prosper, Burnham, Jagan, etc., Grantley Adams in Barbados, and now Mia Motley in Barbados again. We have to have a connection, a connectivity between and among the leadership that has vision and the labor force, and so on. Take, for instance, this notion of the black belly sheep for Guyana. Very few people know that black belly sheep were introduced into Guyana many, many years ago, more than decades ago. And one of the problems with black belly sheep in Guyana is the fact that they suffer from foot rot. The wet conditions of Guyana are not great for them, but they're hairy animals, not furry. And they're beautiful for other aspects. Now, those aspects of the agricultural and animal husbandry projections for Guyana at that time, they were actually curtailed because of the influence of the international system. Now I'm suggesting that we need to, when we look at these things, we need to anchor them fully into the environment within which they are going to exist and thrive. So maybe there may be other things to comment on, but that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Very brief but thoughtful contributions there, Wilburn. Let's, it's now pretty much 12 o'clock. That gives us just about an hour to really operate a roundtable. We have to hear from the delegates, and the panelists will have another round of opportunities to respond to delegate comments and add to their own wonderful contributions so far. Let me help the process along by reminding you of some of the essential points made by the panelists, just to refresh your memory as delegates as you assemble your thoughts, gather your thoughts, and get ready to pitch in on this very important issue. Angus reminded us of the need to remain alert to the vulnerabilities created by climate change shocks, the vulnerability to loss exacerbated by our smaller size. He points out that there's a range of variables at work which are all coupled and involve feedback. And he alerts us to the need to pay close attention to the low resilience level that we have in the region, reflecting key weaknesses in our development condition and program. He alerts us to the fact that ODA is not a reliable source of liquidity for our governments, and CRF is the way to go for us to look after ourselves properly, complementing what the CDB and the CDF and CRIF are already doing. We heard let me be kind to say, the legitimate lamentations of St. Lucia. Very painful to listen to the interpretation of the challenge that a small island Caribbean economy would confront year in, year out, both from the climate and from international shocks created by things like the end of preferential prices for bananas, the fundamental structural change in the economies that all Caribbean countries must confront. He's pointing out, come alive in the experience of St. Lucia. And it's a lesson to all of us that we have to be extremely thoughtful about how we go about building economies based on tourism. He points us out, points us to the fact that COVID exposed deep weaknesses in the model of tourism that we've been practicing in the region. His words are worth listening to as he appeals to us to shift the foundations of our economy. I am happy to say that I was mesmerized by the thoughts of Elizabeth, Emmanuel, and this business of CRIF. Maybe the quintessential expression of the cleverness of Caribbean people, expressed in the fact that Caribbean governments could construct a device like CRIF that could deal with both short-term and long-term liquidity issues reflective of the climate environment, the multidimensional hazardous environment that she taught me about this morning and taught all of us about. And I'm particularly keen to hear more from her about how she would grow the payouts from 245 million, admirable 245 million, up to $2, $3, $4 billion to reflect the needs that Sheridan's been talking about. And then Wilborn is extremely on point when he reminds us that we have to pay close attention to the need for a proper interpretation of resilience in terms of key aspects of the Caribbean development agenda, repeating some of the things that were reflected in Minister Batista's comments. We have to be thoughtful about what we mean by productivity growth in relation to the costs that we have to incur to do business in the region. He's critically correct to say we must be very thoughtful about what we mean by technology. And he's right to say that we need to pay attention to the central role of the knowledge, skills, and self-confidence of our people in the region. That will be ultimately the key to the long-term development of the region and to the solution of the problems that Minister Batiste is talking about. And he brings a very general, wise word. Whatever we think about must reflect the facts of our case and not imports from the rest of the world. You couldn't want wiser words than those to launch the discussion in the roundtable. So delegates all, it's time for you to weigh in and add to your panelists' thoughts. So let's open the floor and hear from you one by one. Yes. Suriname? Yes. Go ahead, Jessica, yes, go ahead. Go right ahead. So we need the mics to work.
These are not technical questions. They're coming from an economist, but this works. First of all, I had two questions that I really directed at Sheldon McLean from his earlier very interesting presentation. The first is, I was intrigued to hear that Credit Suisse is a strategic partner, or maybe a strategic partner of the Resilience Fund. And I wondered if there are other strategic partners envisaged at this point. And the second one, you were speaking about the need for investors from numerous sectors. And I wondered if there is a role for diaspora financing for the Resilience Fund, and what would be the process of seeking such involvement. And then I might, well, I'm not going to talk again, so I'll give all my questions. Dr. Friday, I was hoping that he would say a little bit about his specialization, which is the blue economy. And I wanted to ask him if he cares to say something about what role and what opportunities exist in terms of building resilience and in terms of diversifying growth via blue economy initiatives. My other question is about green energy financing, my final question. I think there is one challenge that we seem to have in many of our economies at the moment. How do we strike a balance between investing in renewables, something that we really have to do and that we are doing in various ways in different countries, and the need also to finance the current fossil fuel-based energy infrastructure? And there is a possibility that several countries are sort of oscillating between these two financing needs. And this is a formula that we're trying to get right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Liz. I think in my interventions now, I'll try to keep close to the mic. These are very intuitive questions. The reason why we've been able to move forward, and we actually on the ground engaging in debt reprofiling. We have moved from the think tank positioning to actually being in the real economy. And as I said, with the first economy that signed in and pulled the trigger and indicated in writing and gave us the comfort that we could engage. Some of the major players would be Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse, I started engaging with them a few months ago. They're into some restructuring, but not this, which doesn't necessarily impact negatively on our initiative, because we're engaging in their North American, Latin American investment unit. We're engaging with the head of that unit. They are interested in leveling these green bonds. And we have given member states a spectrum between 100 million and 500 million, depending on the ambition, the appetite. So they're definitely one of a major player. So if you're looking at these greens bonds that we're going to issue, that'll be used to swap out or pay down the high interest short-term debt, Credit Suisse is providing that. We've been engaging with the TNC to a large extent, and also US DFC. But that combination is to provide the loan guarantees and stuff. We have, so they're actively involved in the process. And because of their involvement, and I think there's been a shift geopolitically where the DFC now wants to be actively engaged in debt reprofiling for the region, which is not necessarily something they would have actively engaged. So we're engaging in that discussion, that granular discussion. We're at the point of granularity. So we're definitely seeing the TNC have an interest and DFC having an interest, which is a fundamental shift in their disposition towards the Caribbean. We're also thinking about, well, we're actually involved with the IDB, who are working to provide the debt guarantees, which again has an impact on credit rating, has an impact on interest rate. As you know, there are several CARICOM member states that are not members of the IDB. So now we are working on a framework where the OECS member states can benefit from this loan guarantee. So it's really the IDB via the CDB. But the loans themselves and the guarantee themselves would be on the IDB's books, not the CDB books. So we have member states that may be close to be totally leveraged out, respect to the indebtedness to the CDB, but it doesn't necessarily impact. So what we're working on at this stage is the agreement for IDB to provide a loan guarantee. And DFC is an option as well, but we're moving forward with the IDB now. And the relationship between CDB and the member states, and the relationship between the CDB and the IDB. We have solicited law firms that are willing to do some pro bono work in terms of drawing up that relationship. So there are two things. For members, countries like Belize, who we've been targeting, Suriname and Jamaica, the loan guarantee would a bit simpler, because it's essentially arranged between IDB and those member states. We are now currently grappling with where exactly we should bring the line of scrimmage with respect to with respect to the non-IDB economies, and beyond the CDB IDB interaction. We've currently started engaging the CAF, who has an interest in providing that loan guarantee, bearing in mind that there may be some cost implications, that the IDB has a AAA rating and CAF AA. But that is something, again, we're engaging in. CRIF is definitely a major partner that I've been working with, because one of the major bespoke features that's built into our LMOs is the idea of parametric insurance. We already have engaging an entity, which at this stage I wouldn't want to name, which would provide the parametric insurance for all the member states that we were targeting. But CRIF also has a key role to play as we seek to scale up its involvement across across the region. Maybe there may be some cooperation on the back end as we figure out the details. And the thing is that we need to figure out these details and figure out these details quickly. And I think opening up the discussion here will allow us to see what's permissible. And of course, the CARICOM Secretariat that has an institutional role to play with respect to ensuring that once we have this agreement on the structure functioning and the consortium, the management, the level of financing that we require, because I did talk about the 6.9 billion for the debt restructuring, which was 12.2 percentage points of our total debt to GDP ratios of the region. But with respect to the second window, which is really the economic restructuring, we have looked at, from our analysis, we have shown that it takes between 3.5 or 4% of GDP capital expenditure in the region to have a 1% growth. Now, using that metric, we have found that window one in the first instance will be capitalized to the tune of 3.6 billion. We have 6.9, 3.6 as the 10.6 level of finance we're looking for the first tranche. So those are I think the major players. With respect to instruments, you talked about the diaspora financing. I think, as you'd see in one of my slides, I mentioned clearly that blended and finance and syndicated loans. So we are seeing diaspora financing being a key component of the blended finance. The thing is, and this is a broader discussion, which I would want member states to engage. There's this thinking that maybe diaspora financing can be country specific. Like the diaspora, a particular country may only want to invest in their country, but not necessarily cross-regional. And that is something we'll have to test the waters to see if there's some credibility in that regard. But the blended finance, it is by its very nature foreshadows the inclusion of diaspora financing, diaspora bonds. And here I would be keen to understand how exactly who we should cooperate with within each economy to be able to see if we can issue regional-wide diaspora bonds, or whether these diaspora bonds will be country specific. And that's a discourse I think we can.
All right, Sheldon, I think you wrap up. You take 17 minutes of your.
One more question here.
Yeah.
With respect to the green energy and investment in renewables, I think we have taken a very pragmatic approach in that regard. Like, for instance, Suriname and Guyana. It may be useful for them to use their oil resources to finance industrial restructuring that focuses on renewable energy. And I would imagine that Suriname will take that approach. We have done a paper we're doing a paper on the possibility of a emissions trading scheme for the region. That should drop by the end of the year. We're also doing a paper on the ideal fiscal regime for Suriname and Guyana and Trinidad to optimize the rents from the oil and natural gas sector, and then determining how they can use this rent to have a broad-based economic restructuring to allow them to move away from fossil fuels in the future. And these are the key issues. So my discussion has really been, how do we have a more diversified portfolio mix, and how do we optimize the rents from the oil industry to finance broad-based industrialization in the region.
Yeah, let's thanks, Sheldon. Let's bring in Angus before we give Elizabeth the floor. Angus,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And let me thank participant for the question. Look, we see the blue economy as having, huge potential for the Caribbean region. Let's remember that, we have exclusive economic zones that are far bigger than the land masses that we actually have. So there's a good argument to be made that we have more resources, in the sea than we do on land. In terms of specific areas to look at, energy obviously is one. There's a lot we could be doing with offshore wind. It has to be done properly, of course, so it doesn't interfere with tourism and other concerns people may have. Seawater air conditioning is another one which is being looked at, and we can do a lot more with that. We're actually looking at some models now in terms of how to do that at municipal scale, but also to do it at much smaller scales for hotels. Seawater air conditioning basically just takes cold water from close to the bottom of the sea floor. There is a linked technology which needs a lot more work called OTEC, that's Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. A lot more work's needed on that one, but this is one which people like Albinga have been very keen on, along with folks in the Marshall Islands. I think this is one where Caribbean states would actually have to solve this one for ourselves. We can't expect others to come in and solve this one for us. We have the higher energy costs. It may not make sense for countries with lower energy costs to put money into the R&D necessary to show how this would work at utility scale. So that would be another one to think of. And there are other things coming down the line, tidal, wave energy, and so on. But those are still in development. Food, a lot more we could be doing in terms of value added, just value added in terms of fisheries. A lot of fish we sell in fairly raw format. We don't do enough on loining, on putting time stamps on when the fish is caught, and other value added services that end consumers are increasingly interested in. Aquaculture is another growing one, but not just aquaculture, but finding ways to do aquaculture in a sustainable manner, developing the feeds. All of these things are areas where a lot of investment is going into. And there's a danger that we actually lose out on some of these new technologies coming in. Biotech, in the area of biotech, huge opportunity for Caribbean governments to come together to create a sort of bank of genetic material that is related to pharmaceuticals. For example, AZT, which is the first successful treatment for HIV/AIDS, actually comes from a Caribbean sea sponge from Jamaica. But we have not capitalized on that. There's no intellectual property that's attributable to the Caribbean as a result of that, and where we benefit from the sales of AZT. And they, just more and more new chemical entities from the oceans are being discovered. We need to be doing a lot more in that area, also with nutraceuticals, additives, and so on. We have a lot of sargassum in the whole area of biotech, got a lot of sargassum coming up on our shores. Delighted to see work that's happening in St. Lucia already with Algas and what they're doing, to turn that into fertilizer. A lot more work could be done. There's a danger that we have some of the major companies telling us about problems with using it as fertilizer, for example, but not, we need to invest the time and effort to find, if there's cadmium in it, how much cadmium, how do we get rid of it, etc. We need to do that work, I think, as a region. With sargassum as well, there's a lot that could be done, not just for fertilizer and gas, but biogas, but bioplastics as well. And I'm actually happen to be working with the Scottish Association of Marine Science, who just looking at what we can be doing with in the region with bioplastics from sargassum. That's very, very early days. Working with the Stockholm Royal Institute of Technology. We've actually had students coming down to do work on sargassum gas and fertilizer. So these are some of the things that are happening. Education, we can do a lot, be doing a lot more, and I won't take up too much more time. We could be doing a lot more on education. Already in the region, we train, lots of international students in medicine, Caribbean represents a great area for people to come and learn about marine sciences and so on. I think in Grenada, with actually St. George's University has the highest number of medical graduates practicing in the United States as compared to all universities in the world. So we provide one in every 100 doctors practicing in the United States actually come out of Grenada. And there are many more of these institutions across the region. So we need to look at that sector actually and take it quite seriously and recognize that with our blue space, we can actually be doing a lot more on international education. Wellness is another one sort of linked to tourism. Finally, marine protected areas is absolutely important for underpinning the overall blue economy. 70% of the ocean economy is linked to a healthy ocean. And there's a lot that could be done in terms of the financing. So having blue bonds linked to marine protected areas, because these are, at the end of the day, global public goods. If you've got protection in the region, it can provide fish which can travel all over the world. So developing and that level of expertise to develop blue bonds, for example, linked to that level of protection is a skill and a service that we can ultimately export. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Angus. I want to come back and ask Minister Batiste if he takes heart from any of these things that you've mentioned. But before I do that, let me ask Liz, you wanted to come in? Yeah, go ahead and ask a question.
To ask Sheldon, I wanted to make a point. I got very curious. Our person's hearing me. Yeah. I talk loudly. Okay. I got very curious when he was responding because you mentioned you have the interest of another organization to provide parametric cover. And that's very curious because we are at an advanced stage of the sort of coverage we provide. And we are considered, if everybody is coming to us, Africa, the Pacific, everybody for parametric insurance and what we did, why would a Caribbean organization go to someone else at this stage of the game when, as I said earlier, our models are based on continuous improvement. Parametric insurance suffers from something called basis risks or missed events. So if we are at a stage where we are at the top of our game in terms of the quality of the models, and we're continuously improving them because we do have now a new set of models a revised set of models to reduce basis risk, why would our counterpart organization be looking at another developer? Because the notion is we have, for example, tropical cyclone, earthquake. Our base policies are tropical cyclone, earthquake, excess rainfall, and we could apply those policies, those models to any sector. So for example, the fisheries model is based off tropical cyclone and excess rainfall. If we want to support the electric utilities model, again, it's based off tropical cyclone and wind. So any sector, if we were looking at agriculture, I mean, we have base models to support that, to create a spread of mechanisms. I think your support may be best placed in helping countries to increase their coverage of their insurance coverage so that they can get higher payouts. Our inability, we are able to pay if countries purchase higher levels of coverage, but I don't think we need to be going back into the region to be looking at someone to provide parametric insurance to compete with the Caribbean model in the Caribbean. So
Sheldon, I want to ask Minister Batiste to weigh in on the answer to that question. So let me hear your answer and then ask him to handle all of those issues.
Thanks, Liz. Short answer. I think in the game of climate finance, and we've been here for 6 years, I've learned that you must take the rough with the smooth. And with respect to CRIF, in the first instance, we engaged in a discussion with Credit Suisse, DFC, the people, the entities that were willing to engage us, not necessarily in debt swaps, but in the restructuring. That team usually comes with the players that they are accustomed treating with. Following our high-level meeting, where you made a very eloquent presentation, we have been considering how do we engage with my major interlocutors to see the extent to which we can crowd in CRIF with respect to providing that parametric insurance. And definitely, given that CAF wasn't necessarily something in our radar in the first instance, I can see us as we work out some of the details, that there is definitely an avenue for engaging in CRIF in this regard. And I must say your presentation today and at our high-level meeting did provide me with a better understanding of your capacity and exactly what you're doing in the region. So while this may be an unforced error on the part of ECLA, it is definitely not the fall of the first domino.
Just to add one thing, are you speaking about Swiss rate or Credit Suisse?
Credit Suisse. Okay. Credit Suisse, definitely. But they're North American, Latin American, and Caribbean, based in New York.
Minister Batiste, I had two questions for you to weigh in on. Angus was raising a serious set of issues regarding the possibilities in the blue economy. Does that lighten your heart in any way? I want you to answer that last, because that's the bigger issue. But Liz's question to Sheldon is in a kind of way a government level issue as well. So I wonder what you think without imposing the power of the government. What is your thinking on the matter?
But mine was working a while ago. Just fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, in giving careful and sensible treatment to your question, there is an underlying condition where I believe in Caribbean models, and I believe that we must declare our independence from the world of the norm and to develop things that are indigenous to us. Now, just like we develop laws, we set in motion the first version. Then there are objections to it. And then we introduce another version, which is less vulnerable to objection. Despite the deficiencies of what we may have, we must work on it to master it, to perfect it, and to ensure that it is a model that others can follow. I have always believed that we can rise to any other levels attainable by any people in any part of the world. And we have demonstrated that we have the inherent intelligence to do so. It is within our sphere of competence to chart the true and real development of our region. And so no doubt, my answer to the very first question about grief is that we embrace it. We need to protect it. It is ours. We have to nurture it. In terms of the blue economy, my prime minister actually campaigned on the platform of the youth economy. And one of the vehicles that he believes will transport young people in particular to the promised land is the blue economy. And undoubtedly, it is his baby. He keeps on speaking about it and keep on putting money in the budget to assist the development of that particular aspect of things. We have high youth unemployment of over 40%, and more young persons are actually joining the labor force. And so the blue economy is of paramount importance to us as we try to restructure and redefine the economies of the region. So St. Lucia embraces it as a pillar for economic growth.
Thank you, Minister. You've been both diplomatic and wise. We have CARICOM. We have Suriname, then CARICOM, then Jamaica, then Belize. In that order, Suriname, go ahead.
While increasing access to climate finance, and you're talking about a Caribbean Resilience Fund. My first question is, are you talking about this debt that has been built only due to natural disasters? I'm including also like COVID and so on, because I'm making a distinction between these types of disasters and man-made disasters, but not being health, COVID and so on. You can't do anything there. But they're like, for example, let me say that's a mismanagement or these huge projects and so on. Do you include all of that when you're talking about elevating that and now having a Caribbean Resilience Fund? My second question, and that relates to what just had been mentioned, the competition for funds, especially at the global level. We all know what happened now in East USA with everything that's going on and so on. So many developments, and it will not stop. It will get worse. Now, when you talk about the Caribbean Resilience Fund, it's now being developed. We have a CRIF. I really hope we don't get into a situation of SEHI and all those kinds of things that we had in the past. I think the minister knows very well what I'm talking about, because that's a waste of energy, waste of monies and so on. And if we know those things up front, we better not do it again. But are you also thinking of policies which will include conditions? Because I did not hear that from Ms. Elizabeth. Are you thinking in that direction? You talked about IDB and Credit Suisse and so on. And I'm wondering if you are also thinking of including conditions when governments get back the money. And then it also means, will you be doing some monitoring and evaluation to see that you really achieve the result for which you sign the insurance? Because that's very important. Or is it going to be, okay, you signed it, this is the money, and that's it. It's your money, actually. We don't care. That's my other question. The other thing is, I've heard about economic diversification several times. To what? And yes, we have a blue economy. Yes, we have green economy. Yes, we're dealing with it right now. We have CCRI, we have the 5 Cs and so on. But that's for the long term. Okay, things have to be developed now. How much more do you think can we diversify our economies? Because we have been singing this song for so long, and we're talking about integrating economies and markets. I mean, let us be serious. We have some conditions. Not all countries can do the same thing, but we're still doing it. Okay, everybody wants to do everything. So how do you see us within the context of food security, within the context of climate change, these natural disasters? How do you see us developing policy whereby we can have the buy-in that not everybody can do everything? Okay, and we really have to go towards not only paying lip service, because that's what we have been doing for so far, but that we really have to integrate. And if we do not integrate, we cannot have food security, for example. Okay, because one country cannot do everything, and that's what we are trying to do now, and not only now, but for quite a while. And it's a disaster. You cannot have rice in all countries because the conditions are not there. You cannot have black belly sheep, was another one. Okay, So we come up with these projects, but in the end, it's a disaster. So how do you really see the buy-in for that we have to integrate not only the markets, but the whole economy in this CARICOM, in this community? Thank you.
We have 20 minutes, and I want to make sure that we get the roundtable to work. So panel, hold your responses. Let me hear from CARICOM, and then we'll ask the people online if they have questions, throw them in. CARICOM, go ahead.
Thank you, Vanessa. And I think Manorma's earlier intervention will probably resonate in a few of the later panels. But I wanted to go directly to the CRF, the Resilience Fund that Sheldon has introduced. And I have 3 issues for clarity. One, purpose. I think one of the clear purposes that has been explained is for conversion of debt from unsustainable arrangements through perhaps refinancing using the fund. So I think if that can be clear in terms of the key purpose of the fund in that regard. Certainly a resilience funds in its plain meaning may go well beyond that. The second is the structure. ECLAC is not a financing institution, so clearly the fund cannot be embedded in the ECLAC structure. What I think has been described is the evolution of a consortium. So it'd be important to understand what the consortium model would look like. Because and my next point would link to that, which is complementarity, because the debt of the region public is driven largely by the IFIs. And so to what extent would a resilience fund that connects to debt be integrated with the work that is ongoing with these funds directly? Would the consortium approach envisage integration beyond IDB, CDB? Is it looking at the universe of actors in the regional debt space to see how they would or would not be engaged? And I think that debt for this discussion is a legacy issue. The debt has already been incurred. So it's about trying to address the impact of that debt on our current economy, the lack of fiscal space, etc. It's not about debt for development. The focus is about yesterday's use that is a pressure on today. There's a separate conversation about the future. And I would want to foreshadow a discussion about, because debt can't be a long-term model for transforming the region. It has to do with some of the points that Manorma raised about productivity and effective diversification, and that is for a later time. But I wanted Vanessa to just zero in on the issue of consortium and complementarity linked to purpose in respect of the discussion of the CRF. Thanks.
Sheldon, take your notes. Let's hear from Jamaica. We want the roundtable to work. Go ahead, Jamaica, and come in.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to direct my question directly to Mr. Emmanuel. You have described the CRIF as parametric insurance. I'm not sure that I understand parametric insurance as opposed to insurance where there is indemnity. And could you explain that for me? If I were to say Jamaica's vulnerability in terms of the natural disasters is that at a particular level. It has to cope with hurricanes, floods, and all the other things which come naturally. And I pay into this fund $1 million in any given year. What if it is not indemnity? What it is that is covered during an, say a period which you define as the coverage period? That's one side of it. But we have been going, and I think Mr. McCook made reference to it. This whole business of having debt which date back to 10, 15 years ago, and a significant body of that debt would have been incurred sometimes because of profligacy on the part of governments or mistakes or otherwise. How do we now approach the international agencies, which, and there are very few of them, and we are all heading in the same direction, and asking these people to buy into what we're doing now? What, and based on their history, are they likely to listen to us, given that we're less significance to them these days, because we don't provide the same level of security that we as we used to provide during the Cold War? Thank you.
Yeah, very serious questions posed to both Elizabeth and Sheldon, but Belize, go ahead and add to the load of my panelists. Say, yeah. Thank you, Professor. The events in climate, the adverse events in climate change directly threaten our food security. We all know that. And we all know that our countries have very limited fiscal space. Our debt is very high, and so makes our liquidity very limited also. But at the same time, in some of our countries, the private banks have liquidity. But at the same time, when there is a catastrophe and it affects the farms and the farmers, which threatens our food security, the banks don't want to lend because the loans are risky. And if they lend, it is at very high interest rates, which are detrimental to the farmers. So it becomes like a vicious circle of, or you know, the chicken or the egg comes first. One of the questions I have is, how do we balance that, especially in this time that we are living, where government intervention in the private sector is almost taboo, but at the same time, when businesses, when corporations want to come into or open their doors in our countries, they ask for concessions from our governments. Another question is, shouldn't the private sectors, like such as the banks, also share the burden that our governments are facing, and how do we go about doing that? This brings into focus also the role of the Caribbean Resilience Fund. Would the CRF be able to work, say, through the banks in forms of maybe securing a certain amount of loans to farmers, you know, targeted areas such as farming, where that enhances our food security and reduces our imports, and maybe that is where the CRIF can also come in collaboration. Those are the questions that I have, and how do we go about, what is government's role, especially how far can it go in, say, intervening with the private sector to
comply with our responsibility of food security and the livelihood of mainly our farmers. And that would also add to economic diversification within the farming industry. Thank you.
Professor Allen, these questions, all these questions are profound questions. Your leadership is urgently needed partly to help Sheldon and partly for you to work with the member states to understand the answers to these very serious issues they're raising.
Given the time, he couldn't CRF. Roll out some of the key things. First of all, the CRF is nothing like what we've seen before. It's not a replication of anything around. It's like the CRIF in the sense that it's an innovative mechanism. It isn't going to international institution to ask for anything. It's really an innovative strategy to leverage finance both domestically, as the Belizean, we know that $50 billion lying about in the bank doing nothing in the domestic private sector. And we know there's a huge amount of resources, pension funds, and we've done our homework, waiting to be invested for all kinds of reasons. There's impact investors. They're interested in investing in areas where there will be climate effects and so on. So this is not about cap in hand asking for anything. This is about innovative instruments to attract finance. It has other objective as well. It will build capacity and roll out financial literacy and address gaps. The CRF is to address those gaps which are not being filled. For example, the issue of youth and women, the issue of the domestic cap, investing in knowledge and knowledge creation. The thing about Angus talk about biological systems. So this is a very different horse that we're talking about. And I think it's there is optimism because we've done a bit of our homework and we know the funds are there. It's just to leverage the range of instruments that would allow us to attract those funds and to fill gaps, critical gaps.
Before you come in,
Before I go in, I think
yeah.
Elizabeth will wait, and then
Yeah, but I want to reinforce a critical point Dylan is making when you're reflecting, and that is that there is substantial capability in the region for us to take responsibility for ourselves through the CRIF and endorse what Minister Batiste was saying. I want to leave 4 minutes for the ministers to wrap up the roundtable. So go ahead, Liz, and then you have two.
All
And
right.
then I give the rest to the
I'm just
Minister
going to
Peters.
start with the responses. I will go Suriname, Belize, Jamaica. One of the things that we do, we require countries to report 3 months after every event on the use of that payout. Countries sign a participation agreement when they join CRIF, and there are certain areas that they, even though they do pay premiums, you have to understand that we are also capitalized by donor organizations as well. So we're accountable to them, and we also are accountable to governments themselves in terms of how payouts are used. So we do require governments to prepare a use of payouts report based on a specific template, and countries are not, for want of a better set of words, not allowed to use those payouts in certain ways. So for example, if your payout will destroy an important ecosystem, for example, that you decide you're going to build a structure in an ecosystem, or you're going to use your payout to provide housing that will destroy a nature-based solution, such as a watershed, that is not one of the ways in which the payout is used. So we do have a stringent monitoring and evaluation system that we adopt. The second question related to food security. We are working at CRIF with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative and the ILO Impact Insurance to bring on board a micro insurance product for vulnerable groups, recognizing that groups like small farmers and so on are significantly impacted by hydrometeorological events such as rain, wind, and drought. And we're bringing this product to market for farmers, but we're doing some unique things with this. It's a livelihood protection product, and it will protect the livelihoods of our farmers and fishers. But at the same time, to bring scale, we need to recognize that insurance penetration in the Caribbean falls between about 5 to 10%. Literacy in terms of insurance is low. So to scale up and to make these instruments possible, we are trying to work with governments through social protection to bring these with the ministries of agriculture, because we know the situation when there is an event, they knock on your door or the Ministry of Finance doors. So we're bringing these micro products into the region. We're starting with 5 pilot countries, of which Belize is one. We just had a meeting yesterday before I came here with CARICOM, Ministers of Agriculture, looking at this product. We will be working with a local insurer, Guardian Insurance Group, because they have impact and scale in terms of the region, countries across the region. And we also will be looking at this notion of financial inclusion, digital currency. So by working with Guardian, we're also working with the NCB group of companies. So we're looking at digital currency. So it is something that we're working on, and the product is expected to be launched this year. The third question, Jamaica parametric insurance. This is a joke now. I will ask you to enlist in our course, our 40-hour course on parametric insurance in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, and you will get 3 credits. It's a postgraduate course. But simply put, it's very different from indemnity insurance, and it really is a means to offer a direct payout after a qualifying event. What you're doing is making a payment or payout based on the occurrence of an event that is determined before the event actually happens. So how much risk, for example, is Jamaica willing to cede to CRIF? How much risk they're willing to transfer? We know that we have tropical cyclones, we know that we have earthquakes, etc. We know what our risk profile looks like. We know what our vulnerability looks like. How much of that risk can we hold? What instruments do we have to retain some risk? And that extra risk, how much do we give to CRIF? It is undetached from any underlying asset on the ground. In other words, you're saying that if Jamaica has a hurricane of wind speed X or rainfall Y, you are likely to get a payout because your policy will trigger based on that wind speed, which you have transferred to CRIF. I mean, this is really in very simple layman terms. So we're not calculating the actual losses on the ground, okay? What we do, and I mentioned it with ECLAC, and we're going to be actually working with ECLAC even more, is to what we have been doing is looking at what our models generate in terms of losses. And remember, your loss is one thing, your payout is something else, right? We're not covering all the losses on the ground, but a portion of those losses. And again, the portion that we cover would be based on the coverage that you actually purchase as well. So what we do now is that we look at our model losses, see what our model is saying for loss with respect to Julia. So right now we're looking at Nicaragua, and we're looking at payouts. What are the overall model losses, right? So these are the model losses. What is the CRIF payout? And what we do after an event, we actually look at the dollars or the PDNAs, the post-disaster needs assessment or the damage and loss assessments, to see how our model performed against these actual assessments on the ground. And what we're seeing is a strong correlation. I mean, they're not going to be the same, but we see, you may see some deviation, but you're not seeing this wide deviation. And we're going to be working, I hope I can say this, we want to work closely with ECLAC to also do dollars where, for example, dollars are not done. Because I mean, dollars about disasters, but we do have where countries say, I've had a major event, I've gotten a small payout. We want to be able to say, well, this is what the dollar is saying.
Thanks a lot, Liz. Bottom line, Jamaica, take the course. let me ask Sheldon to just, you have 1 minute and then I want to turn over to the ministers.
Yeah, thanks, Vanas, and to ministers and Premier. I think when you're looking at the issue of debt and addressing the debt, Suriname is a rather insightful question. I think it's clear from our approach that ECLAC has the pot on the fire because we are ready to cook. We are looking at the totality of debt, and I understand your concern. Our initial analysis showed that the high levels of debt in the region hasn't been primarily driven by fiscal imprudence, but largely economic shocks like the pandemic, commodity prices, and again, natural disasters, where we believe, and we've shown empirically, that up to 60% of some of the debt generated by member states is really rebuilding after natural disasters. So that's one concern. We have also understood that beneficiary countries that tap into the CRF or benefit from the LMOs, the liability management operations, they obviously would have to be conditioned or agree to some fiscal responsibility, fiscal consolidation, and have to hit some targets. Whether we nudge them in the direction to have to legislate this, like Grenada did. I mean, that will be part of a negotiation. So I think you should be concerned, not concerned about that. With respect to the competition for the pool of funds out there, we have sorted the financing for the LMOs, the debt reprofiling. What we're looking at is for the source of concessionary financing for window one, which we believe will have some grants or probably low interest rate loans for engaging in this restructuring. Key here, and I think we like the support of member states, is to echo that maybe the redistribution or reallocation of idle SDRs for the Caribbean member states is key. Maybe run through the CDB, IDB, or regional banks. And we have to consider that during the pandemic, the developed world made upward of 17 trillion US of money at essentially grants or the SDR rate, which is about over 17% of global GDP. We are looking at even just 12% of our GDP in debt reduction. So the money is there, but whether the international community, the World Bank, the IMF, IDB, whether they're willing to find innovative ways for us to find that financing. So if we can tap into some concessional funding, we then understand that we'll be providing in this resilience building low-cost resources and not necessarily broad-based grants. Now, your concern is the nexus between the funding and industrialization. What we are doing here, and you'll see in some slides on the panel tomorrow, we are really basing on a comparative advantage-based industrialization in identifying the key sectors: community tourism, creative tourism, IP, architecture. We're looking towards a lot of the capital services sector for diversifying. There are some limited areas for industrial production, but we're really going back to the original tenets of the integration movement, that regionalization of production, where not everybody can produce the same, but also understanding that the services sector is important in that regard. And our first instance is possibly through a project we're running here now on diversification in tourism-based economies, moving towards having an industrial policy for the OECS, which can be probably broadened out for the region. So essentially everything will be targeted, and the CRF can be a major vehicle for financing this industrial movement. Production integration and things that you spoke about. So I hope that addresses your idea. We're going to look at the totality of the debt. We're going to look at a percentage of the debt, maybe 12%, but we are also going to prevent that fiscal impudence that would have driven that. But I think we've moved long past that area. With respect to CARICOM issue, my dear friend,
Sheldon, it's 105.
Give me a minute. With respect to CARICOM's question, the CRF will be housed at the CDF, so it'll be housed in that entity, and also the consortium which CARICOM Secretariat will be involved. Essentially, will be to manage the consortium along with the CDF. So we actually have a house for it as well. I think there's some major interlocutors moving forward. We need to ensure that we engage IFIs, because the IMF, the World Bank, they can play a key role in providing this concessional financing, a key role in ensuring that maybe we have access to some SDRs, whether it's new or reallocation of idle SDRs, which will give us that concessionary financing that we're looking for. They can also play a key role in the cost of future flows, because that is important. If we're swapping out debt and having debt now at 6%, but then our future flows are at 7, 8, 9, 10%, we are still into that debt trap. That circular firing squad, as it were. And also the industrialization and restructuring is really supposed to ensure that we grow at a faster rate. Right now, there's a gap, that gap where we are growing at a lower rate than our interest rate. So obviously our debt burden will become unsustainable, already close over 80%. With respect to Belize, I think once we have identified clearly the agricultural sector, the tourism, the nexus with tourism, and the energy transformation as key sectors. So once we can have that concessional financing pooled into the CRF, the agricultural sector will definitely benefit. We see that, and the tourism sector, and maybe some light manufacturing where possible, as being the growth poles moving forward. I think that.
Thanks, Sheldon. Let's give the ministers the last word. Minister Baptiste, you first, and then we turn over to Minister Peters to limit your time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, the cost in compression that I did earlier would serve for me to put in capsule form my final observations. I want to just indicate that the turbulence we are going through is really the air pockets between Bretton Woods and the new neoliberal environment that we're in, where we have to build new institutions and evolve new economic instruments that are applicable to our region. We saw prior to COVID how we operated. We saw a country operating on the region within a narrow band of policy options. Okay, now recovery as a country and region require a different kind of political ethic to mobilize change. And this period must lead us through a deep examination of what will constitute effective reform. And I just want to end with 3 of them that I believe is worth reflecting on. The achievement of greater regional cooperation in the economic spheres. And instead of just discussing them, we need to arrive at some type of practical commitment so that we can set in motion what's relevant to dealing with our economies at the country level. Create an enabling environment for the private sector. It is important because today, based on the crisis, we need to encourage the growth and development of the private sector because it's important to the dynamism of the economy. So things that government will traditionally get involved in, like building airports and seaports, you give it to the private sector to deal with. And even in terms of how we utilize the diaspora to help in investments in the country would be very important. So these are just my final thoughts. And I was very happy to engage with you. I'm hoping that you find the information coming from the panel useful, all the ingredients to form a serious recipe of change in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Batiste. Well, this session has been very exciting and filled with food for thought, and I think it's fitting as we are approaching the lunch hour that we've been filled with all of this information. I would like to thank Professor James and the panelists and you, the delegates, for your insightful contributions and robust discussion. I just want to place on record my thanks and appreciation to CRIF. Elizabeth, following the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano, I met with and spoke with a number of our partners who assisted the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in our response. CRIF is no exception, and I just want to place on record here our thanks and appreciation for assisting us in assisting our citizens after 20,000, over 20,000 of them were displaced. And I'm happy to hear as well the new product being looked at in terms of the livelihood insurance policies, because one of the questions I was going to ask is what is CRIF's interaction with local insurance companies and how they will play their part in assisting us to respond. Now, before we take the lunch break, I will invite the ECLAC Secretariat to make any housekeeping announcements that may be necessary. I see Diane, so I assume Diane will be making the housekeeping announcements. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And this is just a warm invitation to all delegates and participants in the meeting to join us for lunch at the old casino, which is at the entrance to the Torre Rica. I know most people are staying in the Royal Torre Rica, but there's actually another hotel next door here, the Torre Rica, and there is old casino. I'm depending on the Surinamese delegation to help to guide us there because I myself don't even really know my way over there. But I know you need to walk around the back here. So we depend on you to guide everyone to the old casino for lunch. And we resume promptly at, is it 2 o'clock? 2:30. Yes, we give a little more time. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
bring this session to some kind of start. And I'm sure that most of you would have been fed and watered, and that you're not suffering from ethnic fatigue, as I heard it described recently. So, can we find our places, please, so that we can get going? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Distinguished representatives, welcome back. We'll now turn our attention to the theme for the next agenda item, the MVI as an effective measure of vulnerability in small, middle-income Caribbean countries. Far too long, access to concessional financing for Caribbean SIDS, highly exposed to exogenous shocks, has been limited due to their middle-income status. The sub-region hopes to challenge this position with the support of the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, being developed by a high-level panel commissioned by Secretary General Gutierrez. The interim report has been made available for feedback, and this panel will therefore examine whether the index appropriately captures the scope of vulnerability of Caribbean SIDS and thus make a compelling case for greater SID support for recovery, resilience, and sustainable development given its universal application. This panel will be moderated by the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Jamaica. I now turn the proceedings over to my brother, Minister Campbell, to lead this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, this afternoon, we will consider the proposal to establish a multidimensional vulnerability index as a measure to assess the degree of vulnerability of our small island developing states. This discussion follows naturally from the discussion we had this morning on the debt and liquidity challenges which we face in and our persistent exposure to exogenous economic and environmental shocks. These undermine all efforts at sustainable development, despite our so-called upper and middle income status. A high-level panel appointed by the President of the UN General Assembly at the request of Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been given in-depth consideration to the establishment of an MVI since early this year. The motivation for this work was an appeal by then chair of AOSIS, Ambassador Loy Young of Belize, to the Secretary General in the fall of 2020, as the economies of the Caribbean and other SIDS regions slid into deeper debt in the face of the onslaught of COVID-19 and extreme weather events. AOSIS renewed its assertion, first made during the Earth Summit some 30 years ago, that using the sole metric of per capita GNI as the basis for measuring the capacity of SIDS economies to recover from catastrophic events discounted the challenges posed by their vulnerabilities. Of particular concern was the lack of access to concessional finance in circumstances where the narrow economic base, increasing debt burdens, and the widespread imposition of de-risking rendered the cost of borrowing expensive. The AOSIS appeal, therefore, was for the international community to find an appropriate basis for measuring capacity to pay that took into consideration the unique structural challenges of SIDS. The work of the high-level panel began under the joint chairmanship of Prime Minister Gaston Brown of Antigua and Barbuda and Mrs. Erna Solberg, former Prime Minister of Norway. It was guided by specific terms of the Secretary General, including his exhortation that the index be constructed in a spirit of partnership among member states and should be based on the principles of multidimensionality, universality, exogeneity, readability, and availability. The interim report of the high-level panel was released in August and will be considered by the General Assembly during its current session so as to determine next steps. Our panel this afternoon is intended to give a clear picture of the work that has been done so far and of the work ahead. We will discuss the key political and technical hurdles that must be overcome if the middle-income SIDS of the Caribbean are to benefit from such an index. We will wrestle with some of those principles articulated by the Secretary General, like universality, so to determine what would serve our interest best. We will reflect on the perspectives and the attitudes of varying interest groups, including influential ones like the international financial institutions, so we get a good sense of how we in the Caribbean should pitch our strategy. We have assembled an experienced panel to lead our discussions this afternoon, and included in that panel, and I sincerely hope I get this right because pronunciation varies, Mr. Tomasi Blair, Consular in the Mission of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations, New York, who together with his ambassador, His Excellency Walton Webson, current chair of AOSIS, has provided formidable leadership to the process at both political and conceptual levels. He will provide the critical overview to help us understand where the negotiations are now and how things are likely to shape up for SIDS and the Caribbean. Her Excellency Elizabeth Thompson, with whom I shared space on the way down here. She is the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary for Climate Change, Law of the Sea and Small Island Development States of Barbados, is a seasoned attorney, politician, and diplomat. I don't know how you wrap all of those into one, because the lawyers are supposed to be notorious for all kinds of things, who until very recently served as the permanent representatives of Barbados to the United Nations in New York. She's an astute and passionate advocate for the sustainable development of SIDS, having also served as Assistant Secretary General and an executive coordinator of the Rio Conference on Sustainable Development. She will give perspectives on the political strategy that may be adopted by the Caribbean SIDS and likely pitfalls as various interest groups converge. Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, Principal Advisor, Max Gwen Limited, is an international economist, highly experienced in international finance in the Caribbean, having spent more than 20 years in the sub-region with the IMF and 9 years with the IDB. She will describe the prevailing response of the international financial institutions, a critical stakeholder group on which the success of the MVI depends. Professor Vanus James, Professor of Economics, Trinidad and Tobago, and I don't know why they asked me to introduce this gentleman, because I remember him some years ago when I was a little, he appeared doing his quantitative things. Don't ask me what it all means. I don't remember a thing. I was then a commissioner at the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission. I was supposed to be a trade specialist, but here am I not understanding anything that Professor James presented. Needless to say, we found on behalf of his kind. And he will bring some intellectual rigor to the whole analysis. And so let us, without further ado, give the floor to Mr. Tomasi Blair. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Tomasi Blair from the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations. Antigua and Barbuda currently holds the chairmanship of AOSIS. And so we have been tasked with leading the charge on the negotiation side of the establishment of the MVI, in particular for SIDS. My ambassador, Ambassador Webson, was supposed to be here, and so he sends his apologies. Thank you, Minister Campbell, for your introduction. You had give a good summary of the MVI in itself, so I would skip a few of my slides so as not to be repetitive. So the start of most of my slides had indication on why the MVI, and in addition, the genesis as to where we are today based on resolutions that we had put forward in the General Assembly. And so based on those resolutions that we had put forward in the General Assembly, we're at this point in discussing the MVI. And so I'll begin just to indicate that the high-level panel in itself, it consists of 5 representatives from SIDS, 4 from the Global North and 3 from the Global South. And of course, as Mr. Campbell indicated, it's co-chaired by Prime Minister Brown of Antigua and Barbuda and Ms. Erna Solberg, former Prime Minister of Norway. The high-level panel, they were to deliver their first interim report back in June of this year, but there were a lot of delays in the conclusion of their work. And so the interim report was released on 4th August. It was also anticipated that the final product of the MVI would have been released towards the end of August, where we'd be able to negotiate this MVI, the final report of the MVI, during this session of the General Assembly. That is no longer the case because there are matters pertaining to the collection of data and the governance of the MVI that has pushed them into a 6-month delay. And so within a few more weeks, the General Assembly will grant permission to the MVI for the extension of time. So the final report will be released June 30th, 2023. All right, so understanding the interim report that was released, that was recently released, the report established 3 parts. It contains the narrative, which starts from pages 3 to 9. Then the technical structure and framework of the proposed MVI goes from page 10 to 20. And then the general remarks by the high-level panel goes from pages 21 to 23. As Minister Campbell had indicated that the original proposal by the Secretary General was the inclusion of 5 guiding principles. Those would have been multidimensionality, universality, exogeneity, availability, readability. Those were the first 5. In the panel's deliberation and discussions, they added an additional principle, which is resilience. And so much of the discussions that we've been having in New York are based on 3 of these principles. Well, rather 4 of these principles: multidimensionality, which means the aspects of the indicators that the MVI should take into account. And AOSIS have advocated continuously that multidimensionality for us means the 3 pillars of sustainable development: the environment, the economic, and the social pillar. But for us, to a lesser extent, the social pillar. The issue of universality has been a tense debate within the UN system. At first, you would recall that the proposal for the MVI would say that this MVI is for SIDS. If the notion of universality comes into play, then it throws out the idea of the MVI being solely for SIDS. But this is a strategy that I will come back and explain to you why, as AOSIS, we've allowed the notion of universality to go forward. Exogeneity is also another issue that have been discussed. And one of the issues is that it looks at external shocks. There were proponents within the UN system, especially those from middle-income countries that are not SIDS, that believe that the index should go beyond external shocks and look at internal factors that are shock-related. And this is an issue that we have resisted continuously as AOSIS, because it benefits us as SIDS to have the MVI focus on the impact of external shocks. Then the last area of discussion, which is the new addition, is the issue of resilience that the panel has deliberated on extensively. And resilience comes into play from 2 components, is that those from the developed world do not see that the MVI would lead to continuous financing for SIDS forever. And so the notion of resilience is that once a country has achieved a certain level of resiliency, then they would have, quote unquote, either graduated from the MVI or moved on to some other support mechanism. So I've gone through the concepts and the principles of universality and so forth. So I'll skip this area. The MVI technical structure and framework, this part focuses on the overall structure. And so 2 areas that are prominent is the structural vulnerability, which is the risk of a country's sustainable development being hindered by recurrent external shocks and stressors, which we have been advocating for as the chair of AOSIS. And then structural resilience, the capacity to dampen the impact of and quickly recover from shocks, and to adapt flexibility in response to stressors. On the structural resilience component, we have continuously advocated that because of our structural vulnerability, we will never be able to achieve resilience, no matter what framework is put in place. And so the definition of structural resilience is one that we're trying to continue to iron out within the expert panel, but also to ensure that once they have decided on moving forward with structural resilience, that they are fully aware that we would never, that SIDS would never ever be resilient to external shocks. And so we have looked at some of the criticisms of the MVI. Criticisms could be good, criticisms could be bad. I indicated the issue of universality, and so this is where I wanted to come back, because this has been a debate within SIDS themselves, but also debate with developed countries and also other developing countries, in particular, the middle income SIDS that fall outside the umbrella, the middle income countries that fall outside the umbrella of SIDS. And so we have explained that our interpretation of universality. And for us, universality is the measurement of all countries as the MVI, as it pertains to the MVI. And so When we spoke about the MVI being SIDS for SIDS, the understanding is that you cannot produce an MVI by just measuring SIDS. You cannot rank SIDS amongst themselves. We have to rank SIDS amongst other countries. And so it was based on this understanding that we accepted the notion of universality. However, we've made it extremely clear that for us, universality only pertains to ranking. It does not pertain to access. And so when the final MVI is computed, we would resist any attempts for any other group of countries to gain access to the MVI based on the ranking that is being produced. In terms of the indicators now, the indicators tie in with the notion of universality, because they have to use a broad range of indicators in order to rank countries. However, and so this is why it's important to link the indicators to universality, because during the discussions of the expert panel, it is extremely clear that the indicators that are being used are indicators that are SIDS-specific indicators. They're indicators that are relevant to us. There may be one or two indicators that the panel will discuss that would fall out of the ranking of SIDS itself, but based on conversations with the panel itself, the indicators that are using are SIDS-specific, and so it would mean that once they have finalized the indicators and done their ranking based on universality, it is very well likely that SIDS will be ranked as the most vulnerable group of countries. And so we'll have a discussion once we see the indicators being produced. The issue of exogenity or external shocks, I've already went into that particular detail, that for us, we are only basing the discussions on external shocks. However, we have made one or two exceptions to the panel. We have indicated to them that while we look at external shocks, we also have to look at the impact that some of the external shocks would have had on some of our internal structures. And so we gave the COVID-19 pandemic as an example. While the pandemic in itself started out as an external shock, the internal impact, meaning the closures of our borders and so forth, greatly affected our country. So they have to give certain consideration of how they would measure external shocks, and they would look at the internal impact going forward. In addition, and this is perhaps the hot potato, is the data, the challenge of data. There's just not enough data for some of the indicators that are relevant to SIDS. And so we have had extensive discussions as the chair of AOSIS with the panel in trying to come to some sort of a bridge in how they feature and look at some of the data that are going forward. We have indicated to them in our written response to the interim report that while they do not have some sufficient data on the indicators that are SIDS leaning, that they cannot and should not discard those indicators. What we have proposed is the use of proxies as a stopgap until they find the relevant data that would match the indicators. In addition, we have indicated that, and they have agreed with us, that the MVI will be a living index. And so it will be reviewed perhaps every 3 or 5 years. And so as the data comes on board and the data is being brought forward that are SIDS-specific, then that data will replace the proxy data and will continue to capture the vulnerability of SIDS. And then the issue of support is quite important. And support means who will finance the MVI? And so, we know that the MVI, the product of the MVI is to provide concessional financing for SIDS, along with certain capacity building initiatives, but also to address our unsustainable debt levels based on the external shocks that we have faced. There's a heavy pushback from some developed countries that have indicated that there is not enough money around. We have indicated to them that based on your last minute support for Ukraine and the billions of dollars you've been able to find, then that theory that there's not enough financing around is not to us. And so they are fully aware that there is enough money around, and it's whether or not they have the political will to put the money in place. In addition, they have built this narrative that the MVI will take away financing from LDCs, those countries that have already received support based on the index that we do not agree on, the GNI that we do not agree on. And so what we have done internally, we have started an exercise with the assistance of the OECD Secretariat, who has been extremely helpful to us. And so it should note that the OECD Secretariat is working with us outside of the OECD membership in itself. And they have started to compute some numbers. And what they have found is that the amount of support that would be given to SIDS if this MVI is successful is a drop in the bucket. It would not cost developed partners a lot. It would not affect the support that is given to LDCs. And so as they produce the figures and the data for us, we will continue to share those with developed partners to build our case. I have discussed universality already. I've discussed the indicators. I've discussed external shocks versus internal shocks. I've discussed the data challenges and the support on the MVI. I think what is important for us to consider is what happens after the final MVI is released, is produced. And this is where we have to go into strategy, working along with each others. As the chair of AOSIS, we have built in a robust strategy in how we plan to continue the negotiations. When I leave here this evening, I am going to the fall meetings of the World Bank. And so we're meeting with the 12 largest aid donor countries to continue to put forward the case on the MVI. We're also meeting with the 39 ambassadors of AOSIS who are based in Washington for them to continue also to do the advocacy work for us. I would say, however, once the final report is produced and it finds that SIDS, in fact, and we are very confident of this, that SIDS are the most vulnerable group of countries, then we would need a lot of political support coming from each member state. We know that there's a strategy in place where they try to divide and conquer us, where they try to divide Caribbean from the PSIDS and from the ACE. We should resist any attempt of that and just focus on the fact that the MVI will be beneficial for all SIDS. Thank you.
Let me thank Mr. Blair. If you see an envelope being passed around, it is for the fine that he'll have to pay for having breached the rules. But let me pose two questions which you may want to consider when the presenters are delivering. And the first one I'd want to put on the floor is, are there any major shortcomings in the proposal that you desert? Second one you may want to consider, are there broader objectives besides access to finance that can be addressed in such an index? And lastly, how might the data gaps limit the effectiveness of such an index? I now move over to Her Excellency, Miss Elizabeth Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, members of the panel. Let me start by thanking my friends at ECLAT for pulling off yet another meeting with aplomb, and the Surinamese for their hospitality so far. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. What I have is a number of questions. This is a matter on which I have been reflecting. Let me congratulate Tumasi for his elevation as Deputy Permanent Representative of Antigua at New York to the United Nations. I had the pleasure of working with him both when I was an Assistant Secretary General of the UN and then when I became Barbados's ambassador to the UN myself. I know he will serve the Caribbean with distinction, but I'm deeply concerned about this particular matter. I hope so. Okay, so if I may, And yes, my friend, my recent friend, the chair, did say that he and I shared a space coming in. He was very cryptic in the remark. What he meant was I sat on the plane next to him just in case you were trying to work on it. Okay, so I see myself as a politician. I'm not a technocrat. And therefore, I would want to start by asking, what are the political and technical constructs within which this MVI is located, the proposed MVI? Do they meet the requirements or the mandate that we had originally anticipated? If it does, great. If it does not, how do we address it? My view is that it does not. We started by asking for an MVI to address the peculiar vulnerabilities and characteristics of small island developing states, which cause middle income countries like Antigua and Barbuda, like Barbados, to be unable to access concessionary grants, loans at concessionary rates, ODA at certain levels, because we were perceived or are perceived as being too well off. My question, therefore, is, now that we do not have an index which is SIDS specific, does the universality principle and does the universal vulnerability index really help the small island developing states? To what extent does it become a lever for accessing capital that we didn't have access to before? Now, if you use the measure, which is what is being used, of environmental vulnerability, you come out with a different metric or a different visual and a different result to if you use a metric that relates to climate vulnerability, for instance. And Barbados's position, if I may put Barbados's position and some other islands, is that, look, we want to have an index that is more cognizant of the challenges faced by SIDS, and an index which reflects or treats to the issue that if $160 billion in damage is caused by Hurricane Katrina, that affects only 1% of the GDP of the United States. But when $1.3 billion in damage is caused by Maria, it is 225% of GDP. So let us look at the difference in scale. Let us look at the fact that if somebody in Iowa or Missouri didn't happen to see the news, then what happened in Katrina would not impact them. But there is nobody in the Caribbean who failed to be impacted by Hurricane Maria. We have friends in Dominica. Our ex-boyfriends still live up there. Well, not mine, but somebody's. But you understand what I mean? They went to school with us. So you know the people you are talking about. You're going to have to raise funds next day to send resources to Dominica. Missouri and care what happened in Katrina, it makes no difference. So it is a question of scale. It is a question of impact. It is a question of vulnerability. To what extent did the United States or Katrina have the capacity to recover? I beg your pardon. Did the Gulf states have the capacity to recover from Katrina as compared with the capacity of the Bahamas to recover from, was it Dorian, or Dominica to recover from Maria? Unless the index treats to these fundamental issues, which are about bread, butter, survival, and resilience, then the index fails to identify and address the concerns of the small island developing states who pleaded for it, who are now being told, thank you for bringing this important issue to the table. Let me have a universal thing and everybody can get on the bus. So those are some of the issues. Chairman, how am I going for time? I don't want to be punished if we're on the seat next to each other going back.
I will just bring a little equity to the whole.
Okay, okay. So Tomasi spoke about metrics being used and how the index was going to be formulated. These are concerns. Another concern for me would be the extent to which there will be availability of resources. Let us face it, if you look across the multilateral system, we get the appropriate expressions of empathy about climate change and its impacts, but we do not get the resources. $100 billion has been promised well over a decade ago. We still can't get it. So even when we have developed this index, what is the structure or mechanism that we are going to use to actually leverage funding and capital? There is a dearth in the tools available for us to do comparative analyses between countries. Let us face it, in the Caribbean, we are notoriously bad at statistics and data collection, data analysis, data review, data collation, etc. So across the SID spectrum, we are not even comparing like with like. How do you have a vulnerability index where you are not using a common platform for measurement because those involved in it do not have the capacity to measure and to measure in the same way? How at the end of the day, and you notice I'm asking questions because as a politician, I want the technocrats then to give me the answers so that I can make the political decision on whether this is something which warrants the support of countries as is presently structured, or whether we have to ask the panel, with all due respect to the work of your Prime Minister, Brother Gaston, to go back to the panel and to the table and to widen the scope. So the data access or the dearth of data will make analysis and comparative analyses and all of the things that an index does through the availability of data peculiarly difficult for us. I think too that this could perhaps heighten a challenge that we already have. I mentioned climate change because it's such a pertinent example. Let us understand that issues like climate, which are inherent in this issue of an MVI for us, are very different. Despite the scorching summer and the torrential floods, the reality is that the wine industry in the United Kingdom has grown by 450%, allowing them to compete with France because of the warming temperatures in places like Wales. That is completely different to the Caribbean experience, where you have sargassum washing up on beaches, high erosion, and increased intensity and frequency of extreme weather events. So that the incentive to fix the challenge is not necessarily the same. Equally, I am concerned that I do not see necessarily SIDS being prioritized in the multilateral system at the moment, beyond the appropriate mouthings of empathy and so on. And the fact that there was no appetite for a SID-specific index, and that we had to make it a universal index for it to be considered at all, really tells you that SIDS are not being prioritized. There are one or two other points which I would want to make, but I would pause, Minister, so that I make them during the course of the discussion so that I can give other people an opportunity to speak, as my mother kept telling me I need to do.
Excellency, I now will move to a lady who used to be my neighbor. She has found reason to pack her bags and go elsewhere. I don't know why, but Mrs. Turner-Jones, thank you.
Perfect. So I'm gonna, not to incur any fines, I'm actually gonna use technology and use my timer.
Okay, so I'm not gonna get any fines. I'm gonna muddy the waters even a bit more than Elizabeth just did. Mostly because I'm coming at this from 30 years of experience working in IFIs, principally in the IMF and then just recently at the IDB. I also want to bring to the table, because I haven't heard anyone mention yet, the work that the CDB has done recently on this topic. And I think what CDB is doing actually is more appropriate because it goes into much more depth and rigor on the aspect of resilience, but also on the recovery adjuster aspect that they've introduced. And more importantly, the tool that they've introduced, which is a vulnerability resilience assessment tool, which gets at some of the angles that the IFIs would bring to this discussion, which is what about the performance, what about the policy environment? So last week, my husband and I went to University of Southern California, where we have a sophomore this year. And part of one of the activities of parents was to do a health check. And we walked up to this tent and we were given an instrument that we held and put against our bodies to measure our BMI. So it was going to give me a snapshot of my body mass index. And I look at this MBI issue a little bit like that. The MBI is a snapshot. It's a photograph of where all of these countries will be, taking the universality and the comparability issue that is very much important to the UN. And there's a particular reason why universality and comparability is there, because the UN's doing it. The UN doesn't just represent SIDS, the landlocked countries, the LDCs, all the others are in the bucket. And so we need to do something that's applicable to everyone. So while SIDS and small island states may be a little bit miffed by this, I think it's the UN's job to do its job, which is to represent everybody on this planet. So having said that, the MBI, like the BMI, takes a snapshot, and it told me that my weight is within the normal range, but it told my husband that he's overweight, obese, right? So if I only took that measure, I wouldn't be concerned about, and there were some other things we also did, diabetes, cholesterol levels, hypertension, and so on. Those are other metrics that we need to use with the BMI to say whether or not I'm actually healthy or not. Because I may be normal weight, but I may actually have underlying conditions that says I'm actually a lot less healthy than my husband, who's categorized as overweight. So I think that's the problem in a nutshell with the MBI. It doesn't give us enough granularity. I hate that word, but economists use it a lot. Doesn't give us enough granularity, especially to deal with all of the issues we discussed this morning. The beauty of going back to the CDB, and I hope they will pay me and give me a little stipend for plugging their position, is that what the CDB is saying is, of course, the MBI too is just looking at taking information from the past. It's not trying to say, okay, all right, pre-shock, Dominica's GDP was, less, for lack of a better term, was 10,000. It wasn't, but let's call it. It was 10,000 per capita. That was the pre-shock GNI per capita. The shock happens, and while the recovery is taking place, what's happening in Dominica? What's happening to GDP or GNI per capita while this recovery is taking place? We need to take into account the impact of the shock, the length of the shock, and what it is to recover. So I think there is a lot more depth. And by the way, President Leon is very happy that the ACS, for example, has asked him to explain to them and give an audience to them, to the whole ACS membership, because I think there's a lot of value in going a bit deeper. The issue of debt and the whole issue of macroeconomic stability, as you know, to IFIs, this is sort of like fundamental. So for example, Barbados, it was announced last week, Barbados was able to draw down, will be able to draw down from the IMF's new resilience, it's called a Resilient Sustainability Fund. Okay, now why I viscerally had a reaction to the CRF is because I think there are funds already out there that we just need to access. So when I hear Caribbean countries say there's no access to concessional financing, I say bollocks, because I know that from both my job at the IMF and my job at IDB, there is money being left on the table because countries aren't accessing. We need to get over the stigma that an IMF program is bad, Because if you take Jamaica as an example, Jamaica has done extraordinary efforts since 2013 to improve its macroeconomic outlook. Jamaica has had consistently been upgraded by credit rating agencies when countries like the Bahamas and Barbados have been downgraded because of these shocks that are emanating from climate change. And by the way, credit rating agencies, whether we like it or not, are already building into our ratings the fact that vulnerabilities exist from climate change. And if the policies aren't there to be seen, and let's face it, a lot of our budgets are not including line items for disaster risk mitigation, or in the case of parametric insurance, maybe I need to increase my insurance with CRIF. Maybe I need to take out another contingent credit line with another institution. If countries do not put these, what I call now fundamental insurances in place, we will see these downgrades continue. And what do? They make the cost of capital higher, not just for governments, but also for private sector, for the private sector trying to operate in the environment. So I think this MBI and having a SID-specific one is a double-edged sword. It's good to draw attention to the needs, and the needs are definitely there. I think there's no one in the international community that would dispute that. However, at the same time, we have to build the resilient side of not just our environmental and economic sectors, but also the way in which we do policymaking in the region. And here is where I think strategy comes into play. And here is where we're not using our voices, to Elizabeth's point, we're not using the political opportunities we have to do that. I will give you one opportunity that's on the table right now, and there goes my 7 minutes. The IDB is about to elect a new president. And the reaction of the region is, oh, we're going to put up a candidate. Well, maybe that's not the best way to go about it. Because first of all, why not decide what it is that we want the IDB to be doing? Why not pull together a statement to say, this is what the IDB should be doing in the Caribbean? As manager of the department for 5 years, we managed to come up with a narrow vision for what the IDB should be doing in the region to address all the issues we're discussing here: debt, lack of productivity, the fact that the economies are not growing, the fact that education needs to be reformed, the fact that there are environmental issues that need to be addressed. So I put it to you that the best use of a forum like this is to have a coherent strategy so that the IDB's new candidate, whether it's a he or she, whoever it is, has in front of them, okay, these are the needs of the Caribbean, and I need to be able to say that I'm going to satisfy these needs as a president of the organization. I think we're not doing that well enough, despite having representation in executive directors' offices at the World Bank, at the IMF, and the UN permanent representatives. I know at the UN there's a lot of work going on, hence this discussion, but I think we need to be a lot more strategic in what we're asking these institutions to do. Having an instrument, whether it's the CD, what I would call MBI, CDB with a star, having the improvement on that index is something that would be very tangible to put in front of the IDB president and said, this is where we want to go. This is what we're looking for the support for, and this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to stop there, and more can come out in the question and answer period. Thank you.
Mrs. Turner-Jones saying that she will not be fined. That is not so, but let me now move on to a gentleman who will sum it up, will bring it all together for us, Professor Vanus James.
Thank you, Chair. I remember with fondness or experience with anti-dumping work. Well, I read this report carefully, ladies and gentlemen, and I found that the high-level committee is seeking to do something that could be properly done. And I want to make two kinds of comments, one about the report itself, and the other about the care that has to be exercised in doing this if it is to help Caribbean countries and SIDS in general. But what they seem to want to do is build an index, a single number, if you want to put it that way, that reflects a basic proposition that they make clear. And that is that the causes of vulnerability are two. One, structural vulnerability, as they describe it, which amounts to a set of exogenous forces, forces outside the control of the region that are going to bring shocks to our experience. And another set that they call resilience factors, structural resilience factors that we can control through the way we approach the business of looking after ourselves. And I think that's by and large a sensible idea. But when I read the report, I found that they provide us with a justification for its usefulness, which makes the report subject to the kind of quarrels that my fellow panelists are raising. They provide a promise to fully identify indicators that would measure structural vulnerability and indicators that would measure the resilience that we bring to the table, individual countries bring to the table, and include among those the country's commitment to proper policy making, what they call in parts of the report, commitment to development, sound development policy in principle. And they want to bring in the next iteration whatever they can find indicators for, available data for. They provide a promise to capture, this is key, a promise to capture the risks the countries face and realizations, the extent of realizations of those risks, scale of impact, frequency, and so on, by country. So country level data would pick that up. And they promise a gold standard, a methodology to combine these indicators to give you this single number that we will call the vulnerability index. Now, I think all of that is good. But when I read the report, I was drawn to prepare a note for ECLAC that would alert it to the issues that must be addressed if this is to be properly done. And I think our colleague, Professor Terry, in the back there, is working on something similar, and I've seen something like that coming from him. The first thing is that the explanatory variables, these indicators of vulnerability and resilience, must be individually risk adjusted if you're going to capture the scope of issues they want to address. Meaning you must capture where particular countries are facing the risk of harm and express weaknesses in their structures that make them vulnerable to harm. Secondly, I think you have to use a carefully chosen multivariate methodology, which they promise, to identify the weights, the parameters that link the indicators to generate the single index. But they must choose that in a way that avoids a problem of an index that is special and not generalizable to the countries that may not be captured in the data set properly, in the, or applicable only to a given time period. You want a general index that you could use across space and time. This is the problem we call in my profession overfitting. They have to avoid that at all costs. And they must attempt in the effort to do this to account for the fact that there is what we described in the panel this morning, the coupling of variables. One thing is linked to the next. GNP, government output, is tied to government policy, and government policy is tied to output, and so on. There is dynamic and feedback and coupling, and they have to be careful to reflect that in the way the index is constructed. Economists call that endogeneity. You capture that properly. They have to avoid a big problem I saw in the report, which is that there's a lot of measurement error in a lot of what I see them reporting there. For example, they think of economic structure in terms of the share of manufacturing in output. That is the worst possible measure you could use, especially if you're talking about Caribbean countries, where we have no hope of developing by relying on manufacturing. We have to build indicators that are much more general than that if we want to capture the structures across the global space. I have included reference to that and how that could be done in the work I sent to ECLAC, so they could see what I'm talking about in that comment. And I think one of the things that I agree with, coming from a conversation I had with Deputy Director Allen, is that we must deal with causality properly in building the weights that link the variables in this index. And this could only be done properly if you group the countries with great care so that you could distinguish how these weights differ by country group. So there will be SIDS, there will be other kinds of countries, maybe emerging economies, other types, so-called developed countries and so on. You group them conveniently. So let the data speak, of course, so that you're able to show how the experiences of the SIDS differ from the experiences of other types of countries when you build the index. So in other words, you might have one index for SIDS and another index for something else, and show how you could make policy to shift from the experience of SIDS, shift SIDS into another kind of vulnerability experience. That will have to be done with great care. And we know how to do it. There is no hint in this report as to how it should, if it should be done at all, and how it should be done. I'm almost up with my 7 minutes, but I want to make two last observations. It is possible, if you gather data on all the countries in the global space across multiple time periods, so you're able to look before COVID, after COVID, look over long periods of time for all the countries, and you could find indicators to allow you to do that, you have a chance to avoid a lot of bias that normally plagues efforts to build indexes of this kind. And you still could capture country specifics, individual country specifics, and the evolution of the vulnerability of countries over time. That would be possible if you use an appropriate set of methods, and of course, if you would put the resources into gathering the data. We know how to do all of those things right here in the Caribbean. So in the event that the multivariate high-level panel has difficulty, they can engage ECLAC, and we can assemble appropriate professional teams right here to do this with considerable expertise. The Caribbean is not short of capability to deliver these kinds of services to the world. Mr. Chairman, I've kept within my 7 minutes.
Hmm.
Prof, I had to get that one in. Well, let me thank my panelists. They've raised so many issues for our consideration. I see a rep from, that is the first one I've seen, and the ECLAC representative. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. When you become an old man like me, you could say what you like. After all, there's not a lot of time left. And I will say what I want. I think that, thank the various participants for very insightful observations, and how we bring this together will be a challenge, but as Vanna said, we have a great deal of capacity. But let me say, I want to respond to an observation by Ms. Turner-Jones, both with respect to the IDB. I think there's a naive notion that these international institutions are neutral, and that a new president is going to just listen to what ECLAC has to say and the Caribbean has to say and say, oh, these guys are making sense. These organizations have never been neutral. And that naivety, I'm surprised, is still around in the public space. The second thing I want to say is that Jamaica, and I love Jamaica, my family is there. Jamaica could never be an example of an international, of being supervised continuously by the IMF and has not grown for 2 decades. I seem I have applause from upstairs. How could Jamaica be represented of an excellent example of IMF, of the international community? Jamaica is the worst example. A country that punches below its belt and has not grown for 2 decades, and a country with massive resources, extraordinary talent. We have to think about these things very carefully. So I think what is happening here is 2 competing notions. And I think we have to be very critical about this notion that what we have here is just fiscal irresponsibility, and these governments are just spending money and getting into trouble. And what you need to do is to put them under all kinds of fiscal rules. And as I say, Jamaica's followed these rules very carefully and very closely. And we have to be very careful about that logic. What we are saying is not that there isn't fiscal slack. Nobody could say that. But I'm saying there are deeper questions afoot here, and we have to tackle these things with seriousness. Thank you.
Can I ask Member Turner-Jones to address the specific issue which was raised by our friend from ECLAC?
Okay, yes, Brad, no, thanks. Thank you. I don't think anyone in this room is naive about who are the stakeholders in these institutions. So let me just dispel that. But I do think if, for example, the Caribbean wants to put a candidate up to be the president of the IDB, then we need to be strategic about it. And that would mean figuring out what it is that we actually want. And given that, back to how these institutions are run and who the major shareholders are, it would be a very steep climb for that to happen. If it does happen, and I actually think we have a couple of candidates that could possibly do that, although I think the candidates in question may not feel like they want to do that. Let's make sure we rally around the best candidate and make sure that they know what it is that we're asking. On Jamaica, because I've been living in Jamaica for 9 years, and I've been a very strong advocate for, yes, the country has not grown for 30 years, but nor has any other country in this region, practically. So it's not just about, and why is that? Because once your debt threshold is over 60% of GDP, it's really difficult to grow. And I've seen this across the region. And let's not confuse, rebound after pandemic, because we're still below 2019 levels. I mean, that's growth. We're just trying to catch up. But in the case of Jamaica, what I'm referring to really is not just the fact that the debt has come down precipitously, but it's allowed them to use resources they couldn't put into education or infrastructure, which they are now able to do. Other countries aren't able to do that because a lot of the revenues, over 40% in the case of Jamaica, and in some countries even higher, are going to debt service. So let's not, time is up. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me compliment the panel. I think this was quite riveting and it kept us awake after such a sumptuous lunch. There seems to be, at least from my perspective, quite a number of interesting areas of convergence, but also perhaps there might also be, Chair, areas in which Tomasi may be able to enlighten us on the extent to which there was engagement across the board to factor in some of the comments that came off the panel this afternoon. I was quite interested in listening to Ms. Thompson, who would have had the experience of working at a senior level within the United Nations, worked as a government minister, defined herself as a politician, and the real issues, Ms. Thompson, that you brought up. I was saying to my colleagues here that having lived in Barbados and always interested in brass tacks, I felt that I was getting the real issue coming from you. So thanks for that. Just a few things that I want to raise. One is the point made by Ms. Turner-Jones in terms of the interventions currently being pursued by the CDB, the RDA. I'm happy that you raised that because that would have been my first question. To what extent has the efforts of the CDB been taken into consideration in designing the MVI? I know the president of the CDB has had quite a number of interventions across the Caribbean, and I'm happy to hear that the ACS is providing that opportunity as well. CARICOM did provide the opportunity through the Ministers of Finance and Planning, and of course there was a special seminar put on the RDA during the Heads of Governments conference that took place in July right here at this hotel in the other conference room across there. So my first question really is to Tomasi: to what extent is the RDA being considered or factored in this? Also, if you may, also give us an idea as to the extent to which as well that there may be opportunities for a continuation of the expansion of the ideas, given the feedback that you've received today, and I'm sure other feedback that you might be receiving. Now, two concerns. One major one for me is that there's so many other initiatives that have not borne fruit for seeds. I've listed 4. The Samoa Pathway, the Addis Ababa Agreement for Financing of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2009 Copenhagen negotiation to mobilize $100 billion of financing to finance climate change, and now the MVI. Are we just moving from one initiative to the next. And if the three previous ones, and of course there are others, if these have not produced the financing or have not unlocked the financing that we anticipated that they would have unlocked, what tells us that this initiative is going to unlock any of those finances? And finally, for me, the issue really is about the extent to which we can hold the international community accountable for damage and loss. That conversation is an ongoing one, which has not yet received the kind of support that we anticipated that it would have received. And for us in the Caribbean, damage and loss, moving forward with a conversation regarding climate change and the impact of climate change on our societies, damage and loss is a conversation that simply cannot be avoided. And I'm not sure to what extent the work that has been done so far with the MVI would reflect that sufficiently. So it really is an issue for me about whether or not more opportunities will be provided for further input, bearing in mind that the report is now going to be submitted in June or July next year. How do we utilize that time, and how do we ensure that an indigenous effort produced and supported by the Caribbean Development Bank, which the bank has incidentally indicated publicly that with or without an embrace through this MVI initiative, that the Caribbean Development Bank will itself apply the RDA to its lending policies. To what extent can we ensure that such an indigenous process intervention that quite frankly seems to be much superior to what the MVI is producing currently, how do we ensure that we get this embedded into what is happening at the level of the United Nations?
Thank you, Mr. Alexis. I just want to give the panel a very quick, because time is really pressing up on us. Members of the panel, who wants to take that one? Or serious, I should say.
Doesn't go on. It's still on top.
It's on, great. All right, so perhaps just to respond to the questions that were posed on the engagement that the panel had with member states. And I'm not speaking as a member of the panel, I'm not a member of the panel, but I'm speaking on behalf of AOSIS and the manner in which we try to encourage the panel to conduct its work. And I would indicate that well over almost 2 years, the panel have had extensive engagements with member states on a virtual manner. They have had engagement with regional commissions. They have had engagements with various economists, ministers of finance, and other stakeholders, including civil society. In particular, as it pertains to the Caribbean Development Bank, I would indicate that we have pushed aggressively for the panel to take into consideration some of the findings that the CDB have brought forward, in particular, the RDA. And I know that the president was invited to address the panel and put forward the proposal of the RDA. In addition, based on the report, they're working on a vulnerability resilient country profile that I understand that the CDB is intimately involved in, and that would complement the vulnerability resilience tool that the CDB have put forward. In terms of opportunities for further engagements with the panel, because the report has been extended until June 30th next year, the panel is still taking into account written submissions from member states and other stakeholders, and seeing how those written submissions can can feed into the final product. They will also engage in open forum. So there are two issues that are outstanding. The governance aspect of the MVI, which would be where the home of the MVI will be, and also on the indicators. And so they will be inviting stakeholders to provide input on what are the relevant indicators that would account for the MVI and where will be the final home for the MVI. And as I would say, as AOSIS, we've indicated that for us, we want the MVI to be rested where the money is. We do not want it particularly to be within the UN system in itself. There are a lot of deficiencies within the UN system. And so in order for us to capitalize on the financing out there, the home of the MVI must rest where the money resides. And so we can hold them accountable because you have the purses now and you're providing the necessary groundwork that would allow for the MVI to be of benefit for us. There are other issues that I do want to comment on, in particular to my dear good friend, Ambassador. When we talk about the issue of universality and specific, I think we have to be cognizant that in order for the MVI to be adopted, and this is the first time the multilateral system and all member states have engaged on the production of one index. And so it would allow for a heavy weight of this index that's being done. What we are trying to prevent is the issue of bias coming into play, where they're saying, listen, we cannot agree to adopt an index based on the fact that it says it is only for SIDS. However, there's a strategy in working around this, and the strategy is to ensure that the relevant indicators that are being chosen are SIDS-specific indicators that would allow SIDS to be in the very top of the final product of the MVI. And so this is an issue that we're continuing to debate with the expert panel itself. But in all reality, if this index says that it is only for SIDS, then it will be a failure. It will not achieve what we intended to achieve. Well, we can achieve it if we work around the name in itself, because we're not concerned with the name. We're concerned in the final product. And so the final product for us is where we're working towards. Thank you, Mr.
Blair. The representative from Suriname to proceed. I thereafter will ask Mr. Prasad, because I know he has been there waiting on us for a while. Representative from Suriname.
All panelists for their important contributions. I would have two questions for Mr. Blair and a brief response to Ambassador Thompson regarding the issue of the scale. The ranking of countries, would that be based on the individual indicators or on the aggregation of the indicators into the MVI first? And secondly, the translation from MVI to actual funds for countries. How will that happen? And a brief response to Ambassador Thompson regarding the issue of scales. Well, by using a per capita measure, there is already a crude effort of dealing with a scale. And I'm sure all of us agree that just using per capita GNI was too crude. And that's why Caribbean countries persistently protested against the use and being classified as middle income, either lower or upper middle income countries. So maybe we just have to look for some proper variables and then utilize the per capita measure of the proper variables, because by using per capita, you're already scaling. Thank you.
You see, you have, it appears that you have to go back to bat.
Just minute in a response. In terms of the ranking based on individual or combined, the panel, from what I understand, they have not gotten to that areas yet. So they're still working on the various indicators, and the work on the indicators would then lead them to whether or not they're using individual indicators or they're combining indicators to produce this final rank. But in terms of translation from the MVI into funds, this is where our homework, our hard work comes into play, right? Because what we're trying to do is to produce a product that is of benefit for us. Get this adopted, get this accepted, and find a home for it. I think once we have done this work, our next work is to work on the implementation. And so this is where the political will comes in. This is where we would need all heads of states and governments and ministers who are seated here right now to petition the World Bank and the IMF and the bilateral donors and developed partners to ensure that they provide the necessary resources for the MBI. So we're not fooled that, listen, once we have this final product, that automatically funds will appear. It will not. What we're sure of is that once we have this final product and it is of benefit for us, it builds the argument for us to receive this money and pressure them to ensure that the money is received. But it's going to take a lot of work.
So sort of raising a half a finger. I'm going to ask you to keep it very short because we have Mr. Prasad there. I can see he's getting a little bit tired. Very well. You will, well, Mr. Prasad, sir.
Yes, yes, Chairman. I've been waiting for a long time, and indeed I was wondering if I might lose my thought. But you see, I just wanted to make a few points. The first thing is this. You do not ever solve a problem unless you ask the right question and define it in the proper way. I want to say and to stress and to add what Vanus was talking about. Every single one of his points is spot on. Einstein worked out E is equal to MC squared while he was on a train going to his job in the patent office in Switzerland. So the issue is not that you have an MVI specific to SIDS. You have an MVI that is accurate in its assessment and measurement of the issues one wants to consider. Yes? So the political discourse over various things, that's going to happen regardless. But it seems to me as if the integrity of the multivariate vulnerability index, those words have a specific meaning. And if cognizance is taken of the discourse that mentions the inputs, the coexistence of feedback influences, and so all of those things have to be dealt with. The index is a beautiful idea, and it would be a perfect tool. Once it is accepted, then the politics, we could argue about the politics, but for the scientific aspects of the index, it shouldn't be compromised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I notice you're no longer tired. I think time has run, and the discussion has been wonderful and wonderful. But I'm going to allow each member of the panel 1 minute to just to bring things together for us, and after which we will move for the suspension. Thank you. He started last, but I'll ask Professor to.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you gave me this assignment, I would be inspired by Wilburn's comments, because it's a bad idea to simply take data for SIDS alone and build a SIDS index. You're not going to get anywhere with that, either for SIDS or in the global community. You've got to take global data. You got to allow the data to be properly grouped So you could demonstrate that the vulnerability experience of SIDS, because of the variables at work, differs from the vulnerability experience of these other groups of countries, especially the rich ones. That's the fundamental task. That's the causality task. And this document has been silent on that. And I think, and I'm not sure from reading it, they had even anywhere near it. So the high-level panel needs to be guided to call on Caribbean scholars to guide them on how this work should be done, including CDB scholars, by the way.
Let me thank you, Professor James, and that perhaps is a good note for us to make a serious note, and so that when our technocrats are doing their deliberations, that they'll take that into consideration. Mrs. Turner-Jones.
Just to add, I fully agree. And I think the point to add is disentangling the structural elements as they describe in the paper and the policy environment is where the CDB really does a good job in that vulnerability resilience assessment tool. And I think that's the value added that could be really beneficial to the work. But I fully agree, the MVI, like the BMI, should be that sort of snapshot. Is the best we're going to get, and I think we should support it. Thank you.
Her Excellency.
Thanks. Once again, it is really what I'm hearing is, well, let us make the concessions we need to make so that the international community will take us on. They don't take us on. And so if I may just very quickly say that for me, it is not about making concessions. It is about crafting a set of criteria which takes cognizance of the challenges that we have so that they act as a lever for capital. I heard Tumasi speak about graduation and resilience, rebuilding resilience leading to graduation. Graduation as middle income countries is already the problem with which we are suffering. And if we are going to invest the multilateral system with resolving the matter for us without vigorously engaging to get it, I don't want to say biased, but to have some weighted indicators that reflect our realities, you're going to get, going back to the expression used by my friend in the corner, Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa tells us that we can access funding if we tighten our tax loopholes and let the private sector fund development. That is the kind of nonsense that is produced in the multilateral system. In SIDS countries where you have micro enterprises, they can never fund development. And in relation to the tax loopholes, please tell me how, tightening tax loopholes, tell me how a country like Dominica with a population of 10 or 15,000 people that sells basically agricultural products would ever be able to get enough tax to build the bridges and infrastructure that it needs to become resilient. So I'm not trusting this to the goodness and the intellectual engagement of the intellectual community, that by some natural patrimony, they're going to come up with the right result. I think that we have to engage and engage vigorously and determine how it is that this thing that started off to help SIDS has now been so hijacked that it is let everybody get on the bus because we're all going the same place anyway. I'm really sorry we don't have any time to discuss this in a vigorous manner because I'm deeply troubled.
Mr. Blair, you have 10 seconds because you're already fined.
Thank you. I will only say that I agree totally with Professor James in his summation. And I will also say that from our perspective, we have not allowed everybody to get on the bus. We have 5 experts from SIDS on the expert panel, and they're doing a hell of a job in ensuring that they protect the interests of SIDS on the formalization of the MVI. There are more engagements that the panel will plan for member states, and what we have appealing for as the chair of AOSIS is to ensure that every member of SIDS' voice is at the table. Every consultation, appear and plead your case, because if you're not there, you will not be heard. Thank you.
Well, well, let me. I sincerely hope your appetite has been whetted for the discussion which will follow outside of this forum. But and let me apologize to those of you who I wasn't able to reach during the time allotted for these discussions. Let me thank again my learned panel and panelists, and hope that we'll find some space to further engage and to distill the issues for you. But I think we've been given some food for thought, and that we'll digest and in our own little quarter bring something to bear on these discussions when we're assigning our technocrats to the various spaces. At this point, then I will hand over to my dearest friend, Minister Kaisel Peters, and thank you all again.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Campbell, and panelists and delegates for another stimulating and informative discussion. And I just want to put on record the support from St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this venture. I've always made the point that advocacy is very important. And I'm happy to hear that the CDB's approach has been taken into account, because I remember when I attended an ECLAC meeting in Costa Rica earlier this year, the president of the CDB made a very excellent presentation on this issue. And I'm also happy to hear that on the aspect of resilience, the sixth principle that was added, that we have voiced our concerns about this, because I say to people that I interact with that the Caribbean region, we are unwilling participants in the hurricane season. We do not have a choice. We are unwilling participants as it relates to the drought season. We are unwilling participants in these natural disasters. So the concept of resilience is very troubling, because it makes me wonder whether the developed countries really understand our plight, notwithstanding the continuous advocacy that we have been putting forward. So I just want to encourage you to hold the fort, and I know that the political will is there, the support is there, at least where St. Vincent and the Grenadines is concerned, because this is a very important issue, the issue of access to financing. This issue has been spoken about before I was born, and I've been here for a few years, and I'm already speaking about it in every forum. So it is something that we need to address, and we need to address urgently. At this time, we will take a break, a coffee break for 15 minutes, and we'll return at 4:15 to continue our next agenda item. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Delegates, it's now 4:15 and I am going to call the meeting to order. Thank you, delegates. We have come to our final panel for today. This panel focuses on responding to the data and statistical capacity needs of the Caribbean. For many Caribbean countries, the production of quality data in a timely and consistent manner continues to be a challenge. The paucity of official statistics in the sub-region has hindered the effectiveness of mechanisms for monitoring and measuring the progress of national development priorities for robust reporting on SDG implementation and for facilitating comparative assessment of the degree of vulnerability of Caribbean states. For the Caribbean to benefit from a development agenda bolstered by data-driven policy making, urgent priority should be placed in strengthening the sub-region's statistical capacity in a sustainable manner. Against this background, I invite Mr. Iwan Snow, former director of the General Bureau of Statistics of Suriname, to moderate this session. I now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Snow to lead the discussion. Mr. Snow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now in session for panel 3, responding to the data and statistical capacity needs of the Caribbean. Honorable ministers and other distinguished participants in panel 3, distinguished panelists. I welcome you all to what must be the most interesting panel, the most interesting and pertinent panel of this round table. And I can prove this. The panel this morning supports my statement. ECLAC Caribbean Resilience Fund, a presentation made by Sheldon McLean. Well, good data and statistics are very important to ECLAC Resilient Fund. Minister Baptiste of St. Lucia used a lot of data and stats to make his point about adverse effects of COVID-19 and other issues on the St. Lucian economy. And then we had a presentation on parametric insurance. This is model-based. So that is very data intensive, if not data driven. But that proves the point that this must be the most interesting and pertinent panel of this round table. Let me share this with you. I have no survey results to support my next statement, but based on my experience, I've been in official statistics for circa 34 years. I just retired on the 1st of July last. A very meaningful day, because the 1st of July in Suriname is the abolition of slavery. I have been on both sides of the fence in those 34 years, a master of official statistics, but also a slave of official statistics. Of the 34 years, I spent 5 years as acting director, that is 1995 to 1999, and 22 years as appointed director. That is from the 1st of January 2000 to the 30th of June 2022. And let me make the statement, as I said, I have no survey results to support this. But the way I see it, there are very few people indifferent about data and statistics. People feel strongly, either strongly negative or positive about stats. And they express this strong feeling. I would say you have some notable expressions. Let me start with the negative, because it's always nice to end on a positive note. Negative, from Professor Aaron Levenstein. Statistics are like bikinis. What they reveal is suggestive, and what they conceal is vital. Positively, statistical thinking will one day be as necessary for efficient citizenship as the ability to read and write. Herbert G. Wells. This is the motto of the Bureau of Statistics of Suriname. Gentlemen, if you hear this sound, it means you have 2 more minutes before you finish. And I particularly say, gentlemen. Well, if the ladies hear this sound, they have 3 more minutes. And I will be absolutely ruthless about this. Okay, the first on the panel, we have a distinguished panel. Mr. Abdullahi Abdul Qadri, Coordinator of Statistics and Social Development Unit of ECLAC, Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean. Well, I just shortly call him Abdul, and I'm happy that he accepted. But Abdullahi Abdul Qadri, and there is a middle piece as well, is a bit too long. Abdul was Professor of Applied Economics at UWI Mona, where he also serves as Associate Dean for Research and Innovation in the Faculty of Social Sciences. He has conducted studies on the use of big data for official statistics, and recently completed a review of statistical legislation of Caribbean countries. Abdul, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Snow, the moderator, and Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister. It's indeed, I very much agree with Mr. Snow that this is the most important panel of the CDR. You only know that if you are privy to the organization of this panel, which took a lot of effort to get Mr. Snow to moderate this session. And you could tell also that we have a large number of panelists. I think the largest panel for this CDR. So knowing Mr. Snow very well, I know he's a no-nonsense man. So I am going to be very diligent in making sure that I stay within the time frame. All right. Okay. It's not working. It's not working. You will do it. Okay, next. Thank you. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is to hopefully set the stage for the general discussion that's going to happen today. I prepared a lot of slides, but I'm going to skip a number of them because now we have an eminent panel of people who are arguably even more better positioned to speak to the issues than I am. But I will give a very general overview. And the situation with data in the Caribbean, and this is something that we have been discussing at ECLAC at every opportunity that we have, is that, but since COVID-19, we have witnessed a kind of a shift. And I think some of the panelists alluded to that in the earlier discussion this morning and this afternoon, that there has been an increase in the use of data, and of course, in the demand for data, as well as in the use of data because of COVID-19. The need for disease surveillance and to monitor the appropriate response to public health situation. And of course, the implementation of the 2030 agenda and the SDGs, which all the countries represented here have in one way or the other been very much involved in their VNR preparation and presentation at the HIPF. The development of new generation evidence-based national development plans, which are only a few countries have done that. And the countries that we work with, the use of data has been quite very definitive. And I might as well add, as of this afternoon, the MVI, the session that we just, the panel that just ended, there was a lot of discussion about data. And I'm sure Professor Agbayebe would speak to that in a while. Then, in realization of the need and the importance of data, then we now have to look at the capacity in the Caribbean to produce data, which has not measured up to the demand or even the need for the generation of data. Most data producing entities in government, not to talk of the private sector, do not have the capacity to produce data or the adequate capacity to produce data outside of the NSO or the Central Statistical Office or the General Bureau of Statistics in the case of Suriname. Once you go outside of the National Statistical Offices, you have very limited data production capacity in the ministries, even though they do handle a lot of data, administrative data in particular. And then the level of statistical literacy among the general population is not at the level at which it should be. People generally do not understand statistics, nor do they know the benefit of using statistics in their day-to-day activities. Statistical capacity initiatives are also not generally sustained. We'll have maybe a donor come in, they'll implement a program for 2, 3, 5 years. You might be lucky if it goes longer than that. But once that program ends, then it doesn't, the governments generally do not have the capacity to sustain and continue these programs. Next, please. Now, just to give you a picture of the statistical capacity of the Caribbean. Now, this is an index produced by the World Bank. It's called the Statistical Capacity Indicator Score, and it ranges from 0 to 100. Now, what we have done is to have a group of countries represented on this chart. The EAP is the East Asia and the Pacific region. LAC is, of course, Latin America and the Caribbean, Sub-Saharan Africa, and then the Caribbean. What we've done is to separate the Caribbean from Latin America and the Caribbean. If you look at LAC, it doesn't look bad. But when you now separate and you isolate the Caribbean countries for which data are available, you see that we are not doing very well. But that's the general picture of things. And you could see that the performance wasn't bad up until 2016, but since 2016, there has been a gradual decline, which was even steep from 2019 to 2020. Next, please. Now, there are 3 dimensions of these capacity indicators. So if we separate to the individual dimensions, the source data from where these data are collected, the methodologies of generating them, as well as the timeliness and the periodicity, the frequency of producing data. Let's focus on the methodology one. You see that the Caribbean is not doing well at all. And it's been going down from 2016, where the capacity to actually have the methodology of collecting and disseminating data it's been going in the wrong direction. Next slide. We did a study with the ECLAC did a study with the NSOs, the National Statistical Offices, last year, and we're about to publish that study, in which we asked the officials of the NSO about, among other things, to list the challenges that they are having in the production of data, and this is what they came up with. More than half of them, again, identify challenges with methodology and with inferential statistics. More than half of those who are supposed to be the experts indicated that they have challenges with these. And more than about a third also have challenges with calculation of statistical indicators. So if we are seeing this at the NSO, then you can only imagine when we go to the ministries and the departments and agencies of government that, as I said earlier, do not have the capacity to produce data, what it will look like. So this is just to give us a general overview of the status of statistical capacity in the Caribbean. Now, what are we doing? So I'm going to share with you a brief, share with you what we are doing. One of the initiatives that we are implementing at ECLAC to address this. And this particular example, it has to do with the SDGs. And like I said, many countries have done at least one VNR, and you know the challenges that you had in collecting data for the VNR. Next, please. So at ECLAC Next, we have an initiative called the Information System on National Statistical Capacities to produce the SDG indicators. And this is coming from the Statistical Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean, one of the working groups of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. So this information system is to address is to provide an opportunity to have a central database of SDG data on the SDG indicators in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the system is developed such that it will be country populated. So currently, if you look at the SDG gateway at ECLAC website, you may not find data on most Caribbean countries. That's because the countries are not submitting data to the platform, because it's supposed to be a platform for countries to populate their data in. So we have created this information system which should facilitate that. It's national ownership. It's owned by the government. You can upload the information there from your own end using the online system. It's very much aligned with information systems on capacity building activities and captures the demand and supply of technical cooperation at the indicator level. It also includes the facility for you to define your national targets and indicators. And for countries also to include proxy and complementary indicators through this system. So that's, time is up, or warning for me to round up. 2 more minutes. Okay, I should finish reading that. So next, please. Next. So what we have here is that I mentioned that there are national targets and there are national indicators. So within the national targets, you could add other targets that may not be included in the global target, for which those targets are important for national development priorities. And at the same time, you can include proxy indicators for those indicators that you determined to be important at the national level, which may not be included at the global level. And we also have complementary indicators, which are defined at the regional level, but may not necessarily be part of the SDG indicator. So there are facilities for you to include both the proxy and complementary indicators. Next. Now, so this is how the system is defined at the ECLAC level. ECLAC serves as the system administrator, and then the NSOs will grant each NSO an administrative right to create within their own platform a group. So the groups could be, for example, you could have a group which is for the NSO, another one for Ministry of Education, another one for Ministry of Health. So within each group, each NSO has the authority to create administrators, to create supervisors, as well as editors to manage the platform from their own end. Next, please. Next. Next. So I have this large presentation for the purpose of those who might want to look at this. I know I won't have enough time to present it, but at least it will be documented and you can look at the PowerPoint later on. Next, please. So this is the interface that you will have to use in uploading your data, and I encourage you to take a look at that offline. Next. Next, please. Next. Okay, this is one of the displays for the results. So once you have the data, for example, for a national, for a particular country, you can now look at the overview of the level of availability of SDG data on the SDG indicators, and you have an indication of how many of them are available at the global level, at the national level, as well as those that indicate that represent national indicators. And they are all color coded within each SDGs and for the number of targets that you're looking at. So I encourage you to take a look at the PowerPoint, and also reach out to ECLAC for further engagement on this initiative. If we could skip to the last slide, please. Just to share, as Mr. Snow did, some interesting quotes. So the first one is from the award accounts, and many of you may have read this, that data are the lifeblood of decision-making and the raw material for accountability. Without high quality data providing the right information on the right things at the right time, designing, monitoring, and evaluating effective policies becomes almost impossible. This is a quote I like to share every time I have the opportunity. And the last one is that data in the 21st century. So I will end it there. Thank you.
We thank Abdul for a very insightful and interesting presentation. We really like the use of the World Bank statistical capacity indicated to show what's happening in our region. And what we like about the World Bank indicated, we could really compare, we can be compared with our peers. Well, we can be compared with the whole world in principle, but it also provides a proper comparison with the peers. And there's still much to be done if we look at our scores at this on the statistical capacity indicators of the World Bank. Next on the panel is Professor Terence Agbejegbe, Professor of Economics at Hunter College, City University of New York, and a member of the Economics Doctoral Program and Earth and Environmental Sciences Doctoral Program at the Graduate Center, City University of New York. Professor Agbejegbe has served on the editorial board of several journals, including as an associate and executive editor of the Journal of Asian Economics. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in Mathematical Economics from the University of Essex in 1978, and a Master of Science in Statistics from University College, University of London, as well as an MSc in Economics from London School of Economics and Political Science, and a PhD in Economics, specializing in econometrics from the University of Essex, UK. He is a past recipient of a National Science Foundation research grant. A past professor of economics, Courtney Blackman Chair in Money and Banking, University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, Barbados. He also held visiting and teaching positions at the International Monetary Fund, the Indian Statistical Institute, Fordham University Graduate School of Business, Columbia University, and the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica. Professor Agbejegbe has published in various journals in statistics, econometrics, and finance. It is clear that Professor Agbejegbe is most qualified to be on this panel and discuss the matter of statistical capacity and data with us. Professor Agbejegbe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Snow. Sorry. It's on, I guess. Okay, sure. Thank you, eminent representatives. And I'd like to thank my hosts, the government of Suriname, ECLAC, and all the wonderful people I've met in this place. It was really fun to be out in the rain and have someone volunteer to give me an umbrella. And I said, yeah, this is a wonderful place. Okay, so, okay. I'm going to talk about some of my views on the MVI, the multidimensional vulnerability index for states. And hopefully at the end of the talk, you will see some of the comments that I have, suggestions as to where one can actually go with this, okay? So let's start, okay. Well, most of this you've seen. One can look at the MVI, I'll call it MVI, as a new paradigm. You know, it's that should be a paradigm, of course. And what it does really is to reveal vulnerability patterns within countries over time. The idea basically is to allow policymakers make informed decisions that will lead to very good policies, okay? You've heard earlier today that it's actually based on the rationale that gross national income is not, or per capita is not the right measure for allocation of ODA or some other sort of funds. And the reason is that the gross national income does ignore, you know, the unique vulnerabilities of countries in the 6 regions. Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay. Most of you know this, but some of you might not. We know we've used seats a lot in these discussions, and basically seats are characterized by small sizes, small domestic markets, limited ability to affect domestic prices. You know, they're constrained in terms of their size, you know, and they have limited natural resources, okay? Given all these obstacles, it seems as if having external shocks impinging on these countries is some double whammy, and it's immersive. Fairness demands that something should be done, and I guess this was the impetus for the index. Okay, please. Okay. Well, one of the things I like to point out is that there are many different ways to accommodate someone who's losing out on income. And one can argue that actions relating to forces external to that particular country is no fault of that country. And for that reason, one should compensate the country or at least help the country. Well, that's exactly what MVI does. And it really appeals to a sense of fairness. That sense of fairness has been, I guess, debated recently. And later on, you will see what I think about it. Next point, please. Okay. Okay. There was a report that I looked at, and I am sure many of you have looked at the report. It actually gives a very fine review of MVI, and speakers this morning have talked about it. And it provides a very good background as to the reason, the why, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing that is probably missing from that report is there are no numbers, no empirics, okay? So, you know, one doesn't know what to make of it. But it does provide some general sensible remarks, some remarks that are quite interesting. And I will encourage all of you to take a look at it, please. Okay, next. Okay. What are the critical problems? Well, my take is, how do you select the indicators that you will call an MVI indicator? The document says we should look at 3 dimensions. Look at the economic, environmental, and social dimensions. Well, there are lots of other groups who've actually done that. The question is not looking at the groups, but really the question is, how do you combine those groups together so that you can make something sensible out of the indicators? Ecological economists have for years worried about issues of sustainability. So there are indicators that talk about environmental indicators in the field of ecology, yet those indicators have not caught on. There are probably reasons why, because many of the concepts, although they're easy to define, they're actually very difficult to measure, okay? The other thing I noticed about this is that there's so much talk about climate effect, but one should be very aware that there's a difference between weather effects and climate effects. They're not the same thing, okay? And there are lots of data problems with trying to figure out how you actually measure variables that you identify as being consequence of weather changes or consequences of climate changes, okay? In addition to that, when we think of these numbers, you know, are we going to construct numbers that will allow comparison across countries or across regions? There's this issue of the difference between weather and climate, in the sense that with climate, you tend to have a regional impact, not just a national impact. Although with weather, it's more localized and you could experience national. Okay, can we have this? Okay. Okay, so the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. Okay, so here are some suggestions. We need to be clear about whether we're talking about weather or climate. the National Aeronautics and Space Administration view is that weather generally refers to atmospheric conditions that occur locally and over short periods of time. Okay, and you could think of rain, and we can go and talk about snow and clouds, etc. But when you talk about climate, you are really talking about a long-term regional or global average of temperatures, humidity, rainfall patterns, etc., etc. And you could take, a period of maybe 30 plus years to actually come up with a number that will say, look, this is the pattern I'm seeing, and things are getting worse or getting better. From what I've seen, that distinction is not made clear, okay? So it would be useful to summarize the evidence and causes of some of the things that we've seen. This is not to deny the fact that we should worry about cyclones or worry about other effects, okay, that affects the region. Excuse me, next, please. Okay. Another thing I would suggest is that we need to build capacity for data collection, monitoring, and dissemination. Professor Abdullah has given us some idea of the difficulties associated with this, but there really, really was now. Part of it is because of COVID. As a result of COVID, many statistical offices were working online, right? And as far as surveys is concerned, you mentioned the fact that survey problems is pretty high. One of the reasons is because of COVID. People didn't want to go in, and the World Bank has a study, and the IMF on these sort of things. Right. Okay. Thanks. The data collection in the Caribbean relating to weather, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be improved. The two main sources of data at the University of East Anglia, and weather data, climate data, come from University of East Anglia and Columbia University. So you run into a problem of getting data that are not directly related to the region or the country that you actually want. Although, they do have some data that can do, okay. MVI should be universally focused. Well, we've had discussions about should it be or not. I personally believe it should be, because if it's not going to work in a political way. You need to have people buy in. And okay. The other thing is that there's been very little attention to ecological capital. This is very, very important, especially in this part of the world. And the question is, how do we measure the destructions associated with capital? Okay. And also, we should also remember that the focus is on structural shocks. It doesn't matter whether we're talking of resilience or we're talking of any other thing. The issue is we do not want to think of contemporary policy matters that will yield results that are not so good. Anyway, so I mean, you can have the rest, but basically, these are some of the suggestions I have, and I will also add that there are some technical issues that needs to be considered when you look at these measures. For example, these indexes that we're looking at, are they quantity indices, price indices? What sort of indices are they? What sort of theoretical properties do they have? Are they coherent measures? When we start lumping countries together, are these things consistent? Are they, those sort of things are perhaps left for another time. But again, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. I'm going to stop here. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Atmeyegbe. I had to cancel the timer. You had about 30 seconds left, so I'm happy you released it well. I like your first point because it is a fact. Yes, this session is about responding to the data and statistical capacity needs of the Caribbean. But indeed, statistical capacity needs cause data gaps. So building capacity is indeed a must in our region. One could ask the question, do we, as it is nice to receive support from IDPs, but do we invest sufficient national funds in our national statistical system? I'm sure if we answer the question honestly, not many of us can answer in the affirmative, and I have to be very careful because there are quite some politicians present. But let me still venture this. Maybe Grenada is lucky, and that is because the Prime Minister of Grenada is a statistician. But you don't have to be it really helps the chief statistician, yes, if the Prime Minister is a statistician, but you don't have to be a statistician to be statistics minded. But that is something for the discussion as well, I think. Do we invest sufficiently in our national statistical system? Okay, the next one on this panel, this one is going to be virtual, is the Director General of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, it's Carol Coy.
Thanks, Ewan. I am going to stop my video because I'm having some internet challenges, so I apologize. Okay, so thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me to speak. First of all, are you hearing me? I just want to make sure before I go on.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, all right. And also to apologize for not being there in person. It comes back, which is what will show up in my presentation because of the small size of our organization. And like rest of some of the Caribbean countries, we are involved in the population and housing census. And so all hands are on deck with doing that. So I'll talk about data production and statistical capacity building and the perspective from a national statistics office. Next slide, please. Okay. Next, okay, so the background for us is that demand for data has expanded significantly. And this is especially with the adoption of the SDGs and the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Data needed to be timely and needs to be disaggregated. And we are caught in the bind is that with the rapid improvement in technology, users are now accustomed to getting information in the shortest possible time. And this is what persons are now requiring statistical offices to do. Next slide, please. But we face a number of challenges. And as you know, NSOs in developing countries, especially small island developing states like most of us in the Caribbean, we have resource constraints and an underdeveloped national statistics system. The small size of the countries in the region limit the level of development in your statistical area. We face a dilemma of prioritizing production. So during the COVID, you had to find ways to satisfy current user needs and the growing demands of our users. So how do you prioritize that given your constraints? During the COVID pandemic, there was a reduction in our budgetary support. Resources were transferred to COVID mitigation measures. And this is at the same time when you were required to produce data on COVID. But the issue, though, is that the new interest in and the demand for data has, however, provided the opportunity for NSOs to highlight the relevance of data. Next slide. So I have highlighted what I feel are some of the development needs to improve statistical capacity in the region. We need to strengthen the legal and institutional frameworks. We need to have some more increased focus on communication and advocacy. I think for a lot of us, we focused on production and not the dissemination. There needs to be continuous improvement and expansion in the statistical programs and services. Training and capacity building is critical and also important, which I think I've heard us alluded to, ensure funding and sustainability of the NSOs. So what it means is getting the political buy-in, because no matter how much support you get from IDPs, it's the national governments that need to invest more in statistics. Next slide, please. So looking at the strengthening and the legal and institutional frameworks, we need to modernize our Statistics Act to reflect the environment in which we operate in. There's the fundamental principles of official statistics, which we all need to incorporate in our act. There are some countries in the region where there are basically departments of ministries. And because of that, there's a little autonomy. If you want to publish your data, the PS has to approve it. And I know for some of them, it takes some time. We need to improve the coordination of our national statistics system. The NSO does not have the resources to provide everything. And so if we can improve that coordination in our national statistics system, where there are agencies who do have administrative data and can provide this data, then that will help the situation. We need to foster local and international partnerships. And this is critical in the development, and especially for our small size in the region. Regional cooperation is critical in providing some of those resources that we might not be able to can provide on our own. Next slide. And this is just an example in Jamaica of how national coordination. In the provision of the SDG, we created a tripartite group of agencies in Jamaica, where our planning institute, they did the comprehensive, integrated and holistic approach to policy. So they were responsible for the policies around the SDG. The Ministry of Finance and Foreign Trade, they implement Jamaica's foreign policy and international relations. So there was a core. And then Statin was we had the responsibility for monitoring and reporting on the SDGs indicators. And we feel that this is a formula that worked for us. The next slide, please. So, is an institutional mechanism in place to govern the implementation of SDGs. The next slide. Okay. Increased focus on communication and advocacy. I think this is where we have fell down in the region. And communication is important in establishing trust with the users and the data providers. Unless we talk to persons, unless we let them know what we are doing, we're always going to have issues.
We need to also effectively communicate the value of official statistics. And this showed up during COVID. I think it was one of those good times. Yes, COVID was there, but it showed the importance of the statistics office. And we can use this as a means to mobilize resources and investment to modernize our statistical systems. We need to encourage dialogue with the public and private sector, policymakers, media, and the general public. I know sometimes as statisticians, we tend not to like to go out and talk, but at a particular level, we will have to incorporate this in how we operate. Increase use of the media through press brief and discussions. We need to improve dissemination by embracing modern visualization tools, provide access to meta information and quality profiles. And I think we have the opportunity with the census. How do we disseminate the census to as wide a part of our populations as we can? And we need to develop and implement educational programs to increase data literacy. Next slide. What this shows is Jamaica, we deliberately went out to improve our dissemination and our communication. And what this showed is our ranking in open data wash. In 2016, we were ranked 164th in the world. By 2018, we were ranked 37th. And this is because we deliberately improved the data that we had on our website. We moved to open data so persons can just download. And we made a decision to stop selling data and to allow persons to get access to the data as easily and as quickly as they can. Next slide. The improvement and expansion in the statistical programs and services. And I heard, Professor Abdul Kari speak about the issues in statistics in the region. And one of the things we're going to have to do is streamline our statistical production process, because we need to improve the efficiency and effectiveness, because we take very long in coming out with our data. Leverage technology. Technology can help a lot. And in the region, we see it in this round of censuses where we are moving away from paper questionnaires and we are now using tablet. And I'm sure for most of us, we'll be able to come out with the information much faster. The issue is also we will have to increase our use of administrative data. Surveys are expensive. The response rate, I know in Jamaica, the response rate is getting lower. And you have this volume of data, administrative data, and we will have to get used to it. The national statistics system will help us to penetrate this, because yes, we know there are government agencies that hold on to their data like a holy grail. And it's difficult just to try and getting the information out of them, but we will have to find a way. We might have to get the political buy-in, because it's through the political buy-in that we'll have access to that. We will have to incorporate geospatial data, big data in our use. The issue with big data, however, for the Caribbean, because of our small size, each country going its own to access big data might be an issue. So it's something that as a region, we might have to come together. And we need to institutionalize quality assurance across all processes and programs. Next slide. And this is just to show how Statin operated during COVID so that we were able to come out with information. What happened was there was a creation of a national research agenda for COVID-19 spearheaded by the Ministry of Health and Statin. And what we did, there was an engagement with critical stakeholders, including the other NSS, other public sector agencies, academia, private sector. And the issue was to optimize research efforts because everybody was doing research on COVID. During that time, it helped us to do our first national representative telephone survey undertaken by Statin. And this was in collaboration with the private sector. So the mobile telephone providers actually helped us to produce a representative sample for the survey because we have never done a telephone survey before. There was increased use of administrative data. Because of this research, we got access to other administrative data. And what we did for
other agencies who required information, we added some COVID-19 modules to our regular survey. So we would do a labor force survey every quarter, and we were able to add a number of modules, especially for the Ministry of Health, so that they could track what was happening with COVID-19. Next slide. Training and capacity building. The issue is that training and capacity building is a serious issue in the region. Because of our small size, it's difficult for you to put on training. It's also difficult for you to release staff members for them to attend certain training. So you lose staff quickly because, as I said, the NSOs are not given the priority in most countries. And so we cannot compete. I know in Jamaica, we cannot even compete with other public sector agencies. So you leave the staff rapidly. And then the nature of a statistics agency, it's a unique agency. It's a specialized agency. So for example, it takes about 3-4 years to train a national accountant. When persons are leaving from that rapidly, then there is going to be a capacity issue. So what we will have to harness is both national and external resources to strategically address capacity needs. So this is where the IDPs also will have to come in to help the region. An area that we tend to forget sometimes is training in leadership and management of the NSOs. You need strong leaders. We tend to be technocrats, and we need to develop that skill that allow us to have vision, because unless you have some vision as to where the NSO needs to go, we need to see what is happening in the world. One of the things they know I hate in statin is when we say, this is how we have always been doing it. The world is changing. And I think leadership and management is critical for NSOs. We need to develop closer collaboration with the regional universities to ensure short-term training in statistics. It is desperately needed. And I think Professor Abdul Kari showed the response from the survey, and especially in something like sampling. Sampling statisticians are rare in the region. For us in Statin, we have made a conscious effort every year or every 2 years, and it's expensive. It costs us quite a bit of US dollars to send statisticians to the University of Michigan for training in sampling and data analysis, because we don't have it in the region. And we will have to have South cooperation. The reality is, given our sizes, you will not have maybe a sampling statistician in every NSO in the region. So what we will have to do is, especially in these specialized area, go with South-South cooperation. Next slide, please.
Carol, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, and this is my last slide, okay.
Okay.
And to ensure funding and sustainability, again, increased investment is required from national governments. Governments from 2016, the heads of governments endorsed the action plan for statistics in the Caribbean. And the reality is, I don't think we have moved much further than this endorsement. So we have political persons in the room, and I think they need to realize that unless there's the political will in the region to improve the NSOs and the whole statistics system, we will always be lagging behind, as Professor Abdul Kari showed earlier, when it comes to statistical capacity in the region. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks a lot. A lot of pertinent statement made. National government need to invest more in statistics. That is the one I would put on top. The importance of open data access. I think all of us in the region bought into that. Jamaica improved a lot. I know for a fact. Also, St. Lucia and Suriname improved a lot on the ODIN, the Open Data Initiative ranking. Okay, before we continue, because I didn't get the chance, let me tell you a little bit more about Ms. Carol Coy, my colleague from Jamaica, or former colleague. Ms. Coy is a National Accounts Specialist. Before she became a Director General of Staten, she was the Deputy Director General of Staten. Currently, she is a member of the United Nations Statistics Division Expert Group on National Accounts, and also a member of the CARICOM Advisory Group on Statistics. The Advisory Group on Statistics is a subsidiary body of the SCCS, the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statistics. We have a lot of food for thought from the country perspective, provided by the Director General from Jamaica. But we can move on now. Next on our list is Ms. Anyali de Abreu Kisun Singh. She's focal point for environment statistics and sustainable development goals at the General Bureau of Statistics in Suriname. A statistician working in the Scientific Research and Planning Division of the General Bureau of Statistics since 2008. She holds a bachelor's degree in international economy and a master's degree in research methods. Ms. Kitun Singh, the floor is yours.
So, Chair, maybe you can go to the next slide, the other slide. Yes, so today I'm going to highlight about Suriname's first VNR report. In June 2022, Suriname submitted their first voluntary national report, and this was prepared by the VNR Technical Committee together with core ministries. And we reported on 4 SDGs. We reported on SDG 4, education, SDG 8, labor, climate change, and SDG 17. This was all possible because there was a good collaboration between the government, the NSO, and also the international organizations. GBS is also part of the SDG Commission. And another great thing regarding SDG is that Suriname now also has an SDG public-private platform. And also we have an SDG unique, we have a unique SDG Youth Ambassador Program. I'm going to talk a little bit about how, what was the process of this reporting. Like I mentioned before, there was quite a lot of data available, although there wasn't a lot being done regarding SDG reporting. We were at the GBS, we were collecting quite a lot of SDG data. Since 2016, if it's either environment statistics or social statistics, we were collecting the data, and some of the data was already being published in some of our publications. What was also important is that not only data is important for the VNR reporting process, but you must also analyze if your country has a national development plans. We used two plans. We used the National Development Plans of 2017 and 2021, and also the recent one of 21 and 26. We also use a recovery plan and other important government policy reports, because we need to, if you have data, you have to make sure to link it with policy to know if your country will be able to meet a target. So this is what the group did. There were many virtual multi-stakeholder consultation sessions. It was the heart of COVID, so 90%, almost all of them were done via Zoom. And this was very important because, yeah, you can read stuff in the reports, but you need to talk to the various stakeholders to know what project did you do, what are the issues, what are the challenges. So we gathered a lot of information from these sessions. Then we did the analyzing and the reporting, and it was submitted. And I must say, as being part of this VNR committee together with Ms. Bradley and a few other core stakeholders, I'm very proud. Next slide. This is just to give an idea of the status of 3 of the goals that we reported on. Green means that SDG is on track. So you can see for goal 4, half of the goals we are on track. The other half there are moderate improvements. And for 1, there is no data. I must say that a lot of the data here was also available from the Ministry of Education themselves, because they were working together with UNESCO and also collecting data. And also the multiple indicator cluster survey also provided a lot of data. When we look at goal 8, there's not a lot. So you can say half of them are green. The parts that are green were data that were from the census, like labor statistics, or from the continuous household survey. And some of the data were also from the Ministry of Labor. And some of them are moderate improvements. I know that some of the goals in SDG 8 are national accounts and indicators. And when we look at goal 13, most of them are green and only 1 is orange. The reason why is that for the past 5 years, there had been a lot of projects by the UNDP, by Jeff, like projects, millions of dollars, projects being done regarding environment. And we had access to those projects from UNDP, from FAO, from WHO. We had access of those projects. And because Suriname had a national communication report, we actually had 2 national communication reports, and we will publish our 3rd by December. There was quite a lot of data for SG 13. So this is the status data-wise. For goal 17, we don't really have a status because for goal 17, there wasn't a lot of data. Next slide. I'm going to talk about the opportunities and the strength. Ms. Carol Coy mentioned quite a few already, but there are some extra opportunities and strengths. The GBS has a fairly good working relationship with the government, the private sectors, and also the international organizations like UNICEF, UNFPA, and UNDP. The GBS adheres to the fundamental principles of official statistics, and we make use of the GSBPM to describe our different statistical processes. We also participate in many relevant national, regional, and international meetings and workshops, either virtual or physical. This is very important. Why I highlighted this is, of course, at the GBS, we got a lot of training in how to collect data, what is the indicator. We got a lot of statistical training, but it's very important for us statisticians to also know what is the link with data and all the various conventions the country is signing, the link between policy and data, because that's really missing. The policy people are doing their policy part and the data people are doing the data part, but the link, and we saw that with the SDG process, that we really need to work on that. A lot of technical assistance and training is received through participation in various national and regional, like CARICOM and ICLAC, and international, the UNSD, UNFCCC, FAO, etc. workshops. Another very great opportunity is that the GBS is a member of various working groups, national, regional, and international. For example, just like Mr. Snow mentioned for Ms. Carol Coy, the GBS is also a member of the expert group on environment statistics. And we are also members of the technical working group of the SDGs and of environment statistics from the CARICOM. And we also have we are also a member of many national working groups, like I mentioned before, the SDG Committee, the Suriname Environmental Information Network, CARI Secure, and Household Survey, etc. So being in this working groups help because you learn a lot also from the policy part and what is needed. And GBS has qualified and well-trained staff who perform the statistical work, but like what was mentioned, it is in desperate need for more because due to some people prioritizing to work somewhere else, staff leaves. And also, just like Jamaica, we also try to add more data on our website, also more boards data and Excel data. So we're also implementing the openness. Next slide. But you also have challenges. Of course, since March 2020, the COVID pandemic hit. And also Suriname is dealing with the effects of the financial and economic crisis, and the government is dealing with the staff freeze. A lack of a national strategy for the development of statistics, also known as the NSES in Suriname. Lack of financial and skilled human resource. Due to lack of financial and human resources, we cannot fulfill all our obligations. GBS is dealing with huge technical gaps. Production of relevant publication is lagging far behind, and specialized surveys cannot be conducted. In particular, even an important survey like the census, the household budget survey, and enterprise survey. We really need to update these services, and we really need funding to do that. Another issue that we have is we rely a lot on administrative data from external sources, and staff turnover at these external sources can result in a lower data quality or even no data for some years. In addition, these external sources face their own problems with lack of funds. So it's not only the censuses and the services are issues, but also the fact that when you rely on admin data, I only have one more slide, Mrs. Note. When you rely on admin data, you don't know what is the quality. The statistical capacity at the government needs to be enhanced and increased through more training, especially regarding metadata, to better understand the SDGs and other relevant indicators. But this is really an issue. Data collection is time-consuming. Stakeholders need to be reminded constantly via email, phone, or even through personal visits. I always like to say that I am the nicest stalker. I'm a nice stalker. I have to stalk them politely to get the data. And another big issue is if you get data, you don't get the data disaggregated the way you want. You don't get it in the same required format. And now everybody wants data by sex, age, district. You have to be happy to even get national data. Next slide. Lessons learned. Quality and availability of data is the most of a critical issue. Mobilize financing to achieve the SDGs. Human, technical, and financial resources are very scarce. Optimize data availability. Continue institutional and capacity strengthening and evidence-based and coherent policy and planning. This is very important. Like I mentioned, there needs to be a link between data, like for instance, have an example of a core list that's required with indicators and statistics, and the policy, like all the commitments and conventions that the country signs. That link is really missing. Promote access to data dissemination tools, databases, like have an SDG database. If you have a nice report somewhere in a wooden place somewhere, it's not going to be used. So put it online. Like I really like Mr. Abdullah's idea of the SDG database. I didn't know about it, so maybe we could do something with that. Have a national SDG core set. Also prepare Suriname's voluntary national report. Formulate, approve, and implement an NSAS. This is very, very crucial. Prioritize statistics and data related matters at all levels. And lifting up the personal freeze for the GBS so that the skilled personnel can be recruited to work so that the GBS can fulfill its duties and commitments. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, let me make sure. Okay, thank you. Ms. Kitson had about 50 more seconds, but it's fine that she finished. We also thank her for An excellent presentation. Takeaway: a national strategy for the development of statistics is required. We need to prioritize statistics and data, and continuous institutional and capacity strengthening. Well, that was also mentioned by Jamaica. You can see how important we think this is. Institutional and capacity strengthening for not only in the NSO, but for the complete NSS. The NSO is at the heart of the NSS, but if you only strengthen the NSO, you don't solve the problem. You need to strengthen the NSO, but also the other producers in the national statistical system. Next, on the panel, we have Ms. Sharma Beru, Technical Specialist for Statistics of the OACS. Sharma Beru holds a bachelor's degree in economics of UWI and a master's degree in economics with a specialization of agriculture from the University of London. She has over 20 years of experience in the field of statistics. 15 of those years were spent as a national account statistician, compiling and analyzing value added for different industries to produce gross domestic product, GDP estimates. Sharma contributes to the harmonization of concepts, definitions, classifications, and survey and census instruments to produce timely, reliable, and comparable statistics within and among the member states. She's currently spearheading the revision of the OACS Harmonized Labor Force Survey Instrument, a pilot of which is underway in Antigua. And she's the team leader for the recently onboarded World Bank funded OACS Data for Decision Making project. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon all. And thank you to the organizers, UNA Clark, for giving the OECS Commission an opportunity to let the region know what the plans are for capacity building in the field of statistics. Nothing like rain on the galvanized heating putting you to sleep, but I crave your attention as we move through this last presentation on the panel. And this is an indication that things are coming to a close. I am presenting. Thank you. Next slide. So how are we responding to the data and statistical capacity needs of the OECS member states, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States? The Commission recognizes that there is need to develop statistical capacity within our member states. For we posit that data is the currency of any efficient and effective economic or social system. Without data, information, statistics, a country's policy interventions and support programs are merely shots in the dark, hence a waste of the very scarce resources that we have. And the COVID era has further elucidated the need for production of reliable, accurate, and timely statistics for decision-making. So the Commission, there are many other statistical initiatives that the Commission has ongoing, but for today's presentation, I'm going to focus on what we recently signed on with the World Bank. It's the Data for Decision-Making project And you could see here that the financing is a grant financing of $5 million to the OECS Commission. And the direct beneficiaries, these are the countries who signed on to these projects, is Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, 2 of which have $8 million and one $6 million over a 5-year period to undertake focused areas within statistics. We like literally just signed on. The effective date was June this year of 2022. And the OECS Commission objectives, I highlighted as OECS Commission objective because the World Bank does have specific objectives under this project as well. But for us, we are going to use this project to create an OECS statistics and data ecosystem to facilitate evidence-driven policy and programs that will support the ambition of the revised Treaty of Basel, which is what we operate by. And secondly, to align the OECS initiative with a broader CARICOM ecosystem hosted by the Caribbean Development Bank, the data hub that the CDB is planning to host, and supported by other development partners. Next. So what I will take you through here is the components of the project. What do we plan to achieve under this project over this 5-year period? So components, you see 3.1 because components 1 and 2 belong to the countries who have signed on, the national components, and component 3 is the OECS Commission. So we handle the regional components of the project. So the first here, component 3.1, the OECS Regional Data Governance Council. It's an acronym that I want you to remember, the RDGC, because it is one of the biggest outputs that we expect under this project. Under the project, the Commission will strengthen the OECS data governance structure and capacity to harmonize, coordinate, and integrate regional data by establishing this RDGC. The RDGC is expected to introduce a culture of academic rigor in statistical innovations while remaining mindful of the local context and the need for local credibility and promoting harmonization in the region. So this body is going to become the governing body for harmonization and structure of the production of statistics within our region. The RDGC will, 1, the RDGC, the Regional Data Governance Council, 1, it will be tasked with the harmonization of data policies and practices, including how economic, social, climate, and environmental data are captured, produced, managed across the OECS region. So this body would have general oversight for when initiatives come in, how they're going to be rolled out, and whether they actually fit the context of our small islands. Secondly, through its working groups, so it will comprise of specific technical working groups relating to different statistical subject areas, and they will lead the decisions on statistical harmonizations, testing of new instruments, and make recommendations to the NSOs based on findings. So it's definitely a support group for the NSOs. This is like, we're going to help and give a stamp of approval that this is a good statistical undertaking, meets international standards, can be harmonized across the member states. Thirdly, it will support the implementation of the OECS Regional Strategy for Development of Statistics. A while ago, you heard my colleagues speak about the national strategy, but there's also a regional strategy for the development of statistics, which aims to inform and evaluate OECS integration agenda. And fourthly, it will help adapt international statistical classifications. If you have done any cross-analysis of data within even the OECS member states, the smaller group, you will note that from one data set to the next, a classification such as ISIC, the International Standard of Industrial Classifications, some countries use 3.1, some on revision 4, 4.1, and therefore the data is not comparable. And these are things that we would want to ensure that our member states move together on by using unified classifications, using common methods to produce and disseminate official statistics across our member states. Component 3.2, data innovation for small island developing states. I mean, we say seeds all the time, but small island developing states, especially here, is to focus on the fact that data innovation, as much as it is, some of it is not applicable for our smaller islands, and we want to focus on what is adaptable to our small islands. So this subcomponent will support experimentation on methodological innovation and uses of alternative data that are promising for our small context, as well as the dissemination of experiment results guided again by the Regional Data Governance Council. So what would we be doing under this component? Piloting of new or revised survey instruments. Let me take this opportunity to tell you here that the OECS labor force survey questionnaire has recently been revised, taking into account the latest concepts and definitions of the ICLS, which is the International Conference of Labor Statisticians of the ILO. So the latest conventions and the definitions of concept and work has now been included in our instrument. And this instrument is going to be piloted in Antigua this month. It is going to change even the results of unemployment as we know it because of the concepts, the change in the concept and the definition of work. But this advocacy and communication will be coming out strong from the Commission to prepare our member states for this. Also, under this component, we are going to push the use of administrative data, as you would have heard Ms. Coy mention, to complement survey statistics and perhaps even replace the census as we know it now, such a very expensive undertaking. But if we rely more on administrative data, which is the way we need to go, there's a lot that can be achieved. I'm going to speed up. Thank you, Chair. Okay, using telephone surveys, web surveys to collect data and how this can be improved. Using machine learning programs, the use of GIS and drones to collect data imagery. And we talk about vulnerability, but this is something that can be used, the drone images, to show us our most vulnerable areas and to produce statistics relating to that. Next slide. Exploration of other advanced data gathering equipment. So these are areas that we want to look into. So this is innovation. How are we going to push the boundaries as it relates to official statistics? And 3.3, regional technical assistance and capacity building. That's providing a myriad of accredited courses. We speak a lot about capacity building, but under this component, what we are going to do is to use the OECS Learning Resource Center to put accredited courses on that platform so that the staff could continue to do those courses as they become available. So we curb, next slide as I talk, please. So I know it's coming up. So we curb, like Ms. Coy mentioned, having to send staff to universities where we actually now have the platform where you could log in, like you do with IMF learning programs and other courses that are online, but we are going to partner with accredited universities so these courses become certified. Moreover, partner with academia so that they can help develop specific course content for our region, which is something that is lacking. Web-based lectures, as you see, formal training and technical assistance through South-South cooperation, data modeling using emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, direct technical assistance for short-term consultancies, and capacity building in analysis and report writing and monitoring and evaluation. That is something that is very deficient. Report writing, monitoring and evaluation, and especially analysis. So we're going to use this platform here, component 3.3, to develop capacity in those areas. And my last component, 3.4, regional data aggregation, analysis, and dissemination. So commissioned research and reports, publications on the OECS member states on migration, on health, on education, popularization of data sets through infographics and products, compiling annual, quarterly, regional bulletins. This is very lacking. Will be useful to track indicators from the OECS region. Regional, and of course, to produce our OECS regional data catalog, which is critical for data archiving. So you could see the catalog and know what data sets exist for the OECS region. And integrated portals, especially as Mr. Abdullah was speaking about this portal, even that ECLAC has, it would be good if our portals across the region are integrated so they speak to one another. And even if it's one dot with a link that we have integrated portals, well, here we want to do it for data and for GIS information, but also with CDB and the other organizations. And the maintenance, well, we have just created our OECS data portal. This is going to be launched, which has a lot compilation of data for the OECS region. Under this project, we are going to support the maintenance of this portal. we are going to support the maintenance of this portal. And how do we plan? Thank you. 1 more minute. Do I have 1 more minute? Thank you. So how do we plan to achieve all of this with just US $5 million? I mean, I think that would have been the question on everybody's mind. This is like, oh, how are you going to do that? But we plan on partnering. This slide, the last slide is beyond project financing. No, just this. So these are our potential partners: CDB, CARICOM, StatScan, Eurostat, IMF, ILO. And basically so that we could get this done, because the amount of the project will not finance all what needs to be done within our member states, but it is the carve out of what we plan to achieve with building data capacity within the region. And I thank you for your time. And if anything popped up in your mind, and if there's any collaboration that has shown its face that you care to discuss, you can send an email to the email address highlighted in green, and we could discuss how we could collaborate. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Beru. Let's say, I think there's just one point. It's not that I disagree, but I think it needs clarification to make sure that people do not get the wrong impression. When we spoke to the changing of concepts and definitions regarding labor force measurement, I think it's good to note that the changing of concepts and definition is not done in the region, not initiated. These come from specialized UN agencies. It is like the ILO, ICLS, the ILO has the ICLS, the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, and then they take certain decisions which you have to adhere to, basically. That follows from the fundamental principles of official statistics, where it says that you will use the classifications, you will use the methodologies, you will use what is internationally valid. So people sometimes get the idea that, well, this is a matter of manipulation, but no. These specialized UN agencies have their procedures, like you have the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, and then they update certain concepts and definitions. And members will have to adhere to these updates. Annually, Christensen spoke about NSDS, the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics. And Sharma raised the issue of the RSDS, but then for the OECS, the Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics. I would like to remind some of us and notify the rest. There is also a regional strategy for the development of statistics for the whole CARICOM region. And before I open the floor for discussion, yes, there's time for discussion. Maybe not much, but I would like to repeat the question. And that point, I think, was also mentioned by Ms. Coy. Do we invest sufficient? Okay. Okay, sincere apologies. We have not come to the end yet. I missed someone. So I have to correct that oversight. We have someone joining us virtually from the UN Statistics Division, Cecily Blake from the UNSD. She joined the UNSD in August 2012 and supports the work program of UN Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, the UNGGIM. Cecily is also responsible for delivering Secretariat services for the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, UNGEGN. Before joining the United Nations, she served as the National GIS Coordinator, Senior Director of the National Spatial Data Management Division, Government of Jamaica for 15 years. Ms. Blake successfully directed and managed several initiatives aimed at transforming and influencing the capabilities and capacities of numerous government organizations. She has a first degree from the University of the West Indies, Mona, in Geography and Social Sciences. Postgraduate work in GIS with specialization in Land Information Systems from ITC in the Netherlands, and a Master of Science in Management Information Systems from the University of the West Indies, Mona. Ms. Blake, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thanks to our hosts and to ECLAC Trinidad and Tobago for inviting me to join and to share what is geospatial information and geospatial information, the currency of modern governments. My previous, I think 2 previous presenters in this section did speak to the currency of data, but statistical data being the currency of modern governments. We're all aware of the problems that not just the Caribbean, but the globe faces. And I have many slides and I will be going very quickly. And the meeting this morning, we have heard them quite a bit. But my question to you is, can we measure and monitor sustainable development without geography, place, and location? I don't think so. Everything we do happens somewhere, and geospatial information and the technology with related technologies will help us to be able to locate, view, relate, record, collect, measure, analyze, model, monitor what happens where, when, and how. And that's the power of geospatial. This slide gives you an overview, because I was told by the presenters that many persons would not understand what geospatial is and what is geospatial information systems. But geospatial information is any information that is related to an object on the face of the earth that can be mapped. And the information system are the tools, the software, the hardware, the people, the processes that you all bring together to enable us to manage, analyze, and disseminate data to support decision making. For me and for many of our users across the world, GIS is a platform for action. It allows us to plan, communicate, design, act, decide, predict, monitor. And for me, it is also pervasive. It can be used across all disciplines, all sectors of government. Think about it, because location is pervasive. You use it every day when you open your smartphone, you go to Google Maps, you're using Uber, you're using geospatial technology. And I particularly like this slide. I'm asking you to look at it because oftentimes we do not understand how important it is in terms of bringing value, in terms of business benefits, in terms of efficiencies, in terms of increasing productivity. Because geospatial is as any other information system. In our offices and organizations, we have our accounting information systems, we have our human resource information systems. Geospatial information is an integrative factor that allows us to put all our data together to be able to see how they relate to each other, and we can discern the relationships, things that we cannot see by looking at an Excel table. And these are just slides that tell us how important GIS is and how its use can influence and affect how we govern in terms of our education, in terms of planning where we should build our schools, in terms of how resilient we are. In the presentations, we talk about the devastation effects of disasters and insurance funds, but we need to think about how we can use our data to mitigate our risk. And I do believe that is where we need to work in terms of what do we need to do in terms of vulnerability and mapping and telling our people where to live, what not to do. And if we can do the work in the back end, we'll reduce our vulnerabilities. And GIS allows us to help us to do that. In terms of health, everybody knows what happened with COVID and how we saw a preponderance of dashboards that were placed, and GIS allowed us to inform our people in real time on a daily basis what was happening. I want to bring to your attention this slide, and I stay a little time on this slide. Currently, my organization, the United Nations Statistics Division, is hosting the second United Nations Geospatial Congress in Hyderabad in India. And it was opened by their Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. And his opening statement was very poignant. He said that my country, India, stands on the pillars of technology and talent. And he says geospatial technology is driving inclusion and progress. They're using it in various schemes in terms of property ownership, women empowerment, and it has a direct impact on their sustainable development goals on property and gender equality. It's very important to us. Similarly, in the Caribbean, they're using geospatial technology for their master plan and for digital ocean platform management of their oceans. And it is important for their ecosystems and their marine environment. Of course, what was also important in terms of a policy decision India took was to democratize their data. That means they opened their data, just as Carol Coy said, she stopped selling data, she made it freely available. And he said what it did was to increase the boost in the private sector and in the drone sector, where they're now able to develop more applications, to do new innovations and many new things that usually governments cannot do. But when you make data available, you open your facility for the private sector to step in, hopefully with other policy measures that they will also drive innovation and work that needs to be done to advance the collection and management and dissemination of data. And he said in closing that the possibilities that geospatial technology offers are endless. It supports sustainable development, managing disasters and mitigation risk, tracking impact of climate change, forest management, food security. The entire spectrum of our issues and challenges can be managed with geospatial data. And in terms of challenges in geospatial development across the region, we have been hearing quite a bit of it from the challenge in geospatial data use is similar for the statistician as it is for the geospatial fraternity. And I want to go through them. And of course, there are various development initiatives across the Caribbean in terms of creating geospatial data applications, the institutions that support. We have Jamaica, of course, which is leading in terms of its use of geospatial. Cuba, Belize, the Bahamas, they have a national GIS center. And there are quite a number of Caribbean geospatial initiatives. An initiative that, of course, comes to mind is the one that was done a couple of years ago, 2014 to 2018, with $5 million supported through the ACS, the Association of Caribbean States, the government of Mexico, government of Mexico, pardon me, University of West Indies, where they came together and they had this project where they supported 18 Caribbean countries to bridge the geospatial divide by putting in equipment, training, software. But of course, this was not sustainable because it's not continuous. It's like an injection, and after a time it wears off. So the challenge is, how do we sustain geospatial implementation in the Caribbean? And of course, at the global level, pardon me, are you saying something to me? Have I gone over?
Yeah, no, I say you have 2.5 minutes. Can you please wrap up?
Okay, so there's the global initiative at the global level where the United Nations group of experts on geographical names is the apex global body responsible for supporting policymaking and building geospatial capacity. These are its areas of work that it is doing. This diagram is an overarching diagram that tells you the global frameworks and what has been done in geospatial. And our flagship document is the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. And of course, there's a statistical framework and the disaster framework. And we'll need more time for me to talk about all these various frameworks, but they are there to support developing countries and all countries. There's a geospatial roadmap that was approved by the Statistical Commission at its last sitting in March this year. And in terms of the regional response, there's UNGGM Americas, and of course, an ongoing initiative called the Caribbean Geospatial Development Initiative. And they have done work in terms of creating a Caribbean geospatial portal. It has tons of data that support disaster response, and you can go and look at it. The website is there. And in terms of moving forward, I would like to draw your attention to this slide where we're asking you to recognize the value and importance of geospatial information, the role that ECLAC can play and is playing in supporting capacity development, and what countries are being called upon to do to implement collaborative geospatial information models, because we're so small, we need to collaborate in order to survive. And I end in inviting you to attend, to come and sit at the table at the 9th session that will be held in Santiago at the end of November in Chile. And these are some of the items. One of the challenges, and because the ministers are here and the ministers of foreign affairs, is that we're finding it very difficult to identify our geospatial experts, our heads of national mapping and geospatial organizations to participate in these meetings. And the Caribbean is poorly represented, pardon me. We recognize the challenges in financing, attending these meetings. And from the UN level, we try to support, but of course the support is not at the level that we would like it to be. And so there's need for regional collaboration. We need to be in contact, the experts with the mission representatives in New York to try, because they're in New York, they can represent you at the meetings. Or if you know Jamaica is attending, you can have pre-meetings or virtual meetings in the Caribbean where the united voice of the Caribbean comes and sits at the table, because oftentimes the Caribbean voice is not being heard, the Caribbean issues are not being voiced, and the Caribbean needs to be at the table. And there are various avenues of having this done. So thank you very much. This was a very fast movement. There are many things that I would have liked to share, but that's all I can do within the 7 minutes that has been according to me. Thank you very much. I remain here for any questions you may have.
And I have to correct that. That was 10 minutes. You get your 7 minutes first, and then you have 3 minutes to wrap up. So it's a total of 10 minutes. And
thank you very much, Mr. Snow.
You're welcome. I'm sure everybody enjoyed your presentation. You had to hurry it a little bit, yes, I realize that. But we're out of the allocated time. And we really want to give the participants an opportunity for Q&A. Rolando? Okay. Rolando, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Snow, and for your excellent moderation. And it's a pleasure to be here virtually. I'm sorry not being there, but we have some trouble because of the agenda. I just want to congratulate all the colleagues and congratulate Abdullahi for her excellent presentation and all the colleagues that made presentations. Just to mention that the coordination that we had from Santiago and with Puerto Spain and with our director of the Office of Puerto Spain, Diane Quarles, so it's very strong. And so we are working in different aspects. For example, for the Caribbean region, the Development Account 12, for the environment statistics and climate change and disaster information. Another aspect that we are doing with all the colleagues from the Caribbean is the ICP, that all the work that we are doing, trying to obtain all the information for this important project that is coordinated by the World Bank. And so we are working very strong in that. One issue that we would like to reinforce is that the importance that some of you mentioned, Carol Coy mentioned it, and our colleague from Suriname too, is the household surveys, in particular the employment and living condition ones. That it is very important that countries has continuity in the produce these kind of surveys in their countries. And after the presentation of our colleagues, Mr. Chairman Bureau, so please come with us with Caribbean, with ECLAC from Santiago, and of course from Trinidad and Tobago, the regional office. So for the supporting the capacity building and capacity training in all the aspects of the statistics, in particular in one of that Mr. Snow mentioned, the fundamental principles of statistics. This is a main issue that it was launched, and we are going to have a very important webinar in this regard in the 3rd November the 3rd, with a lot of with the 3 magnificent speakers. So with this, I just want to congratulate for this excellent webinar and this excellent session for all the Caribbean. And thank you very much, and very happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your contribution, Rolando. Okay, we travel back from Santiago to Suriname. Questions? Yeah, go ahead, Suriname.
Chair, I have a question for Ms. Coy, since she mentioned that Jamaica is now in the field for, and I was very happy to read in her presentation that she herself suggested, or yeah, she suggested the South-South Corporation. So I hope that is a free invitation of the Suriname Statistical Bureau to contact Jamaica for assistance and technical support, because we sure as need it. But as for her census, I would like to know which method or software they're using for capturing for the data collection, and if they have the technical capacity in-house, if they themselves, if Statin is doing it, or if they are using outside help, and where they are actually, from which sources actually they are getting their support, because the GBS itself is dealing with very similar situations as what Ms. Coy presented.
Ms. Coy is still with us, so she could answer.
Yes, okay.
Go ahead, Kat.
All right, thanks, Ewan. We're using survey solutions, which I think a lot of the Caribbean countries are using for our data collection. World Bank. So the World Bank does quite a bit of support if you need it for that. We are losing persons in the IT section, which I think is common. What we have done, we have developed an MOU with the University of the West Indies, Mona School of Business. So they are assisting in developing some of our systems for us. So that is the route we are using. You have to pay for it, but I think it's maybe cheaper than I think. But the Caribbean Development Bank, I think, is very open to assisting countries in helping in some of these areas.
Okay, thank you.
Abdul, please, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question is to my colleague and friend, Sharma. You introduced us to the RDGC, and I noticed that harmonization is actually key to the functions of the council. But I'm curious to know how the council will function. For example, they have at times you seem to imply that they will indicate what to be harmonized, and at other times you indicated that they will suggest how to harmonize. So I want to know, will the council have authority to enforce harmonization across your member states? Or how will they carry out this role? And I'm asking this in the context of, if the council will have authority, then that will have implication on the legislations of the Statistics Act. And if that's what you envisage, then those countries that are thinking of revising their act, they should have that in mind, so that they will not have a revised act that will be outdated the moment it is introduced. And then secondly, this is following up to Mr. Ocampo's comment. I noticed you listed a number of agencies that you look forward to working with, and you left us out of the things that we are best at doing. Research. You left ECLAC out of research. So I want to suggest to you that you rethink that. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Actually, the last slide, it does say UN ECLAC and other arms of the UN system for direct training and training content. So research. Research, okay, I'm going to add that. Thank you. As it relates to the Regional Data Governance Council, we are in the process of developing the terms of reference for the task force, which is going to define how the council is going to operate. I could tell you from the commission standpoint, we have never taken the approach of enforcing onto our member states, because they do have their sovereign rights, as in what they want to implement within the NSOs. So, but it would be strong recommendations, to the point that it could be that if this is not endorsed by the council, then support may not be given for the initiative, something along those lines. But we are in the process of developing the terms of reference. We have, as a matter of fact, and we are going to put together a task force to go clearly through this. We had a paper that was produced in 2016, but we think that that paper needs to be revised given the current context and a post-COVID era to institutionalize such a regional data governance council. But it's in its very initial stages, but this is the concept under the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdul and Sharma. I think we could wrap up. Mind you, the previous panels had 4 panelists. We had 6 panelists, and we had the same amount of time allotted. So
Thank you, Mr. Snow, and to the panelists, those in-house here with us and the panelists online. I also want to thank the delegates for their participation. And we have come to the end of the first day of the Caribbean Development Roundtable. And today was quite interesting, lively debate and discussion on the various topics that were discussed. And I want to thank everyone for your attendance and your participation on day one and making day one a resounding success. Before we close, I would allow the ECLAC Secretariat to come and make any housekeeping announcements, and then we will adjourn after those announcements. Diane, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister. This is an appeal to the funded participants. We invite you to find Sita. Sita, can you stand for me, please? Sita is collecting boarding passes. So please, those who have not yet already given her, please to bring them tomorrow, or I think Vera is also doing some collection in the back.
I think it was.
V? Oh, and presentations. Well, we have the presentations, don't we? Presentations for tomorrow. So representatives of the panels for tomorrow, if you have not yet sent your PowerPoints in your presentations, we need to ensure that they are uploaded with the IT team. So please email those to, I hope we have the information, Aurelie's address or Vera's or Sita's or Rosano's, so that we can receive the presentations. So that's 2 things, the ticket stubs and the PowerPoint presentations. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful dinner. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting is now adjourned and we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, sir. Push it down.
Thank you.